Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Bree. The bar's emptier than a politician's promise on a Tuesday night. Just me, 3 regulars nursing their usual poison, and the soft jazz that's been my only company for the past hour. I polish glasses with the kind of rhythm that comes from muscle memory, watching condensation drip down the windows like the city's crying. The door chime announces another soul-seeking liquid salvation. I glance up to see a man in an expensive suit sliding onto a bar stool. Everything about him screams money, from his perfectly pressed charcoal jacket to the watch that could fund a small country. He carries himself like he owns whatever room he enters. "What can I get you?" His eyes sweep the bottles behind me with the intensity of a hawk, sizing up prey. Macallan 25, neat. Fresh out of the fancy stuff. Got Jameson, Maker's Mark, and a bottle of wild turkey that's been waiting for someone special. He frowns like I've personally offended his ancestors. What kind of establishment doesn't stock proper whiskey? The kind that serves people who don't think their bank account determines their worth, but I keep that thought locked behind my teeth. The kind that knows good whiskey doesn't need a trust fund to taste right. Jameson's got more character in one sip than most people have in their whole personality. Character? He laughs, but there's little humor in it. That shelf looks like a college dorm room's idea of a liquor cabinet. Where's the Hibiki, the Pappy Van Winkle? Hell, even a decent Glenfiddich would be an improvement. My hand tightens around the glass I'm drying. And here, I thought we were serving drinks, not conducting a pissing contest about who's got the biggest wallet. It's about standards. He adjusts his gold cufflinks like he's preparing for battle. Quality, something this quaint little establishment clearly doesn't understand. The word quaint hits like a slap. Every muscle in my body coils tight. You know what? You're absolutely right. I slam the glass down harder than necessary. This place is way too quaint for someone with your refined palate. There's a wine bar 3 blocks down where they'll happily charge you $50 for a shot of liquid snobbery. Door's right where you left it. I'm simply pointing out that you've got more money than manners. Message received loud and clear. Trust fund, baby. His face turns the color of expensive wine. Trust fund, baby. I earned every... Oh, please. I lean across the bar, my voice carrying to every corner of the room. Let me guess. Started from the bottom of Daddy's company? Worked your way up from the executive parking garage to the executive elevator? The 3 regulars at the end of the bar have stopped pretending to mind their own business. Tommy's nursing his beer like it's front row entertainment, and I catch him sliding his phone out with the stealth of a seasoned gossip. "You don't know anything about my life," suit guy sputters. "Don't I? Designer everything, never missed a meal, probably had a nanny who cut the crusts off your sandwiches until you were 16. I grab a bottle of Jameson and pour myself a shot. Meanwhile, some of us learned the difference between earned and inherited before we could tie our own shoes. This is completely unprofessional. Professional? I down the shot and feel the burn fuel my fire. You waltz in here acting like my bar's beneath you, talking about standards like you're doing me some cosmic favor by gracing us with your presence. That's not professional. That's entitled with a capital E. Tommy's definitely recording now, his phone angled perfectly to catch both of us. The other regulars have abandoned all pretense of looking away, I was merely suggesting improvements. No, you were being a condescending asshat who thinks money equals class. I slammed the bottle down. Newsflash? Gordon Gekko. Class isn't something you can buy at Nordstrom. It's treating people with respect regardless of their zip code. My name isn't... Oh, I'm sorry. What should I call you? Master of the universe? Emperor of trust funds? Or do we go with the classic, Daddy's little investment? The man's jaw works like he's chewing glass. Behind him, I notice more heads turning, phones emerging from pockets like electronic vultures circling fresh roadkill. You'll regret this attitude when word gets around about this place. What word? That we don't kiss anyone for people who think their net worth is a personality trait? I'll put that on the Yelp page myself. He's still sputtering about respect and customer service when I decide I've had enough entertainment for one evening. I walk around the bar, my heels clicking against the scuffed wooden floor like a countdown to his exit. Here's what's going to happen, Monopoly Money. I grab his elbow with just enough pressure to make my point. You're going to take your designer attitude and your imaginary wine collection knowledge, and you're going to march that overpriced suit right out of my bar. You can't just... Watch me. I steer him toward the door while Tommy practically falls off his stool, trying to get the perfect angle. Consider this a free lesson in hospitality. Real hospitality, not the kind you buy with black credit cards. The door swings open, letting in the cool night air and the distant hum of traffic. I give him one final push onto the sidewalk. Don't let the neon sign hit you on the way out. The door slams with the satisfying finality of a judge's gavel. Behind me, the bar erupts. Tommy whoops and raises his beer bottle like he's toasting a championship victory. The other regulars burst into applause, and someone starts a slow clap that builds into genuine appreciation. That's how you handle a corporate jerk, Old Pete calls from his corner booth, his weathered hands clapping enthusiastically. Damn right. Tommy's still filming, probably uploading to every social media platform known to humanity. Bree just schooled another trust fund baby. The adrenaline courses through my veins like liquid fire, and I can't help but grin. This is exactly why I love this job. These people, this community, this feeling of standing up to bullies in expensive clothes. All right, my beautiful misfits. I spread my arms wide, addressing my small but loyal kingdom. That excitement calls for last call. Finish up whatever liquid courage you've got left because Mama's got to close up shop. Tommy downs the rest of his beer in 3 impressive gulps, probably already crafting the caption for his viral video. The others follow suit, leaving tips that are probably too generous for their own wallets, but exactly what my heart needs after tonight's performance. 20 minutes later, I'm walking through the empty parking lot toward my ancient Honda Civic, keys jangling in the quiet night air. The adrenaline's wearing off, replaced by the familiar weight of exhaustion and frustration that settles on my shoulders like a lead blanket. I slide into the driver's seat and pull out my phone, scrolling to Monica's contact. She's probably knee-deep in an X-rated dream right now, but sometimes a girl needs her best friend's voice to cut through the noise in her head. The phone rings twice before Monica's groggy voice crackles through the speaker. Bree Carter, you better be calling to tell me you won the lottery or found Jesus, because it's almost 2 a.m. and I've got 3 clients tomorrow who think belayage grows on trees. Sorry, babe. Neither divine intervention nor sudden wealth tonight. Then what's got you calling at this ungodly hour? And please tell me you're not drunk dialing from the bar again. I lean back against the headrest, watching the neon sign flicker through my windscreen. Just had to kick out another entitled prince who thinks money trumps basic human decency. Oh, another one of those. Monica's voice sharpens with interest. What was it this time? Complained about the music? Demanded a wine list that costs more than my car? Whiskey snob. Acted like my bar was beneath his refined palate, then had the audacity to lecture me about standards while treating me like the help. Tell me that you didn't just smile and take it. Monica, you know me better than that. I served him a reality check with a side of get the hell out. She laughs, the sound warm and familiar through the speaker. That's my girl. Though I'm guessing this isn't just about some random rich boy with attitude problems. I close my eyes, feeling the weight of dreams that seem to slip further away each month. Sometimes I wonder if I'm chasing pipe dreams, this whole bar thing. Building something real from nothing. Maybe I'm just setting myself up for disappointment. Girl, listen to me. Monica's voice cuts through my spiraling thoughts like scissors through nonsense. You've been building something real since the day you walked away from your father's nonsense. Every night you show up, every drink you pour with actual care, every jerk you righteously kick to the curb. That's you creating the world you want to live in. But what if nothing? You think Oprah sat around wondering if she was good enough? Hell no. She went out there and made herself indispensable. That's exactly what you're doing, one cranky customer at a time. I find myself smiling despite the exhaustion weighing down my bones. Since when did you become Tony Robbins? Since my best friend started doubting herself over some suit-wearing mouth breather who probably can't even pronounce McAllen properly. Now get your beautiful black butt home and get some sleep before I drive over there and drag you to bed myself. Yes, ma'am. And Bree, next time some trust fund baby tries to lecture you about standards, remind him that real class means tipping your bartender and keeping your opinions about her establishment to your damn self. The drive home passes in a blur of empty streets and streetlights painting golden circles on wet asphalt. My apartment building squats like a tired guardian against the pre-dawn sky, all cracked concrete and dreams deferred. I climb 3 flights of stairs that creak their familiar welcome, fumble my keys in the lock twice before muscle memory takes over. Inside, I kick off my shoes and let them land wherever gravity decides. My bed calls to me with the urgency of a fire alarm, sheets still tangled from this morning's reluctant exit. I don't bother changing, just collapse face first into the pillow and let exhaustion drag me under like a riptide. Somewhere in the depths of sleep, my phone starts vibrating. Once, twice, then constantly, like an electronic seizure that refuses to quit. I crack one eye open to find sunlight streaming through my blinds with the audacity of uninvited optimism. My phone screen blazes with notifications, missed calls, text messages, and social media alerts scrolling past faster than I can process. What the hell? The first notification makes my stomach lurch. You've been tagged in a video that's trending on TikTok. Tommy's masterpiece has exploded across the internet overnight. The view count climbs while I watch, 50K, 75K, 100K, and rising. Comments flood the screen faster than I can read them, but the general sentiment comes through loud and clear. People love watching entitled rich boys get served reality checks with their evening entertainment. My phone rings again. Unknown number. I decline and immediately get another call from a different unknown number. Bree Carter, this is Jessica from Morrison PR. We'd love to discuss representation. I hang up before she finishes her pitch. 2 seconds later, another call. Ms. Carter, this is David Jackson from Viral Marketing Solutions. Click. My kitchen beckons with the promise of coffee and something resembling breakfast. I shuffle toward the coffee maker while my phone continues its electronic tantrum, buzzing against the counter like an angry wasp trapped in amber. I hit Monica's contact again, knowing full well I'm about to get verbally demolished for disturbing her beauty sleep twice in one night. Bree Carter, I swear on my grandmother's grave. Tommy filmed the whole thing and it's gone viral. Come again? The trust fund baby incident. It's trending on TikTok. My phone won't stop ringing with people wanting to represent me or some stuff. Hold up. I hear rustling, probably Monica sitting up in bed. What do you mean viral? Like a few thousand views viral or... Try over 100,000 and climbing. PR companies are calling me like I'm the next big influencer. Monica whoops so loud I have to pull the phone away from my ear. Girl, you just became internet famous for doing what you do best. Calling out rich jerk. This isn't funny, Monica. I don't want to be internet famous. I want to own a bar and mind my own business. Maybe the universe is trying to tell you something. When opportunity knocks, it usually wants something I can't afford to give. Or maybe it wants to give you something you can't afford to refuse. Monica's voice shifts into that tone she uses when she's about to drop some uncomfortable truth. Look, I know you hate anything that smells like handouts or charity, but what if this isn't about that? What if this is about people finally seeing what I've been seeing for years? My email notification pings. Another one. I scroll through the flood of messages. Interview requests, brand partnerships, something from a law firm that makes my stomach clench. Then I see it. Ashford Holdings. Monica, I've got to go. Some company called Ashford Holdings just emailed me. Never heard of them. What do they want? Let me find out. I tap the email open while keeping Monica on speaker. They want to schedule a meeting to discuss a business proposition. Ashford Holdings sounds fancy. Google them. I switch to my browser, fingers flying across the screen. The search results load, and my coffee mug slips from my suddenly nerveless fingers, shattering against the kitchen floor in a symphony of ceramic destruction. Bree, what happened? There on my phone screen, smiling with the confidence of someone never been told no in his entire privileged life, is my trust fund baby. Except the caption underneath reads, Grayson Ashford, CEO, Ashford Holdings. Oh, damn it. Bree, what's wrong? The guy, the whiskey snob I kicked out of my bar. I'm staring at his photo like it might spontaneously combust. He's the CEO of Ashford Holdings. Wait, what? The guy you publicly humiliated is some kind of business mogul? Apparently. I scroll through the company website with mounting horror. Investment firm. Real estate development. Net worth that has more zeros than my social security number. Monica, I think I just screwed myself 6 ways from Sunday. Or, Monica's voice carries that dangerous edge that means she's plotting something. Maybe you just got his attention in a way his usual crowd never could. Either way, no good can come of this.
Chapter 2. Grayson. I'm staring at my phone like it might spontaneously explode, watching the view counter climb past 200,000 on a video that's turning my carefully cultivated public image into internet entertainment. The quarterly investor report spread across my mahogany desk might as well be wallpaper. I can't concentrate on projected earnings when some bartender is verbally eviscerating me for the amusement of social media. The woman's voice cuts through the speaker again, delivering another perfectly timed insult about my imaginary wine collection knowledge. I replay the moment where she calls me trust fund baby, and my jaw clenches hard enough to crack molars. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant strategy, Ashford. Walk into a dive bar and get schooled by someone who probably makes in a year what I spend on watch maintenance. Fallon's voice crackles through the intercom. Mr. Ashford, the board's assembled in conference room A. 5 minutes. I close TikTok and straighten my tie, preparing to discuss third-quarter projections like a functional adult instead of someone who apparently gets his kicks antagonizing service workers. The boardroom smells like leather and expensive cologne. 18 faces arranged around imported Italian marble that means business. I slide into my seat at the head of the table, opening my presentation folder with all the precision of a surgeon. Gentlemen, ladies, let's review the third-quarter numbers. Eleanor Martinez, our longest-serving board member, doesn't even glance at her quarterly summary. Before we discuss earnings, Grayson, perhaps we should address your latest social media debut. Every head turns toward me like I've just announced plans to convert our headquarters into a circus. Richard Smith actually has his phone out, presumably loaded with my public humiliation. What are you referring to? The video where you're getting verbally destroyed by a bartender has 500,000 views. Eleanor's voice carries the kind of disappointment usually reserved for war crimes. Care to explain how our CEO became internet entertainment? My fingers drum against the marble surface. A minor misunderstanding at an establishment I was evaluating for potential acquisition. A minor misunderstanding? Richard waves his phone like evidence in a murder trial. She called you monopoly money and physically escorted you out of her bar. This is exactly the kind of publicity nightmare we've been trying to avoid since the Henderson Industries merger fell through. The Henderson merger failed because their books were cooked, not because of my public relations. Your image matters, Grayson. Margaret Branting leans forward, her expression sharp. Investors don't want to back someone who looks like an entitled playboy picking fights in dive bars. I wasn't picking fights. Ma. You criticized her whiskey selection and lectured her about standards. Eleanor's reading the comments section aloud like scripture. According to the internet, you embodied everything wrong with corporate America in under 10 minutes. The air in the room drops several degrees as 18 sets of eyes dissect me like a particularly disappointing quarterly report. These are the same people who applauded when I restructured 3 failing companies and turned them profitable. Now they're acting like I committed corporate treason by visiting a bar. The Yamamoto Group is reconsidering their investment. Richard's voice carries funeral weight. They specifically cited concerns about leadership stability and public image. My blood pressure spikes. The Yamamoto deal represents 9 figures in development capital, money we need for the Brooklyn waterfront project. One viral video doesn't negate 15 years of profitable leadership. No, but it raises questions about judgment. Margaret's fingers steeple like she's preparing to deliver a sermon. Questions we need answered before our investors start asking them. The door opens before I can respond, and Jessica Walsh from our PR department glides in like she's responding to a 5-alarm fire. Her tablet clutches against her chest like armor, and her assistant trails behind carrying enough folders to deforest a small country. Morning, everyone. Thanks for roping me in. I have a solution. Jessica's voice carries the kind of confidence usually reserved for people selling snake oil. We've been monitoring the social media response, and there's an opportunity here. Eleanor raises one perfectly sculpted eyebrow. An opportunity for what, exactly? Community engagement, authentic brand rehabilitation. Jessica swipes her tablet like she's conducting a symphony. This Bree Carter, the bartender, has incredible grassroots appeal. Her followers trust her authenticity, her working-class perspective. If we partner with her on community outreach initiatives, we flip the narrative from out-of-touch billionaire to company that listens. I lean back, studying Jessica like she's just suggested I personally deliver pizza to every apartment in Manhattan. You want me to work with the woman who publicly humiliated me? I can't believe I'm hearing this. I want you to work with the woman who represents the demographic you need to win back. Jessica slides her tablet across the marble surface. Look at these engagement metrics. The screen shows numbers that make my business projections look modest. Comments, shares, saves, all astronomical. Her follower count has tripled since yesterday. She has influence, Richard admits grudgingly. More than influence. She has credibility. Jessica's assistant distributes printed analytics like court evidence. 73% positive sentiment, 86% shareability. People believe her because she doesn't have corporate backing. Yet, Margaret studies the printouts with the intensity of someone reviewing a merger agreement. What exactly are you proposing? Community investment initiatives, small business grants, local development projects, affordable housing advocacy. Position Bree as our community liaison, someone who understands neighborhood needs because she lives them. The room falls silent except for rustling paper and the distant hum of air conditioning. I watch 18 board members digest this concept like it's medicine they know they need, but don't want to swallow. She'll never agree to it, I say finally. Why not? Because she clearly despises everything I represent. Wealth, privilege, corporate power structures. The memory of her calling me trust fund baby still stings. She's not going to suddenly become my poster child for community relations. Jessica's smile suggests she knows something I don't. Actually, she might. Her friend Monica reached out this morning. Apparently, Bree's been getting calls from production companies, talent agencies, influencer marketing firms. She's overwhelmed and suspicious of everyone. So she specifically asked if there were any legitimate business opportunities. Not performance opportunities, business opportunities. Monica mentioned Bree's been trying to secure funding for her own bar. The pieces click together like tumblers in a very expensive lock. Bree needs capital. We need credibility. Sometimes the simplest equations produce the most elegant solutions. Set up a meeting, I tell Jessica. Eleanor's eyebrows inch toward her hairline. You're seriously considering this? I'm considering fixing a problem before it destroys the Yamamoto deal. I close my presentation folder with decisive finality. If this woman has the influence to damage our reputation, she might have the influence to repair it. The boardroom empties with the efficiency of a fire drill, leaving me alone with quarterly reports and the growing certainty that this afternoon will either salvage my public image or completely obliterate it. I walk the corridor toward my office that stretches before me like a corporate gauntlet, each step echoing off polished marble. I pass framed photographs of successful developments, towers I've erected, neighborhoods I've transformed, communities I've probably displaced without a second thought. The irony tastes bitter. What the hell have I gotten myself into? My office door clicks shut behind me with all the finality of a prison cell. The leather chair groans under my weight as I sink into it, loosening my tie with fingers that feel suddenly clumsy. The whiskey decanter on my side table catches morning sunlight, amber liquid gleaming like liquid gold. That's what started this entire catastrophe. One drink, one spontaneous decision to stop somewhere that wasn't my usual haunt, somewhere that didn't know my name or my net worth. I'd wanted anonymity, not internet infamy. Sarah would have laughed at this mess. The thought hits like it always does, unexpected, sharp enough to steal breath. She'd have found the whole situation hilarious. My brilliant, irreverent wife who could diffuse any tension with perfectly timed sarcasm and never let me take myself too seriously. You walked into a dive bar and got schooled by a bartender, she'd have said, eyes sparkling with mischief. That's the most human thing you've done in years, Gray. But Sarah's been gone 3 years, and Maddie barely speaks to me unless she needs money or permission to escape whatever boarding school I've shipped her off to this semester. My daughter communicates through high rolls and text messages for more money that arrive like court summons, brief, formal, devoid of affection. The framed photo on my desk shows the three of us at Martha's Vineyard, back when Maddie still smiled without calculation, and Sarah's laugh could fill rooms. Before chemotherapy stole Sarah's strength, and my inadequate parenting pushed Maddie away. I should call her, should ask about school, her friends, whether she needs anything. Instead, I draft another email to her headmistress about academic performance and extracurricular activities. Clinical discussions about a daughter I barely know. My phone buzzes. Jessica's text appears like a digital death warrant. Meeting confirmed. 4 p.m. in the boardroom. Bree Carter will be there. Perfect. A few precious hours to prepare for an encounter with someone who's already proven she can eviscerate me in public. Someone who represents everything I've failed to understand about authentic human connection. I pull up the video again, watching her face transform from professional politeness to barely contained fury. She doesn't just dislike me. She sees right through the expensive suit to something fundamentally lacking underneath. This woman destroys people like me for sport, and I'm walking directly into her crosshairs. The boardroom door swings open at exactly 4 o'clock, and I step into what feels like an ambush. She's already here, Bree Carter, commanding the space like she owns it instead of being summoned to it. Jessica sits beside her with that eager PR smile, while Eleanor and Richard flank the opposite side like corporate gargoyles. Bree's lounging in the chair like it's her personal throne, one leg crossed over the other, red nails drumming against the marble table. She's traded last night's bar uniform for dark jeans and a leather jacket that would look more appropriate on a Hell's Angel, but somehow still screams authenticity in a way my $15,000 suit never will. Her eyes lock onto mine the second I enter. Well, well, if it isn't Manhattan's most famous whiskey critic. Miss Carter. I settle into my chair with the gravity of a chess master, straightening my cuffs. Thank you for coming. Oh, I wouldn't miss this theater for anything. She gestures around the boardroom like it's a particularly amusing circus. Love what you've done with the place. Very intimidating corporate overlord meets funeral parlor. Eleanor's jaw tightens. Richard actually chokes on his coffee. We appreciate your time, Jessica interjects quickly, sliding a folder toward Bree. These are the preliminary partnership proposals. Yes, hold up. Bree raises one perfectly manicured hand. Before we discuss any partnerships, I need to address the elephant in the room. Her gaze swoops back to me. You tried to mansplain whiskey to someone who's been tending bar since you were still asking Daddy for allowance increases. I was offering feedback. Feedback? Her laugh cuts through the boardroom like broken glass. Sugar. You walked into my workplace and announced my entire liquor selection was substandard. That's not feedback. That's colonization with a trust fund. The temperature drops several degrees. Eleanor's pen clicks like a metronome counting down to disaster. Perhaps we should focus on the business proposal, Richard suggests weakly. Oh, we will. Bree leans forward, elbows on the table. But first, Mr. Ashford needs to acknowledge that he was completely out of line. You don't walk into someone's bar and critique their stock like you're reviewing a wine list at your country club. My fingers drum against the marble surface. Every instinct screams to defend myself, to explain that I was simply observing industry standards, that her emotional reaction was unprofessional. Instead, I meet her stare directly. You're right. The room falls so quiet I can hear Jessica's heartbeat through her blazer. I was out of line. Your bar, your standards. The words taste like swallowing glass, but they're accurate. I had no business criticizing your operation. Bree's eyebrows climb sharply. Well, that's not what I expected. What did you expect? More corporate doublespeak about market research and consumer preferences. She studies me like I'm a particularly interesting specimen. Maybe some condescending explanation about how you were just trying to help. Would that have worked better? Hell no, but it would have made turning you down much easier. Jessica practically vibrates with excitement. So you're interested in the partnership? I'm interested in understanding what you people actually want from me. Bree's attention shifts around the table, because this feels like damage control disguised as opportunity. I'm not sure what I'm getting out of it. It's both, I admit, before anyone else can spin the truth. Eleanor shoots me a look that could melt steel, but Bree nods approvingly. Honesty, refreshing change of pace. She flips open the folder, scanning the documents with laser focus. Community liaison position, small business grant oversight, neighborhood development consultation. Fancy titles for what exactly? Making sure we don't screw up, I say simply. And in exchange? Funding for your bar, complete creative control, profit sharing, community ownership structure if you want it. Her pen stops moving. How much funding? Whatever it takes. I grit my teeth. Bree's full lips form a delicious grin. Now we're talking. This'll be fun, Carlton. As far as negotiations go, though, I'm just getting started. This woman is going to take me on a ride, I'm sure, and I'm literally powerless to stop it.
Chapter 3. Bree. I pivot toward Jessica, dismissing Grayson like he's part of the furniture. Jessica, right? Let's talk business. Real business, not whatever corporate theater this is. Jessica's eyes light up like Christmas morning. Absolutely. What are your primary concerns? Creative control, for starters. I lean back against my chair, making myself comfortable. I'm not signing anything that turns me into your trained seal. No scripted appearances, no corporate-approved messaging, no sanitized version of who I am. That's exactly what we want to avoid. Ms. Carter. Grayson's voice cuts through our conversation like a hot knife through butter. You're hardly in a position to make demands. I turn to face him with the kind of smile that makes smart men nervous. Funny thing about that, your board called this meeting, not me. Your company needs my credibility, not the other way around. His jaw tightens. Your 15 minutes of fame doesn't qualify you to negotiate corporate partnerships. And your silver spoon doesn't qualify you to understand what actual people want. I drum my nails against the marble table. Jessica, financial guarantees. I want my bar funding in escrow before I lift a finger for this company. Jessica scribbles notes like her life depends on it. What kind of timeline are we looking at? 6 months to secure location, permits, and initial setup. Full funding released upon completion of community outreach milestones. I glance at Gray. Non-negotiable. Everything's negotiable, Gray says flatly. Not with me. I turn back to Jessica. Also, profit sharing on any revenue generated through my community connections. If my reputation brings you clients, I get a cut. Eleanor clears her throat. Ms. Carter, these demands seem rather excessive. Excessive? I laugh. Your boss walked into my workplace and insulted my professionalism on camera. Now you want to use my reputation to clean up his mess. If anything, I'm undercharging. Gray leans forward, his expensive watch catching the light. You're overestimating your value. Am I? I meet his stare head on. Your Yamamoto deal is worth 9 figures, right? Yeah, I've done my homework. And it's hanging by a thread because you can't play nice with the working class. I'd say my value is whatever it costs to save that contract. The silence stretches like a violin string about to snap. Richard shifts uncomfortably. Eleanor's pen clicks in rapid succession. Grayson's smile could freeze hell. You have done your homework. I don't walk into rooms unprepared. Unlike some people. I flip to a fresh page in my notebook. Jessica, Community Oversight Clause. I want veto power over any development that displaces local businesses or residents. That's completely unreasonable, Grayson says. So is flattening neighborhoods for profit. I screw the cap back on my pen. But hey, if you'd rather explain to the Yamamoto group why your community liaison quit before the ink dried. Jessica practically vibrates with panic. We can work with that. Structure it as a consultation clause with dispute resolution protocols. Smart woman. I stand, sliding my notebook into my jacket. Draw up the contracts with these terms. I'll have my lawyer review them. Grayson's eyebrows climb toward his hairline. Your lawyer? Yeah, my lawyer. I tap my temple. Shocking concept. A bartender who does a bit of background before signing a contract. His expression shifts, just a flicker. Like he's recalibrating something behind those steel gray eyes. Not surprised exactly, but close enough to count as a win. The funding isn't just for show. I continue, settling back into my chair. I actually have plans to open my own place. A real bar, not some corporate watering hole. Somewhere the community actually wants to hang out. His fingers drum once against the table, the first crack in his marble composure I've seen. A speakeasy concept? Something like that. I study his face for tells. Problem? No problem. But his tone carries weight I can't decode. Jessica, add a clause about the bar's opening timeline coinciding with our community initiatives. Jessica nods eagerly. Absolutely. We can structure the partnership to highlight the collaboration. Nothing that makes my bar look like your pet project, I interrupt. This is my vision, my business, your money, my rules. Naturally, Grayson's smile returns, sharp as a paper cut. The next hour dissolves into contractual tennis, Jessica serving up clauses, while Grayson and I volley objections and amendments across the table. Eleanor scribbles furiously. Richard checks his watch every 40 seconds. When we finally shake hands, my palm burns from Grayson's grip. Too firm, too long, like he's testing for fractures. Welcome to Ashford Holdings, Miss Carter. Don't get too comfortable with that welcome mat, I reply. I'm not easy to work with. Good. His eyes hold mine. Easy doesn't get results. The elevator ride down almost feels like decompression from a deep sea dive. 43 floors of vertigo and second-guessing. The lobby's marble expanse echoes with my heels as I push through the revolving door into Manhattan's concrete embrace. What the hell did I just sign up for? The subway platform offers no answers, just the familiar rumble of approaching metal and the press of bodies heading home. I squeeze between a delivery guy and a woman in scrubs, letting the train's rhythm shake loose the boardroom's lingering tension. My phone chimes with a text from Monica. How'd it go? You rich yet? Define rich, I type back. Also, define stupid. 3 dots appear, disappear, then. Same thing in your case. Meet me at Hal's in an hour. We've got some strategizing to do. Done deal, lady. The train lurches through a tunnel, and I catch my reflection in the dark window. Still me, but somehow different. Like I'm wearing someone else's confidence. Tomorrow, I start working for Ashford Holdings. Tonight, I need a drink that doesn't come with a boardroom and a billionaire's calculating stare. Hal's Tavern squats between a bodega and a dry cleaner, like it's been there since Manhattan was farmland. The kind of place where the beer taps have personality and the bartender knows your poison before you sit down. Monica waves from our usual corner booth, already nursing something amber. Her hair's twisted up in a silk scarf, and she swapped her salon uniform for a vintage band tee that's older than some of our clientele. There's my corporate sellout. She slides a double whiskey across the scarred wood table. Jameson, neat. Figured you'd need it strong tonight. I collapse into the booth, grateful for the tavern's dim lighting and sticky floors. I think I just signed my soul away to the devil in Armani. Devils usually have better manners. Monica clinks her glass against mine. Spill. Every gory detail. The whiskey burns clean down my throat, loosening the tension coiled between my shoulder blades. Picture this. 43rd floor, marble everything, and a boardroom full of suits who think diversity means having one woman taking notes. Sounds about white and rich. Then there's Gray. Grayson Ashford. I roll the name around like I'm testing it for poison. 10 years older, 10 times richer, and approximately 0% impressed by anything I had to say. Monica's eyebrows arch toward her hairline. The same Gray from your viral roasting. The very same. I drain half my glass in one pull, and somehow I convinced myself I could walk into his world and come out clean. Baby girl, you didn't walk into his world. You kicked down the front door and demanded a seat at the table. Monica signals the bartender for another round. That takes spine. Or stupidity. The whiskey's making everything fuzzy around the edges, which feels safer than sharp focus right now. What if I can't deliver? What if I'm just some bartender playing dress up in a game I don't understand? Stop. Monica's voice cuts through my spiral. You've been hustling since you were 16. You built your reputation glass by glass, shift by shift. Some silver spoon jerk doesn't get to make you forget that. Fresh drinks appear like magic. I wrap my fingers around the glass, anchoring myself to something solid. There's a photo shoot tomorrow. Jessica wants me looking approachable but professional. Whatever the hell that means. It means they want to package you up pretty for their marketing campaign. Exactly. My laugh comes out bitter. Turn me into their token diversity poster girl. Smile, Bree. Look grateful, Bree. Pretend this isn't just another way for rich people to profit off your authenticity. Monica leans forward, her dark eyes fierce. Then don't let them. You negotiated those contracts, right? Creative control? On paper, I swirl the whiskey, watching it catch the bar's neon light. But what happens when they start pushing? When they want me to tone down the attitude or sand off the rough edges? Then you remind them exactly why they need you in the first place. Monica reaches across the table, covering my hand with hers. You're not signing away who you are. You're using their money to become who you want to be. The warmth of her palm seeps through my skin, steadying something that's been shaking since I left that boardroom. What if my dad was right? What if I'm just another Carter chasing fool's gold? Delroy Carter is a professional disappointment who abandoned his family for a get-rich-quick scheme. Monica's grip tightens. You are nothing like him. Nothing. The bar's ambient noise, clinking glasses, muffled conversations, the crack of pool balls, fills the space between us. I want to believe her. Most days I do. Tonight, with corporate America's expectations weighing on my shoulders, certainty feels like luxury I can't afford. One photo shoot, Monica continues. One day at a time. And if Gray, what's his face, tries to put you in a box, you break it from the inside. 2 hours and too many drinks later, I stumble out of Hal's with Monica's pep talk echoing in my ears and whiskey courage pumping through my veins. The subway ride home passes in a blur of fluorescent lights and strangers' faces. My apartment welcomes me with familiar chaos. Unpaid bills on the coffee table, yesterday's coffee mug in the sink, and silence thick enough to drown in. I kick off my heels and collapse face first into bed, still wearing my power suit like armor I'm afraid to remove. Tomorrow I smile for cameras and pretend I belong in Ashford Holdings' sanitized version of success. Tonight, I let the whiskey pull me under, carrying tomorrow's worries into dreams where photo shoots and billion-dollar handshakes can't touch me. Morning comes far too early for my liking. I stumble into the kitchen and do my best to shake off the fuzz from the whiskey that we downed last night. Not my finest moment, having to get ready for this photo shoot while still half in the bag. I pull the stool out, sitting as I pull my mug closer to me, shutting my eyes against the blinding morning sun. Just as I shift positions to try and get more comfortable, I hear chaos at the front door. Bree, what's going on, girl? We've got to get you ready. Your shoot starts in an hour. My coffee mug crashes to the floor, ceramic shards skating across the hardwood like confetti made of bad decisions. The kitchen stool wobbles beneath me as I grab the counter for balance. Monica, what the hell? Sis, we've got work to do. She kicks the door shut behind her, arms loaded with garment bags and makeup cases. Your first photo shoot is in T-minus 59 minutes, and you're sitting here looking like you just rolled out of bed. I did just roll out of bed. It's 8 in the morning. Exactly. We're behind schedule. Monica dumps her arsenal on my kitchen table, unzipping bags with military precision. Strip. We're doing a full transformation. I nudge ceramic rollers with my bare toe. Some of us have normal sleep schedules. Funny you should say that. You've been interrupting mine for decades. Normal doesn't land you on the front page of the business section. She holds up a blazer the color of emeralds. This is your moment, Bree. Don't you dare skimp on any part of this today. The blazer catches the morning light like liquid fire. I run my fingers along the silk lining, surprised by how it feels. Expensive but not stuffy. Monica, this must have cost... Don't worry about the price tag. Worry about looking like you belong in those corporate circles. She waves me toward the bathroom, Hot shower, then we're doing your hair. And before you start, yes, I'm using the good products. 30 minutes later, I'm perched on my kitchen stool again while Monica works magic with a curling iron. Steam rises from my hair as she shapes each section into perfect spirals. You nervous? Should I be? The question comes out smaller than I intended. Nah. Monica pins a curl into place. You've been handling people like Ashford your whole life. Difference is, now they're paying you for it. The makeup comes next. Foundation that makes my skin glow, lipstick that turns my mouth into a weapon. Monica steps back, studying her work like a painter reviewing a masterpiece. Damn, I'm good. I catch my reflection in the hallway mirror and barely recognize myself. The emerald blazer hugs my curves while the black trousers make my legs look endless. My curls frame my face in perfect spirals, and the gold jewelry adds just enough flash without screaming for attention. I look like someone who belongs in a boardroom. You look like someone who owns the boardroom. Monica grins. Now get out there and show them what Brooklyn attitude looks like in designer threads. The community center's main hall buzzes with reporters and photographers setting up equipment. I stride through the entrance, heels clicking against polished concrete, and watch heads turn. Good. Let them look. Miss Carter, a woman with a Channel 7 microphone rushes over. Can we get a quick interview about your partnership with Ashford Holdings? Course. I flash my camera-ready smile. Though I should mention, this partnership works both ways. Ashford Holdings isn't just investing in me, they're investing in communities that deserve better. The reporter's eyes light up. Can you elaborate on that? Real estate development doesn't have to mean displacement. When companies actually listen to residents instead of talking over them, everyone wins. I gesture toward the crowd of local business owners milling around. These people built this neighborhood. Any development that doesn't include their voices is just gentrification with better PR. Camera flashes pop around us like small explosions. I lean into each question, turning corporate talking points into neighborhood advocacy. This feels natural, like bartending with better lighting. From across the room, I spot Gray, standing near the back wall, arms crossed, watching my performance with the expression of someone tasting sour milk. His suit costs more than my monthly rent, but somehow he looks uncomfortable in his own skin. Our eyes meet across the crowded room. His jaw tightens imperceptibly. Yeah, definitely not pleased. I'm loving this more and more with every scowl on that damned handsome face.
Chapter 4. Grayson. She arrives 15 minutes late, which somehow makes the entire room recalibrate around her entrance. I check my Patek Philippe, force of habit when timing matters, and watch Bree Carter transform the community center's main hall into her personal stage. The emerald blazer should clash with the institutional beige walls. Instead, it makes everything else look washed out by comparison. Her heels announce each step across the polished concrete while photographers pivot like sunflowers tracking light. "This is exactly what we wanted," Jessica whispers beside me, her tablet clutched against her chest. Natural magnetism. Authentic engagement. Authentic. Right. I've orchestrated enough PR campaigns to recognize performance art when I see it. Bree's working the room with calculated precision. A handshake here, a knowing smile there, positioning herself where the lighting flatters and the cameras catch her best angles. Except she's not performing. When the Channel 7 reporter approaches, Bree's entire posture shifts, not toward the cameras, but away from them. Her voice drops to that honey-warm register I remember from our boardroom sparring match, drawing people closer instead of projecting for the back row. "Real estate development doesn't have to mean displacement," she says, one hand gesturing toward the crowd of local business owners. "When companies actually listen to residents instead of talking over them, everyone wins." My jaw tightens. She's supposed to be promoting Ashford Holdings community initiatives, not delivering a masterclass in gentrification politics. The entire point of this partnership, was image rehabilitation. These people built this neighborhood. Any development that doesn't include their voices is just gentrification with better PER. Christ. She just called out our entire business model on live television. The reporters eat it up. Pens scratch across notepads while smartphone cameras capture every gesture. Richard shoots me a look that could freeze Manhattan's water supply, but I keep my facial expression neutral. Board members have seen me maintain my poker face during hostile takeovers. One mouthy bartender won't crack my composure, even if she's currently dismantling 3 months of carefully crafted messaging with that particular combination of Brooklyn attitude and emerald silk. Mr. Ashford! Another reporter materializes at my elbow. What's your response to Ms. Carter's comments about community inclusion? Ashford Holdings values authentic partnerships, I reply, the words emerging smooth as aged whiskey. Ms. Carter brings exactly the kind of community perspective we need to hear. She's off script, but the cameras love her, so we'll roll with it. Bree catches my eye across the room during this exchange. Her smile sharpens to something that could cut glass, and for one unguarded moment, I wonder if she's testing me, seeing how far she can push before I snap the leash. The thought shouldn't intrigue me as much as it does. The champagne flutes arrive on silver trays that shine a little too brightly. I accept one from the caterer, watching Bree do the same with the kind of graceful efficiency that suggests she served her share of drinks to people who've never worked a day in their lives. Jessica taps her glass with a butter knife, calling attention to the front of the room. Before we conclude today's event, I'd like to propose a toast to our partnership with Ms. Carter and the community leaders who've made this possible. Polite applause ripples through the crowd. I raise my glass alongside everyone else, waiting for the standard corporate speak conclusion that will wrap this photo opportunity in neat, quotable sound bites. Bree steps forward instead. To partnerships that actually mean something, she begins, her voice carrying that warm authority that commanded the room earlier. The champagne catches the overhead lights as she gestures, sending golden sparks across her emerald blazer. To companies brave enough to listen instead of lecture, and to the difference between knowing the price of everything. Her gaze finds mine across the sea of upturned faces. Those dark eyes lock onto me with surgical precision, and her smile turns sharp enough to draw blood. And actually understanding what has value. The laughter starts as a ripple and builds to a wave. Community leaders chuckle and nod while reporters scribble notes. Even Jessica covers her mouth to hide her grin, though whether it's amusement or mortification remains unclear. I force my expression into something resembling good humor. The kind of practice smile that's closed 1,000 deals and survived twice as many board meetings. My glass stays raised while heat creeps up my neck, a physiological response I haven't experienced since prep school debates. She's not just making conversation. This is reconnaissance disguised as banter, each word chosen to probe for weak spots in my carefully constructed armor. The crowd sees playful teasing between unlikely partners. I see something far more dangerous. Someone who's figured out exactly which buttons to push. The worst part? It's working. That casual dismissal shouldn't sting, but it lands with the accuracy of a guided missile. 20 years of building Ashford Holdings from near bankruptcy to empire, and this bartender from Brooklyn just reduced me to a walking stereotype with one perfectly crafted insult. To understanding value, I reply, my voice steady as bedrock, something that can't be measured in quarterly reports. The toast concludes with another round of applause, but Bree's eyes never leave mine. She takes a deliberate sip of champagne, and I catch the flash of satisfaction that crosses her features. She knows she drew blood. Worse, she knows I felt it. The photographers migrate toward the buffet table like moths to flame, leaving gaps in their carefully choreographed coverage. I retreat to the far corner where someone's positioned a towering arrangement of white orchids, expensive enough to feed a family for a month, pretentious enough to make me want to knock the whole thing over. Running away from your adoring public. Bree materializes beside me without fanfare, Champagne flute abandoned somewhere in favor of proximity that violates every rule of professional distance. The emerald blazer brushes against my sleeve when she leans against the wall, and suddenly the air tastes like bourbon and vanilla instead of overpriced flowers. Strategic repositioning, I correct, though my voice sounds gruff. Basic tactical retreat. Is that what we're calling it? Her laugh carries just enough bite to draw attention, but she keeps her voice low, intimate. You seem like you needed some air that didn't smell like nonsense and photo ops. The accuracy of that observation hits harder than her earlier public jabs. I study her profile as she surveys the room, the way her natural curls catch the light, how she holds herself with the kind of confidence that money can't buy, and most people spend decades failing to learn. Do you ever get sick and tired of being this? The question lands between us like a grenade with the pin pulled. No smugness in her tone. No calculated edge designed to provoke a reaction for the cameras. Just curiosity wrapped in something too intimate for a public space, too honest for a business partnership. My throat constricts around words that won't come. Because the answer is yes. God, yes, and I've never admitted that to anyone. Not the board members who expect ruthless efficiency. Not the therapists I've cycled through like seasonal staff. Not even Sarah, back when admitting weakness still felt like an option instead of a luxury I couldn't afford. Tired doesn't begin to cover it. Exhausted by the weight of wearing armor every waking moment. Suffocated by the need to project strength even when everything inside feels like it's crumbling. Worn down by the constant performance of being Grayson Ashford's CEO, when some days I can barely remember who I was before the empire consumed everything else. That's not a fair question, I finally manage, my voice barely above a whisper. Fair questions are boring. She shifts closer, and I catch the faint scent of her perfume beneath the bourbon notes. Besides, you didn't say no. The observation hangs between us like exposed wire, dangerous and electric. Her dark eyes search my face with a kind of attention that excavates truth from carefully constructed facades. I should deflect. Make some cutting remark about bartender psychology. Retreat behind the walls that have protected me for 2 decades. You'll have to excuse me. The words emerge clipped, professional, safe. I push away from the wall before she can dissect whatever expression crossed my face, before those dark eyes can excavate any more truth from the wreckage of my composure. The crowd swallows me like protective camouflage. I navigate between clusters of community leaders and city officials, their conversations washing over me in waves of meaningless noise. Someone mentions property values. Another voice discusses zoning permits. The familiar language of business should ground me, restore the equilibrium that woman just obliterated with a simple question. Instead, her voice follows me. Do you ever get sick and tired of being this? My hand finds the back of a chair at the main table, knuckles white against the polished mahogany. The display materials spread across its surface. Glossy brochures showcasing Ashford Holdings' community partnerships, press releases highlighting our charitable contributions, suddenly look like evidence of elaborate self-deception. Gray? Richard's voice cuts through the mental static. Everything all right? You look fine. I straighten my tie, smooth my expression back into its default setting of controlled authority. Just processing the feedback. He nods, clearly relieved to see me functioning within normal parameters. Carter's performing better than we anticipated. The media's eating up her authenticity angle. Authenticity. There's that word again, loaded with implications I can't quite parse. Because if Bree's performing, it's unlike any corporate theater I've witnessed. Her compass points toward truth with magnetic precision, cutting through the careful language and strategic positioning that define my world. The way she looked at me beside those orchids, like she could see past 20 years of armor to whatever remains underneath. No one's attempted that kind of excavation since Sarah died. No one's gotten close enough to try. Mr. Ashford? A reporter materializes with his phone extended, ready to capture whatever soundbite might fuel tomorrow's headlines. I manufacture the appropriate smile, deliver the expected responses about community partnership and shared vision. Standard corporate speak that flows like muscle memory, while my mind replays the texture of Bree's voice when she asked her devastating question. Movement catches my peripheral vision. Emerald silk navigating the crowd with fluid grace, pausing to exchange words with the Channel 7 anchor. Bree's laugh carries across the room. Warm molasses with just enough bite to make people lean closer. She's working the room like a masterclass in magnetic charisma. Every conversation draws a small crowd. Every gesture commands attention. The cameras track her movement with hungry precision, capturing moments that can't be staged or scripted. But when she glances in my direction, the performance drops away for a split second. Those dark eyes find mine across the sea of faces, and her smile shifts to something sharper, more knowing, like she's cataloging my retreat, filing it away with whatever other data she's collected about the man behind the empire. My pulse kicks against my collar, an involuntary response that has very little to do with business strategy or media coverage or the careful choreography of this public partnership. She starts moving in my direction, weaving between conversations with predatory grace. Each step brings that emerald blazer closer, along with the dangerous possibility of more questions I can't answer without exposing foundations I've spent decades reinforcing. Everything's going according to plan, I tell Richard, my voice steady despite the approaching storm. We should discuss the Henderson property tomorrow. He launches into analysis while Bree draws closer, her path seemingly casual but direct as a guided missile. The scent of bourbon and vanilla precedes her arrival, followed by the whisper of silk against my sleeve as she brushes past. "Impressive retreat," she murmurs, her voice pitched for my ears alone. "Very tactical." The smirk in her tone sends heat racing up my spine, a physiological betrayal that has absolutely nothing to do with optics or quarterly reports or any of the metrics I use to measure success. Strategic partnerships aren't supposed to have heartbeats, but this one does, and it's mine. I wasn't retreating. I have business to do. This is a business arrangement, remember? The words hit their target with surgical precision. For a split second, maybe less, something fractures across Bree's features. Not anger or indignation, but something rawer. Hurt. The kind that slips past defenses before they can slam shut. She recovers faster than a seasoned poker player, that practiced smile sliding back into place like armor clicking into position. But I caught it. That microsecond when the woman behind the performance became visible, vulnerable in the kind of way that makes my chest constrict. Of course. Her voice maintains its honey warmth, but the underlying steel has turned brittle. Wouldn't want to confuse business with anything else. Before I can process the strange, hollow sensation spreading through my ribcage, fingers close around my elbow with the grip of someone accustomed to redirecting powerful men. "Gray." Mara Whitfield's voice cuts through the ambient noise like a blade through silk. "A word?" I follow her toward the far corner, grateful for the interruption even as something in my chest protests the distance expanding between Bree and me. Mara's silver hair catches the overhead lights as she positions herself between me and the crowd, her expression carved from decades of boardroom warfare. "Be careful," she begins without preamble, her voice pitched low enough to avoid eavesdroppers. "Intimacy photographs well, but it fractures fast. Public partnerships have a way of becoming personal disasters when the cameras catch the wrong moment. There's nothing to be careful about." The words emerge with practiced authority. Miss Carter is a means to an end. Community outreach, image rehabilitation, standard PR strategy. Mara's gray eyes narrow with the kind of skepticism that survived 3 decades of corporate politics. "I've watched you navigate hostile takeovers without blinking, but that woman just made you retreat to the flower arrangements like a prep school boy at his first dance." Heat crawls up the back of my neck. "Strategic repositioning. Call it whatever helps you sleep at night." She adjusts her pearl earrings with surgical precision. Just remember that board members notice everything. Especially when the CEO starts acting like he's forgotten the difference between partnership and personal investment. Noted, I reply, my voice returning to its default register of controlled authority. Was there anything else? Keep your focus where it belongs. Her smile carries enough frost to freeze champagne. The Henderson acquisition won't close itself, regardless of how charming your publicity partner might be. She glides away with the fluid grace of someone who spent decades navigating power structures, leaving me alone with thoughts that refuse to organize themselves into coherent strategy. Mara's warnings echo through my mind while I scan the crowd, cataloging exit routes and potential conversations that might restore my equilibrium. My gaze finds Bree automatically, a compass needle seeking magnetic north. She's moved to the windows overlooking the street, emerald silk brilliant against the gray afternoon light. Her posture suggests casual observation, but something in the set of her shoulders broadcasts the kind of tension that follows emotional impact. She's just a means to an end. The phrase repeats itself like a corporate mantra, each repetition designed to reinforce boundaries that suddenly feel fragile as tissue paper. Strategic partnership, image rehabilitation, quarterly objectives measured in media coverage and community approval ratings. Just a means to an end. At the conclusion of what's been a very uncomfortable meal, the room settles into expectant quiet as Bree raises her glass one final time. The midday light catches the champagne, turning it liquid gold against the emerald of her blazer. Every face turns toward her with the kind of attention usually reserved for closing arguments or marriage proposals. Real power, she begins, her voice carrying that warm authority that's commanded attention all afternoon, comes from knowing what to protect. The words slice through the curated noise of networking conversations and strategic small talk like surgical steel through silk, simple, direct, devastating in their precision. The crowd erupts in appreciative murmurs. City officials nod with solemn agreement. Community leaders exchange knowing glances. Reporters scribble frantically, already crafting tomorrow's headlines around her quotable wisdom. But I can't move. Can't manufacture the appropriate response because those ebony eyes lock onto mine with surgical precision as she delivers the line. Her gaze doesn't waver, doesn't soften, doesn't offer the escape hatch of plausible deniability. She means it for me. Every syllable aimed with the accuracy of someone who's mapped my weak spots and chosen her ammunition accordingly. What to protect? Damn it to hell! The phrase reverberates through my chest like a tuning fork struck against bone. Because protection has defined every choice I've made since Sarah died. Protecting Maddie from my failures as a father. Protecting the company from the vultures circling our quarterly reports. Protecting myself from the kind of exposure that leads to weakness, vulnerability, the unforgivable sin of letting people see the cracks in the foundation. Bree isn't talking about corporate strategy or quarterly objectives. She's talking about the choice between building higher walls or opening locked doors, between maintaining control and accepting connection. The applause swells around us, but the sound reaches me from underwater. Distorted, distant. All I can focus on is the way her mouth curves around those words, how her champagne flute catches the light, the absolute certainty in her expression that she's just delivered a message meant exclusively for my consumption. Beautifully said, someone calls out, and the spell breaks. Conversations resume their natural rhythm. Business cards exchange hands. The photographers capture final shots of successful partnership and community engagement. Standard corporate theater designed to generate positive coverage and quarterly metrics. I excuse myself with practiced efficiency, navigating through clusters of lingering guests toward the exit. My driver waits outside, engine running, rear door already open in anticipation of my arrival. The familiar ritual of departure should restore equilibrium. Leather seats, tinted windows, the protective barrier between public performance and private space. But as the car pulls away from the curb, I don't reach for my phone to check the 17 messages that accumulated during the event. Don't review my calendar for tomorrow's meetings. Don't analyze the afternoon's success through the lens of strategic objectives and media coverage. Instead, I stare through the glass at the gray afternoon landscape sliding past, Manhattan's concrete and glass blurring into abstract shapes, while my mind replays the moment she looked directly at me and delivered her surgical strike. Real power comes from knowing what to protect. When exactly did she stop being the solution and start becoming the complication? The partnership was supposed to be simple, strategic, a means to rehabilitate my image while providing her with visibility and financial opportunity. Clean transaction, mutual benefit, professional distance maintained at all times. But simple doesn't watch you retreat to flower arrangements with knowing eyes, doesn't ask questions designed to excavate truth from carefully constructed facades, doesn't deliver parting shots that land with enough precision to fracture foundations you've spent decades reinforcing. The car turns onto Fifth Avenue, carrying me away from emerald silk and honey-warm laughter, from dark eyes that see way too much and words that cut too deep. But her voice follows me through the tinted glass, asking questions I can't answer and offering observations that feel dangerously close to absolution. Do you ever get sick and tired of being this? My reflection peers back from the window, expensive suit, perfect posture, expression locked in its default setting of controlled authority. The image of success, the embodiment of everything I've built from the wreckage of my father's legacy. But underneath the surface, something fundamental has shifted. Something's about to break, and it might just be me.
Chapter 5. Bree. The Tuesday night crowd thins to its usual suspects. Regulars nursing their second whiskey, a couple arguing in low voices over shared nachos, and Monica perched at the bar like she pays rent there. She's been working on the same gin and tonic for an hour, ice cubes transformed to watery ghosts, while she dissects the charity brunch with surgical precision. You should have seen Charlotte Morrison's face, Monica says, gesturing with her lime wedge. Woman looked like she'd swallowed a lemon whole. I polish a rocks glass with way more force than necessary, the cotton towel squeaking against crystal. She wasn't wrong to look horrified. I probably torched any chance of keeping this gig past the trial period. Girl, please. Monica's laugh carries the kind of confidence that sustained our friendship through 15 years of bad decisions and good comebacks. That man was eating out of your palm by dessert. I saw him watching you during that speech about protecting what matters. Heat wraps around my neck at the memory. The way Gray's gray eyes had locked onto mine when I delivered that line. How his entire body had gone statue still, like I'd just exposed something he'd been hiding in plain sight. Professional distance my ass. The man looked like I'd reached across the room and grabbed him by the throat. My phone moves across the bar top, screen lighting up with a notification that makes my stomach drop like I've just stepped off a cliff. Message from Delroy Carter. The towel stills in my hands. I don't need to open it to know it's going to be some combination of honey-sweet manipulation and calculated vulnerability. Dad's greatest hits collection, served with just enough sincerity to make me question whether this time might be different. You gonna check that? Or stare at it until it spontaneously combusts? Monica's voice snaps me back to the present. I flip the phone face down and resume polishing the same glass I've been working on for 5 minutes. Spam call. She takes a sip of her watered-down drink, those knowing eyes cataloging every micro-expression that crosses my face. Since when do spam calls make you look like you've seen a ghost? And don't lie to me, Bree Carter. I can read you better than the Sunday paper. The bell above the door chimes as the arguing couple finally calls it quits, leaving behind a 20 and the kind of tension that lingers like cigarette smoke. I move down the bar to clear their glasses, grateful for the excuse to put distance between myself and Monica's laser-focus attention. But she swivels on her stool, following my retreat with predatory patience. It's your daddy, isn't it? My hands freeze around the abandoned nacho plate. Don't. Baby, that man's got more comebacks than a boomerang factory. Every time you think you finally cut him loose, he finds some new angle to work. I said don't. The words come out harsher than intended, carrying enough bite to make Monica raise her hands in surrender. I'm not opening that particular door tonight. She studies my profile while I scrape cheese and salsa remnants into the trash with unnecessary violence. How long since the last time he tried to worm his way back in? 8 months. The number trips off my tongue before I can stop it. Precise as a calendar entry. Because of course I've been counting. Of course some pathetic part of my brain has been tracking the intervals between Delroy Carter's attempts to resurface in my life. 8 months. Monica nods like she's calculating compound interest. Man's got impeccable timing, I'll give him that. The observation lands like a punch to the solar plexus, because she's right. Dad's always been a master of opportunity, sliding back into my orbit whenever success starts knocking. When Mom's salon hit the pages of Essence magazine, when I graduated school with honors, when I landed the head bartender position here, like a vulture circling roadkill, waiting for the perfect moment to swoop down and claim his share of whatever feast he didn't help kill. My phone buzzes again, another message notification that I refuse to acknowledge, even as curiosity burns like acid in my chest. He doesn't change, baby girl. Monica's voice goes soft, stripped of its usual teasing edge. 30 years of watching that man's patterns, and they never shift. Charm, disappear, resurface when it's convenient. Rinse and repeat until somebody gets hurt. I know. Do you, though? She leans forward, elbows on the bar, forcing eye contact I'd rather avoid. Because you've got that look, the one you get when you're wondering if maybe this time is different. Maybe he's finally learned. Maybe 8 months of silence means he's actually changed. The glass in my hands catches the overhead light, refracting bar illumination into fractured rainbows. I'm not wondering anything. Your face says otherwise? I slam the glass down harder than necessary, the sharp clink echoing through the empty bar like a gavel strike. You know what? Let's talk about something that actually matters. Like how I'm supposed to charm a room full of real estate sharks at the Children's Hospital Gala on Friday without looking like I'm auditioning for a reality show. Monica's eyebrows ascend toward her hairline, but she doesn't call me out for the obvious subject change. Smart woman knows when to pick her battles. Friday? That's 3 days away. What's the angle this time? I fished the event briefing from under the register. Pages already wrinkled from my stress handling. Something about community investment in healthcare infrastructure, which sounds like rich people speak for, let's throw money at a pretty building and call ourselves heroes. Cynical much. Monica plucks the papers from my hands, scanning the bullet points with the focus of a woman who spent years translating corporate nonsense into plain English. Says here you're supposed to highlight the importance of accessible healthcare in underserved communities. That's not exactly rocket science, baby. Right? But I'm supposed to do it while standing next to Mr. Personality himself, who probably thinks accessible healthcare means his private physician makes house calls. I grab my notebook from behind the cash register, flipping to pages covered in my messy handwriting. The PR team gave me these talking points, but they sound like they were written by robots who've never met an actual human being. Monica squints at my scrawled notes. Read me what they've got. Healthcare is a fundamental right that transcends socioeconomic boundaries. The words taste like cardboard in my mouth. Who talks like that? I might as well stand up there and recite the phone book. Okay, that's trash. What's your version? I tap my pen against the bar, searching for the right angle. Every kid deserves a doctor who knows their name, not just their insurance card. When your baby's running a fever at 2 a.m, zip code shouldn't determine whether you're driving 5 minutes or 50 to find help. There we go. Monica's grin spreads wide enough to rival a billboard. That's the Bree Carter I know. Real words for real problems. But how do I say that without making the room full of millionaires feel like I'm calling them heartless monsters? Easy. You make them feel like heroes for caring about it. She taps the next talking point. What's this one about community partnerships? Strategic collaboration between private sector leadership and grassroots organizations creates sustainable impact. I roll my eyes hard enough to strain something. I swear they used a corporate buzzword generator. Translation? I chew my pen cap, thinking. Rich folks have the money, neighborhoods have the heart. When they actually listen to each other instead of talking past each other, magic happens. Better, but dial up the charm and dial down the lecture. Monica slides my notebook closer, grabbing a pen. What if you flipped it? Instead of telling them what they should do, make them want to be part of something bigger. The bell above the door chimes at exactly the wrong moment, when Monica and I are deep in strategy mode, surrounded by crumpled papers and half-empty shot glasses. I glance up, expecting to see Jerry coming back for his forgotten wallet, and instead find Gray Ashford filling my doorway like an expensive thundercloud. He's traded his boardroom armor for dark jeans and a cashmere sweater that probably costs more than most people's rent, but the commanding presence remains unchanged. Those steel gray eyes sweep the bar, cataloging details with the aura of a man who misses nothing. Back again? Thought you would have learned your lesson the first time, I announce, not bothering to soften the edge of my voice. Your sign says you're open until midnight. He steps inside despite my tone, hands buried in his pockets. It's 11:15, and I say we're closed. Funny how management works. Monica's eyebrows lift toward her hairline as she takes in the tension crackling between us like live wire. Well, would you look at what the cat dragged in, Mr. Billion-Dollar Baby himself. Gray's mouth twitches. Whether from amusement or annoyance, I can't tell. Ms. Carter, we need to discuss Friday's event. That's what phones are for. Email, carrier pigeons, anything that doesn't involve you showing up at my workplace uninvited. Your workplace where you publicly humiliated me on social media? My laugh carries zero warmth. Humiliated? Baby, if I wanted to humiliate you, you'd know it. That little viral moment was me being merciful. He moves closer to the bar, those expensive leather shoes silent against worn hardwood. The gala is in 3 days. The Children's Hospital Board specifically requested you after seeing coverage from the charity brunch. So, I'll show up, say pretty words about sick kids, smile for cameras. Not exactly rocket science. There's been a change in format. Gray's jaw tightens like he's biting back words he'd rather not say. They want us to do a joint presentation. Together. On stage. The notebook in my hands crumples as my grip tightens. Together as in you'll be speaking for 12 minutes instead of 5. As in they think our dynamic creates compelling television. Monica snorts into her drink. Dynamic. That's one way to put it. Gray's attention shifts to her, then back to me, and something in his expression changes. Sharpens. Those observant eyes narrow as they track the tension in my shoulders, the way I'm gripping my pen like a weapon. What's wrong? The question really catches me off guard. Not the words themselves, but the tone. Stripped of corporate polish, carrying genuine concern that makes my defensive walls slam into place. Nothing's wrong. You showed up to my bar at near closing time to discuss work. That's what's wrong. Bree. Monica's voice carries a warning I choose to ignore. No, seriously. What kind of boss thinks it's appropriate to... You're deflecting. Gray cuts through my rant with surgical precision. And your hands are shaking. I look down, horrified to discover he's right. My fingers tremble against the bar top like leaves in wind I can't feel. I'm fine. No, you're not. The certainty in his voice makes me want to throw something. Or run. Or both. Monica slides off her stool with the grace of a woman who knows when to make an exit. You know what? I just remembered I've got an early appointment tomorrow. She gathers her purse, shooting me a look that clearly says, "Call me if you need me." Y'all play nice. The door closes behind her with a soft click, leaving Gray and me alone in the amber glow of bar lights and unspoken tension. Silence stretches out between us like a taut wire, punctuated only by the hum of the beer cooler and distant traffic. Gray remains planted by the bar, hands still buried in his pockets, studying me with the kind of focused attention that makes my skin prickle. "You want a drink?" The words escape before I can stop them. "Since you're here disrupting my closing routine anyway." "I don't drink on work nights." "This isn't work. This is you being weird and showing up at my bar." I grab 2 rocks glasses from the rack, the crystals singing against my fingers. Besides, it's Tuesday. What's the worst that could happen? His mouth quirks upward. Barely a twitch, but I catch it. "You're assuming I have a reasonable answer to that question." I pour 2 fingers of Jameson into each glass, the amber liquid catching bar light like liquid gold. "Live a little, Ashford. One drink won't kill your precious control." Gray accepts the whiskey with the careful precision of a man who weighs every decision twice. Our fingers brush during the handoff, just skin against skin, nothing more. But heat shoots up my arm like I've grabbed a live wire. "To joint presentations and terrible ideas," I toast, raising my glass. "To surviving the next 3 days without committing homicide." We drink. The whiskey burns smooth and warm, loosening the knots in my shoulders. Gray's eyes close briefly as he swallows, and for just a moment, the corporate mask slips. He looks younger, tired, human. "Tell me something." I lean against the bar, alcohol making me bold. "What's it like being responsible for everything all the time? Doesn't it get exhausting?" "What's it like never trusting anyone? Doesn't it get lonely?" The question hits like a slap, not because it's mean, but because it's accurate. Because this man I barely know has managed to see through 15 years of carefully constructed armor in 2 meetings and a viral video. Touché. I take another sip, studying his profile. Though for the record, I trust people. Just not people who could buy and sell me before their morning coffee. Money doesn't make someone untrustworthy. No, but it makes the consequences of misplaced trust a hell of a lot worse. Something shifts in his expression. Understanding, maybe. Or recognition. Someone burned you. Someone with money. Someone with promises. The admission slips out before I can cage it back. Someone who knew exactly which buttons to push and when to disappear. Gray sets his glass down with deliberate care. "Your father." I freeze, whiskey halfway to my lips. "How did you—" "Lucky guess? You get a specific look when you talk about betrayal. What can I say? I'm perceptive." The observation hits hard, because he's watching me, really watching, in a way that goes beyond professional interest or casual curiosity. "You don't have a clue what you're talking about." "Maybe not." He takes another sip, voice dropping to something softer. "But I know what it's like when the person who's supposed to protect you becomes the person you need protection from." The words hover between us, heavy with shared understanding that makes my chest uncomfortable. For a heartbeat, the space between us feels charged with something dangerous, something real. Gray's eyes find mine, and the intensity there steals my breath, like he's seeing past every wall I've ever built, straight through to the parts of myself I keep locked away. Breathe. My phone buzzes furiously against the bar top, screen lighting up with brutal timing. The name on the display makes my stomach drop through the floor. Message from Delroy Carter. "We need to talk." The moment shatters like dropped glass. Whatever was building between Gray and me, whatever foolish, reckless thing I was about to let happen, dies the instant my father's words appear on my screen. I should go. I drain my whiskey in one burning gulp, the alcohol doing nothing to wash away the taste of disappointment. Close up, get ready for Friday's dog and pony show. Gray's jaw tightens as he watches me retreat behind familiar walls. Bree, thanks for the heads up about the presentation format. I busy myself wiping down the already clean bar, needing distance from his penetrating stare. I'll be ready. He drains his glass and sets it down with finality. We'll run through the talking points tomorrow. 3 o'clock at my office. Can't wait. The sarcasm in my voice could cut steel, but Gray doesn't flinch. He simply nods once and heads for the door, leaving me alone with my father's text message and the lingering scent of expensive cologne, and my unresolved feelings.
Danger, desire, secrets that could kill.
Ooh, baby, you already know I'm staying for this ride.
8 full-length audiobooks. Stories tangled with mystery, betrayal, and the kind of passion you can't outrun.
Oh, these heroes? They'll pin you to the wall 1 second and save your life the next. Talk about multitasking.
Assassins, billionaires, men with dangerous pasts, and women strong enough to match them, secret for secret.
Right now, you're snatching this up at a wild 70% off.
8 stories, endless passion, a love worth dying for.
Click the link and buckle up, honey. 'Cause this ain't just romance.
The romantic suspense audiobook bundle. Love has never been this dangerous.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 6. Grayson. The penthouse greets me with its usual cathedral silence, 38 floors of marble and steel stretching toward Central Park, as pristine and empty as a museum after hours. My footsteps echo across imported Italian tile, each click of expensive leather against stone a reminder of everything money can buy except the one thing I actually need. Peace. The evening with Bree replays in fragments behind my eyes. The way she deflected when I asked what was wrong. How her hands trembled before she caught herself. That moment when our fingers touched, and something electric shot through the space between us. Dangerous and real, and completely unprofessional. I loosen my tie, heading toward the kitchen for water that won't wash away the taste of whiskey or the memory of vulnerability in her voice when she mentioned someone with promises who knew which buttons to push. Oh, look who finally decided to come home! Maddie's voice slices through the quiet like a blade through silk. I find her in the kitchen, pacing between the island and the floor-to-ceiling windows. Doc Martens thundering against marble with the rhythm of suppressed rage. Her bleached hair catches the under-cabinet lighting, and her oversized hoodie swallows her frame, making her look younger and more fragile than the 15 years that separate us. A piece of official-looking paper sits on the granite counter between us, like evidence at a crime scene. Maddie. I pick up the document, school letterhead swimming into focus. Suspension notice. 3 days for cutting advanced chemistry, and what the administration delicately terms disrespectful conduct toward faculty. Don't. She whirls to face me, eyes blazing with the kind of fury that's been building for hours. Don't Maddie me like you're surprised. Don't pretend you give a damn about what I do with my days as long as I'm not interrupting your precious meetings. What happened? What happened? She laughs, sharp and bitter. What happened is Mrs. Peterson asked me to explain the molecular structure of ethanol, and I told her I don't give a rat's butt. What happened is detention turned into suspension when I informed the vice principal that scheduling family meetings during business hours discriminates against kids whose parents are too important for their own children. The words hit like physical blows, each one calculated, delivered with the precision of someone who spent years cataloging exactly where to aim for maximum damage. You can't mouth off to teachers, Maddie. And you can't disappear for 3 weeks straight and expect me to pretend everything's normal. She steps closer, combat boots squeaking against polished stone. When's the last time we had dinner together? When was the last time you asked me about anything that wasn't school-related? When you looked at me and saw an actual human being instead of another problem? The questions pile up between us like accusations I can't answer because she's right, because I've turned fatherhood into another business transaction. Provide financial support, outsource the emotional labor to housekeepers and tutors and therapists, then wonder why my daughter looks at me like a stranger in an expensive suit. I'm working. Everything I do is for me, right? Maddie's voice cracks on the words. That's your favorite excuse. Work 70-hour weeks for me. Miss every single thing that matters for me. She turns toward the windows, shoulders rigid beneath worn cotton. The city spreads out below us, 20 million lights twinkling like fallen stars, beautiful and distant and cold. I saw the video, you know, the one with that woman from the bar. My stomach drops. Maddie, don't panic, Dad. I'm not going to post about it on social media or sell the story to Page 6. She doesn't face me, but I catch her reflection in the glass, exhausted and angry and heartbreakingly young. I just want to know what it's like. Well, what's like? Being interesting enough to get your undivided attention for more than 5 minutes. The silence lingers between us like a chasm I've spent 3 years digging with every missed dinner, every canceled weekend, every time I've chosen a conference call over a conversation. You think I chose this? My voice comes out sharper than intended. You think I enjoy working 18-hour days? I'm building something here, Maddie. A legacy, security, everything you'll need when... When what? When you finally work yourself to death like Grandpa did? Her reflection wavers in the window glass, distorted by city lights and old pain. When you disappear completely instead of just emotionally? The words slice deep because they're accurate. Because I remember being 19 when my father collapsed at his desk, surrounded by architectural blueprints and acquisition reports, and swearing I'd never become him. Yet here I stand in his office, wearing his watch, repeating his patterns like some cursed inheritance. I'm trying to provide for you. I don't need another building with my name on it. She finally turns, and the hurt in her eyes hits harder than any hostile takeover or boardroom coup. I need a father who remembers my birthday without his assistant sending calendar reminders. That's not fair. Fair? Her laugh sounds broken. When's my birthday, Dad? The question hangs heavy in the air, like smoke from a fire I can't put out. October something. The 15th? 20th? I know it's there in my phone, flagged with automatic alerts and gift suggestions from my personal shopper, but the actual date slips away like water through my fingers. I know when your birthday is. When? This isn't about birthdays. This is about respect and responsibility and understanding that actions have consequences. You can't just... October 19th! She crosses her arms, armor clicking into place. And you forgot it! Again! Just like you forgot the science fair where I placed second. Just like you missed the parent-teacher conference where Mrs. Perez explained I'm failing history because I sleep through first period after staying up all night waiting for you to come home. Each missed moment lands painfully. I remember the science fair invitation buried under acquisition proposals, the conference I rescheduled for a zoning meeting, the countless nights I've arrived home to find her bedroom door closed, another opportunity for connection dissolved into quarterly reports. I'm doing my best here, Maddie. Are you? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're doing your best to avoid anything that requires an actual conversation about how I'm doing. Her words ricochet around the kitchen, bouncing off imported marble and custom cabinetry. Everything money can buy except the bond we've lost somewhere between her mother's funeral and my first hostile takeover. At least Bree seems cool. Maddie's voice shifts, casual now, but I catch the calculation underneath. She dunked on you, and half the internet loved her for it. The comment lands like a punch to the solar plexus. Not because it stings, though it does, but because it's the first time in months that Maddie's mentioned anyone connected to my work with anything resembling interest instead of complete disdain. "Maddie," I start. "Whatever." Maddie grabs the suspension notice, crumpling it between her fingers. "I'm going to bed. Try not to work yourself to death before morning. I'd hate to explain that to the housekeeping staff." Her footsteps thunder across the marble, each stomp a punctuation mark in our disaster of a conversation. The slam of her bedroom door echoes through the penthouse like a gunshot, leaving me alone with 38 floors of silence and the weight of everything I've apparently gotten wrong. I lean against the kitchen island, studying my reflection in the polished granite surface. The man, staring back, looks every one of his 39 years. Sharp suit wrinkled from a day of corporate warfare, tie askew, hair falling across his forehead in a way that would horrify my stylist. When did I start looking so much like my father? At least Bree seems cool. The words replay in my head with startling clarity. Not the way Maddie usually mentions anyone connected to my work, with rolling eyes and barely concealed contempt for the parade of yes men and social climbers who orbit my world. Her voice carried something different when she said Bree's name. Curiosity, interest, even approval. I pour 3 fingers of Macallan, the 25-year single malt that usually helps me process difficult board meetings and hostile acquisitions. The whiskey burns smooth and expensive down my throat, but it doesn't wash away the memory of how Maddie's entire posture shifted when she brought up that viral video. She dunked on you and half the internet loved her for it. Pride. That's what I heard underneath the casual observation. Pride in someone who had the guts to call me out publicly, who refused to be intimidated by my reputation or my bank account. Maddie respects people who don't bow to authority, a trait that's caused endless problems with teachers and therapists and every adult I've hired to help bridge the growing chasm between us. But Bree isn't hired help. The thought creeps in despite my better judgment, absurd and completely unprofessional. Bree, with her razor-sharp wit and zero tolerance for nonsense, somehow connecting with my daughter in ways I've failed to manage in 3 years of expensive family counselors and carefully orchestrated bonding activities. It's ridiculous. Bree barely tolerates me on the best of days. She sees straight through the polished exterior to whatever disappointing reality lurks underneath. The same way Maddie does, actually. The same unflinching assessment that strips away pretense and finds me lacking. Yet something about that possibility refuses to disappear. Something about imagining Bree in this sterile mausoleum of marble and money, calling out the emptiness with her characteristic bluntness, maybe even making Maddie laugh, the way she used to before grief, and my emotional negligence built walls between us. I finished the whiskey and set the crystal tumbler down with deliberate precision. The idea is insane, completely inappropriate, a boundary violation that would destroy what little professional relationship Bree and I have managed to establish. But I don't shut it down. The following morning crawls by with excruciating precision. I review quarterly projections 3 times, approve 2 acquisition proposals, and torture myself with the memory of last night's conversation with Maddie. Her bedroom door remains stubbornly closed, silence radiating from behind it like a force field designed to keep me out. By 2:30, I've rearranged my home office twice and checked my watch 17 times. The meeting with Bree isn't until 3, but punctuality runs through my DNA like expensive whiskey through my bloodstream. Everything has been prepared. Contracts printed, talking points memorized, the carefully orchestrated dance of professional distance mapped out in my head. At 3:05, the elevator chimes with the musical precision of Swiss clockwork. "Oh, Gray! Your charming business partner has arrived!" Bree's voice carries through the penthouse like auditory sunshine, all sing-song sweetness and deliberate cheer. The sound hits my nervous system like fingernails on a chalkboard, designed to needle every carefully maintained professional boundary I've spent hours constructing. "You're late," I call out, not bothering to hide the irritation threading through my voice. 5 minutes never killed anyone, sugar. Her heels click against marble with the rhythm of someone who owns every space she enters. Besides, I figured your uptight rich boy schedule probably builds in buffer time for traffic and existential dread. I round the corner to find her examining one of the abstract paintings that I love, head tilted like she's deciphering hieroglyphics. She's traded her usual leather jacket for a blazer that probably came from somewhere reasonable, paired with jeans that fit her curves like a personal accusation against my ability to think clearly. She shouldn't look this good for business casual. The kitchen's this way. Oh, we're doing kitchen table negotiations now? How delightfully domestic. She follows me with the lazy confidence of someone who knows she can command the room. Very different from your sterile boardroom aesthetic. I like it better already. The kitchen island becomes our makeshift conference table, contracts and promotional materials spread across imported granite like battle plans. Bree slides into one of the bar stools with fluid grace, immediately making the space feel smaller and warmer and completely beyond my control. So what's today's agenda, boss man? More charity galas where I smile pretty and make you look less like a corporate villain? What are we doing with the hospital gala thingy? Before I can formulate a response that doesn't sound defensive, sock-covered feet thunder down the hallway. Maddie appears in the kitchen doorway, bleached hair sticking up at impossible angles, oversized hoodie swallowing her frame. Her eyes lock onto Bree with the intensity of someone discovering a particularly fascinating specimen. Damn, you're her! The woman who made my dad look like an idiot on the internet. Maddie. Language, young lady, Bree interrupts, grinning. Save the good swear words for special occasions when they pack maximum punch. Her eyes sparkle with mischief as she turns to me. Though technically your dad made himself look like an idiot. I just provided the platform. Maddie's entire posture shifts, shoulders straightening like she's witnessing something miraculous. You actually said that, to his face, while he was wearing one of his I own Manhattan expressions. Your father has many expressions, but that particular one needed adjusting. Bree leans forward conspiratorially. Rich men get very confused when people don't automatically worship their expensive suits. Oh my God, yes! Maddie moves closer, drawn in like metal to magnet. He does this thing where his jaw tightens when someone disagrees with him, like his face can't compute the possibility of being wrong. Classic power move. Very transparent once you know what to look for. Bree's smile turns wicked. Watch this. She swivels toward me, expression shifting into mock concern. Gray, darling, I've been thinking. Maybe we should reconsider the charity angle. Focus more on your softer side. My jaw muscles clench involuntarily, exactly as predicted. Maddie erupts into delighted laughter, the sound bright and genuine and completely unfamiliar in this sterile space. There it is, the face! Maddie claps her hands. It's like watching a computer try to process jazz music. Heat crawls up the skin on my neck as both women study me with identical expressions of amused satisfaction. I don't make faces. Oh, you absolutely do, Bree says, still grinning. Your whole head does this thing where it tilts slightly to the right, like you're calculating the exact monetary value of my audacity. She's right, Maddie confirms, bouncing on her toes. You look exactly like that when the housekeeper moves your papers or when I suggest ordering pizza, instead of whatever pretentious thing Henri prepared. The casual alliance forming between them sends something uncomfortable spiraling through my chest. Part panic, part something else I refuse to identify. So, what's your story, Maddie? Bree pivots toward my daughter with the fluid grace of someone redirecting a conversation before it veers into dangerous territory. Besides having the misfortune of sharing DNA with Manhattan's grumpiest billionaire. Maddie's defensive posture melts like ice cream in August. I'm supposed to be grounded for getting suspended, but honestly, worth it. When teachers ask ridiculous questions, they deserve ridiculous answers. Bree doesn't flinch. Her expression shifts into something warmer, more focused, like she's tuning into a frequency only she can hear. What kind of comments? Just stupid stuff about molecular biology or some crap like that. You know, things that won't have anything to do with my life in 10 years. Classic mistake, Bree says, shaking her head with mock disappointment. Next time, just snore, pretend you're asleep. She points to me. Tell them that this bozo kept you up howling at the moon. Maddie blinks, clearly expecting lecture instead of tactical advice. Are you for real? 100% real deal. Bree leans back against the marble countertop, completely at ease in my sterile kitchen. When in doubt, blame it on your dad. The words slice through the air with surgical precision, hitting exactly the nerve I've been too afraid to touch. Maddie's eyes fill with tears she refuses to shed, but her shoulders straighten with something that looks dangerously close to hope. Dad thinks I'm just acting out for attention. Are you? The directness of the question catches us both off guard. Maddie stares at Bree like she's never encountered an adult who bothered asking instead of assuming. Maybe? I don't know. It's not like anyone notices unless I'm breaking stuff or failing classes. Her gaze flicks toward me with surgical precision. He's too busy building his empire to care about anything else. Something twists in my chest. Part guilt, part recognition, part something else I can't identify. Watching Bree handle Maddie's raw honesty with the kind of steady attention I've somehow never managed makes me feel simultaneously grateful and completely inadequate. Your dad cares, Bree says quietly. He's just catastrophically bad at showing it in ways that don't involve writing checks. Hey, I protest, but neither of them acknowledges the interruption. He missed my science fair, Maddie continues, testing boundaries with the abandon of someone finally finding an adult who listens. And parent-teacher conferences, and my birthday last month. The litany of failures lands like physical blows, each one accurate and devastating in its simplicity. That sucks, Bree says simply. You deserved better. For 3 years, therapists and counselors have tried to get Maddie to open up about her anger, her grief, her completely reasonable resentment toward my emotional absence. Professional techniques and careful questioning yielded nothing but sullen silence and strategic deflection. Bree cracks her open in 5 minutes with basic human decency. The realization sits in my chest like a live wire, sparking with electricity I can't quite categorize. Is this love? Watching someone effortlessly connect with my daughter in ways I've failed to achieve? Or is it hate? The bitter recognition of my own inadequacy reflected in their easy rapport. Either way, I'm uncomfortable, and I'm over it.
Chapter 7. Bree. The meeting wraps up with the usual corporate choreography, signatures, scheduling confirmations, and Gray's patented exit strategy that involves checking his watch like time itself owes him money. But something about the way Maddie's shoulders slump as we pack up the contracts makes my chest tighten in ways I didn't sign up for. Hey, Gray. I slide the folder across the marble countertop with deliberate slowness. Mind if I steal your kid for a bit? Girls gotta eat, and I have a feeling your fancy chef doesn't do proper diner food. Gray freezes mid-reach for his phone, expressions cycling through confusion, suspicion, and something that looks like panic if billionaires were capable of such pedestrian emotions. You want to take Maddie somewhere? Unless you've got her chained to the marble prison here. I glance toward Maddie, who's watching this exchange like it's pay-per-view entertainment. What do you say, kid? Want to see how the other half lives? Fair warning. My preferred establishments have actual flavor and questionable health ratings. Maddie's entire face lights up, like someone just offered her backstage passes to her favorite band. Can I? Please? Gray's jaw does that twitching thing again, internal calculations visible behind his eyes. He's probably running risk assessments and liability scenarios, weighing the probability of me corrupting his precious heir against the undeniable fact that she actually smiled for the first time in our acquaintance. I suppose, for a few hours. Relax, control freak. I'll have her back before you notice we're gone. I grab my jacket from the back of the bar stool. Come on, Maddie. Let me show you what food tastes like when it doesn't require a lobster bib. 20 minutes later, we're sliding into a cracked vinyl booth at Mel's Diner, the kind of place that serves breakfast all day and coffee strong enough to wake the dead. Maddie stares around like she's discovered an alien civilization, taking in the mismatched salt shakers and the waitress with 3-inch nails who calls everyone Han. This place is incredible. Maddie breathes, running her fingers along the Formica tabletop, like stepping into a movie. Best fries in the city, guaranteed. I flag down the waitress with practiced ease. 2 chocolate milkshakes, 1 plate of fries large enough to feed a small army, and whatever else this one wants. Maddie orders a burger with the enthusiasm of someone breaking sacred dietary laws, and I catch myself smiling at her pure delight in such simple rebellion. So, I say once our shakes arrive, tell me about your mom. The question lands with surgical precision, cutting straight through the casual banter to the heart of whatever's eating this kid alive. Maddie's face shudders for a moment, walls slamming down with practiced efficiency. Why? Because your dad turns into a robot whenever she comes up, and you get this look like you're drowning but too proud to ask for a life preserver. I take a sip of my milkshake, giving her space to process. Plus, sometimes it helps to talk to someone who's not professionally obligated to care. Maddie considers this with the gravity of someone twice her age, stirring her milkshake with mechanical precision. She was funny, like actually funny, not trying too hard funny, and so beautiful. Her voice carries the careful neutrality of someone discussing classified information. Dad was different when she was alive, less brittle. Brittle's a good word for him. She used to make these elaborate Sunday brunches where she'd invite random people, neighbors, the doorman, whoever looked lonely. Maddie's smile flickers like a candle in wind. Dad would complain about the chaos, but you could tell he loved it. The noise, the mess, all of it. The fries arrive in a greasy mountain of perfection, and I push the plate toward the center of our booth. Food as peace offering, comfort wrapped in carbohydrates. Sounds like she knew how to make a house feel like home. She did. Maddie grabs a handful of fries with aggressive enthusiasm. Now it's just this museum where everything's perfect and nothing's real. Trust me, kid. Perfect's overrated. I grew up in my mama's hair salon, where the gossip was better than cable and the drama never ended. I lean back against the vinyl, letting my own memories surface. My dad spent most of his time running schemes that never quite worked out, always chasing the next big score, instead of appreciating what was right in front of him. Is that why you don't trust rich people? The question stuns me with its directness, the way this kid sees straight through surface nonsense to uncomfortable truths. Part of it. I have a hard time trusting anyone, actually. Rich people tend to think everything has a price tag, including loyalty. I steal one of her fries, grinning when she mock glares at me. Your dad's different, though. Still figuring him out. He cares so much about providing for me that he forgot I need more than money. Maddie's voice carries the weight of someone who's articulated this particular pain many times in therapy sessions. Like love is just another item on his quarterly reports. Maybe he just needs someone to point out what he's missing. Our eyes meet across the sticky tabletop, and something clicks into place. An understanding that transcends our age difference and our completely different backgrounds. I dig my phone out while Maddie demolishes another handful of fries with the determination of someone making up for lost time. My fingers move across the screen with practiced efficiency. She's got her dad's scowl and his eyes. Monica's response comes back faster than a ricochet bullet. Which eyes we talking about? The dead, sexy, brooding ones, or the I will buy your soul and foreclose on your dreams ones? I snort, nearly spitting milkshake across the table. Maddie glances up from her systematic fry destruction, eyebrow arched in perfect imitation of her father's trademark skeptical expression. What's so funny? My friend Monica has opinions about your dad's eyes. I wave my phone like Exhibit A. She thinks they're either sexy or terrifying. Jury's still out. Definitely terrifying. Maddie pauses, considering this with scientific precision. Though I guess some people might find the whole brooding billionaire thing attractive. Like in those romance novels where the rich guy sweeps the feisty heroine off her feet. She grins with the particular brand of teenage mischief that spells trouble for unsuspecting adults. Speaking of which, are you going to be my new stepmom? The question hits me like a freight train made of pure absurdity. My milkshake goes down the wrong pipe, triggering a coughing fit that attracts attention from 3 separate tables. Maddie watches my respiratory distress with obvious delight, clearly pleased with her comedic timing. Jesus, kid! I gasp between coughs, grabbing napkins to clean up the chocolate carnage. Warn a girl before you drop bombs like that. I'm just saying, you two have this whole enemies to lovers vibe happening. Maddie's grin widens as she leans forward conspiratorially. The sexual tension was so thick during that meeting, I could have cut it with a butter knife. There is no sexual tension. I sound defensive in a way that probably undermines my argument. And you shouldn't be talking like that at only 15. Your dad and I barely tolerate each other on good days. Oh, please. That's why you keep stealing glances at him when you think no one's looking. I blush furiously in direct defiance of my usually bulletproof composure. Something flutters in my stomach. Not quite butterflies. More like angry wasps having an identity crisis. The suggestion sits there between us, ridiculous and impossible, and somehow lodging itself in places I don't examine too closely. You're delusional. And you're deflecting. Maddie steals the cherry from my milkshake with triumphant precision. It's okay, you know. Dad could use someone who doesn't worship the ground he walks on. I definitely don't worship anything about that man. Exactly. That's what makes it perfect. By the time we polish off the last of the fries, Maddie's pulled up 17 TikToks on her phone that she insists I need to see. And I've discovered that beneath all that teenage attitude lives a kid who genuinely cares about social justice, animal rights, and creating playlists for every conceivable human emotion. Your generation scares me, I tell her, as she shows me a video of someone making art from recycled plastic bottles. Y'all are gonna fix everything we broke and then judge us for breaking it in the first place. Someone has to. Maddie grins, pocketing her phone as Gray's sleek sedan pulls up outside the diner's windows. Speak of the devil. I watch Gray climb out of the driver's seat, all sharp angles and expensive fabric, looking about as comfortable in this neighborhood as a Ferrari in a demolition derby. The contrast between him and the chipped paint of Mel's exterior should be comical, but something about his careful movements suggests he's actually trying not to look judgmental. Ladies, he holds the door open with practiced courtesy as we slide out of the booth. How was lunch? Educational, Maddie says, shooting me a conspiratorial look. Bree taught me about the fundamental difference between real food and rich people food. Ah. Gray's mouth twitches with what might be amusement. And what did you learn? That flavor has absolutely nothing to do with money, pal. I snort, bumping Maddie's shoulder with mine as we head toward the car. Kid's got a point. I'm starting to gather that. Gray opens the passenger door, then pauses. Can I drive you home, Bree? It's the least I can do after you fed my daughter actual food instead of the organic, locally sourced cardboard our chef prefers. The offer catches me off guard, partly because it's unnecessarily considerate, and partly because there's something almost tentative in how he asks. Like he expects me to tell him where he can shove his fancy car in German engineering. Sure, but fair warning, my building's not going to win any architectural awards. I think I can handle the aesthetic trauma. The ride across town unfolds with surprising ease. Maddie controlling the music from the back seat, while Gray navigates traffic with the kind of precision that suggests he actually enjoys driving rather than just enduring it as transportation. I catch myself stealing glances at his hands on the steering wheel The way he downshifts with practiced fluency, the faint concentration line between his eyebrows. It's damn sexy, I have to admit. When we pull up to my building, a converted brownstone with more character than maintenance budget, Gray insists on walking me to the door, despite my protests that I've been managing this particular journey for years without billionaire assistance. Thanks for today, Maddie calls through the open car window. This was way better than any therapy session. Anytime, kid. I lean down to meet her eyes. And remember what we talked about. Which part? The stepmom thing or the sexual tension thing? Heat flares across my cheeks as Gray's eyebrows climb toward his hairline. The part about being patient with your dad, you little troublemaker. Maddie grins with pure wickedness before rolling up the window, leaving Gray and me standing on the sidewalk in the kind of silence that feels loaded with unspoken conversations. She likes you, Gray says finally, hands tucked into his coat pockets against the evening chill. She's a good kid. Just needs someone to see her instead of trying to fix her. Is that your professional opinion, Dr. Carter? That's my human opinion, Mr. Ashford. We stand there for another beat, the weight of the day settling between us like something fragile and unexpected. Gray's usual armor seems thinner somehow, less polished, more real. Thank you, he says, and the words carry more weight than simple gratitude. For today. For her. I find myself studying the serious lines of his face, the way the streetlight catches the silver, threading through his dark hair. Something shifts in my chest, a crack in defenses I've spent years building. She makes it easy. Gray nods, takes a step back toward the car, then pauses. Bree? Yeah? The sexual tension thing Maddie mentioned. Is the overactive imagination of a teenager who watches too many rom-coms? I interrupt, but my voice comes out angrier than intended. Right. His smile is barely there, gone before I can properly catalog it. Of course. He turns and walks back to the car with measured steps, and I find myself rooted to the sidewalk, watching the precise way he moves, the breadth of his shoulders beneath his perfectly tailored coat. Something warm and dangerous unfurls in my stomach as he slides behind the wheel, and I'm still standing there like an idiot when his taillights disappear around the corner.
Chapter 8. Grayson. The hospital charity gala transforms the Metropolitan Museum's main hall into something that looks like a jewelry box exploded. All crystal chandeliers and gold accents reflecting off marble floors that cost more than most people's houses. I adjust my cufflinks for the third time tonight, a nervous habit I thought I'd outgrown somewhere around my first board meeting. Bree materializes beside me like smoke. She's wearing something deep blue that hugs her body with architectural precision, her hair swept up to expose the elegant line of her neck, red lipstick that should be illegal. When she turns to survey the crowd, I catch a glimpse of the dress's open back, and my brain short-circuits momentarily. Well, well, look at all these beautiful people spending beautiful money on beautiful causes. She plucks a champagne flute from a passing waiter with practiced ease. Nothing says, I care about sick children, quite like a $5,000 plate dinner. The cynic in you is showing. The realist in me never hides. She takes a sip of champagne, scanning the room with the calculated assessment of a general surveying a battlefield. So what's the game plan, boss man? Do I charm them into submission or just stand here looking pretty while you collect checks? You've never just stood anywhere looking pretty in your life. True, I'm more of a chaos and charm kind of girl. She drifts away before I can form a proper response, drawn into conversation with a cluster of board members' wives who light up like Christmas morning at her approach. I watch from across the room, nursing my whiskey, as she effortlessly navigates conversations that would leave most people stammering into their appetizers. 20 minutes later, she's holding court near the auction tables, and there's a man I don't recognize standing too close, leaning in like he's sharing state secrets. Dr. Marcus Channing, I recognize him from the hospital board, charming pediatric surgeon with movie star looks and a reputation for collecting beautiful things. The rational part of my brain registers that this is exactly what we hired her for, to charm wealthy donors into opening their wallets wider. The less rational part wants to walk over there and remind Dr. Channing that his hands save children's lives, not seduce women at charity galas. She's quite something, isn't she? I turn to find board member Patricia Whitmore beside me, her smile sharp like cut glass. Excuse me, Miss Carter. You've been watching her like a hawk circling prey for the past hour. I try to remain calm. I'm monitoring the event's success, making sure our investment pays off. Of course you are. Patricia's laugh carries the kind of knowing that makes me want to find the nearest exit. I'm sure it doesn't have anything to do with the way she looks in that dress. Before I can formulate a denial that doesn't sound completely ridiculous, Bree's laugh rings out across the room. Genuine, musical, the kind that makes men turn their heads and women lean closer. Dr. Channing has positioned himself between her and the rest of the party, creating an intimate pocket of conversation that makes my jaw clench. If you'll excuse me, I need to check on something. I cross the room with measured steps, my training in corporate warfare kicking in. Smile, shoulders back, project confidence while calculating the most efficient way to eliminate threats. Dr. Channing, I extend my hand with practiced cordiality. Good to see you. I hope you're finding the evening worthwhile. Absolutely. Ms. Carter here was just telling me about her plans to open a community-focused bar. Channing's smile never wavers, but there's something predatory in how he looks at Bree. Fascinating business model. I'd love to discuss investment opportunities over dinner sometime. Would you now? The words come out cooler than intended. Bree's eyes narrow slightly, catching the undertone. How generous of you, Dr. Channing. I'll definitely consider it. Please do. I have experience with hospitality ventures. Channing produces his business card with flourish. I believe in supporting ambitious women. My grip tightens on my whiskey glass. I'm sure Miss Carter appreciates the offer. I can speak for myself, thank you. Bree's voice carries a warning edge that Channing misses entirely, but lands on me like a physical blow. Dr. Channing, would you excuse us for a moment? Mr. Ashford looks like he needs some air. Before I can protest, her fingers wrap around my elbow with deceptive gentleness, steering me toward the museum's quieter corridors with the kind of determination that suggests resistance would be futile. What the hell was that? She demands once we're out of earshot, dropping her gracious event smile like a discarded mask. Professional networking? Isn't that what we're here for? That wasn't networking, Grayson. That was you marking territory like some kind of corporate caveman. Her eyes flash with something dangerous. Are you serious right now? I don't know what you mean. The hell you don't. You swooped over there like Dr. Channing was about to steal your favorite toy. She steps closer, and I catch a hint of her perfume mixed with champagne and something uniquely her. Newsflash. I'm not your property. That's ridiculous. The words come out too fast, too defensive. I was protecting a business investment. Channing has a reputation for what? Being charming. Actually listening when women talk? She crosses her arms, the movement drawing attention to how the dress frames her collarbones. Face it, Gray. You got jealous. I don't get jealous. Even as I say it, I know it sounds unconvincing. The muscle in my jaw ticks traitorously. Right. And I don't get annoyed when rich men think they can buy me. Her laugh holds no humor. You stormed over there like you were about to challenge him to a duel. I did not storm. You absolutely stormed. I half expected you to start beating your chest and roaring, drag me away by my hair. She mimics my walk with exaggerated swagger, and despite everything, heat climbs my neck. Very caveman of you. You're being dramatic. Am I? Because from where I stood, it looked like you couldn't handle another man showing interest in me. She steps closer, invading my space with the arrogance of someone who's never backed down from a fight. Which is weird considering we're just business partners. The word just hits like a physical blow. Business partners. Right? That's all this is supposed to be. You're right. It was unprofessional. The admission tastes like copper in my mouth. That's not what I said. Her voice softens, confusion flickering across her features. Gray, we should get back. We'll be presenting soon. I turn toward the main hall, but her hand catches my wrist, fingers warm against my pulse point. The contact stops me cold. Don't do that! Do what? Shut down, run away. She doesn't let go, and I find myself turning back to face her. You did it the other night at my bar, and you're doing it again. We're standing in an alcove beside a marble statue of some Greek goddess, hidden from the main corridor by shadows and architectural design. The distant sounds of the gala fade into background noise, clinking glasses, orchestral music, the murmur of expensive conversation. I wasn't running away. Nonsense. The word comes out gentler than expected. Talk to me. There's nothing to talk about. More nonsense. She releases my wrist but doesn't step back, leaving us close enough that I can see the way her lipstick has worn slightly at the corners from champagne and conversation. You got territorial back there. Own it. The space between us feels electric, charged with something I refuse to name. Her perfume mingles with the museum's subtle scent of old money and preserved history, creating something intoxicating. Maybe I did. The words escape before I can stop them. Why? The question hangs like a dare. She's looking at me with those dark eyes that see too much, waiting for an answer I'm not sure I'm brave enough to give. Because I start, then stop, start again. Because watching him lean into you like that made me want to what? My gaze drops to her mouth, then back to her eyes. We're standing close enough that I could count her eyelashes, close enough to see the slight flutter of her pulse at the base of her throat, close enough to kiss her. I step closer, my words catch in my throat as her breath hitches, barely audible. The space between us shrinks without conscious thought, drawn together by gravitational pull that defies logic. Her eyes drop to my mouth, then back up, pupils dilated in the dim alcove lighting. Want to what? She whispers. My hand rises of its own accord, fingertips grazing her cheek. Her skin feels impossibly soft, warm beneath my touch. She leans into it slightly, eyes fluttering closed for a heartbeat before opening again. Her lips part slightly and I'm leaning down. She's rising up on her toes, the distance between us evaporating like morning mist. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Mr. Grayson Ashford and Ms. Bree Carter from Ashford Holdings. The amplified voice cuts through our bubble like a chainsaw through silk. We spring apart, the spell broken so abruptly I feel whiplashed. Bree's hand flies to her hair while I straighten my tie with trembling fingers. Damn, she mutters, fumbling for her clutch. How do I look? Do I look like I was about to... You look perfect. The words come out rougher than intended. Your lipstick... Gone? She digs through her clutch frantically. Here. I pull out my pocket square, offering it without thinking. I'm not wiping my mouth with your fancy handkerchief, Ashford. Despite her protest, she accepts it, using my phone's camera as a mirror to check her appearance. God, my hair... Your hair is fine. I reach over, smoothing down a strand that escaped during our near miss. The brief contact sends electricity shooting up my arm. There. She looks up at me, something vulnerable flickering across her features before the mask slides back into place. You've got... She reaches up, thumb brushing against my lower lip. Lipstick. The touch is feather light, professional, but heat spreads through my entire body from that single point of contact. Mr. Ashford and Miss Carter to the main stage, please, the voice repeats, more insistent. Showtime. Bree squares her shoulders, transforming back into the polished professional who commanded this room all evening. Ready to charm some wallets open? After you. We walk back through the corridor side by side, maintaining carefully respectful distance. The main hall buzzes with anticipation. Hundreds of faces turn toward the small stage where microphones wait beneath strategic lighting. Bree ascends the steps with fluid grace, her confidence infectious as she takes her place behind the podium. I follow, hyper-aware of every eye in the room, of the way the light catches the elegant line of her profile. "Good evening," she begins, voice carrying easily across the space. "I'm Bree Carter, and despite what some of you might have seen on TikTok, I promise not to roast anyone tonight." Laughter ripples through the crowd. She owns them already. "But I will tell you about something worth investing in, something that builds communities instead of just portfolios." Our 12 minutes is a blur. I can hardly hear anything over the buzzing in my own ears. A standing ovation nearly deafens us as Bree concludes her pitch about community investment and shared prosperity. She worked the crowd like a maestro conducting a symphony, building to crescendos that left wealthy donors practically throwing their checkbooks at the stage. I managed my part, the facts, the figures, the corporate backing, but watching her was like witnessing a masterclass in human connection. We exit through the stage wings, the applause still thundering behind us. The moment we're out of sight, Bree whirls to face me. "So are we going to talk about what almost happened back there, or are you planning to pretend it didn't?" "Nothing happened." "Right. And I'm the Prime Minister of England." She kicks off her heels with obvious relief, shrinking several inches but losing none of her presence. "You acted weird, Gray." The word hangs between us like exposed wire. "It's a mistake." "Nonsense. You meant it." She crosses her arms, studying me with forensic intensity. "The question is, what are you planning to do about it?" "Nothing. This is business, Bree. We can't complicate—" "Business?" Her laugh cuts sharp. "Business doesn't involve almost kissing in hospital wing alcoves." It was a momentary lapse in judgment. A lapse in judgment. Wow. She shakes her head, something wounded flickering across her features before anger takes over. "You know what? I'm not interested in being your dirty little secret or your midlife crisis experiment." "That's not—" "I'm not some conquest you get to claim when it's convenient and ignore when it's complicated." Her voice drops lower, more dangerous. "I don't do half measures, Gray. Either you want this or you don't. But I won't be jerked around by someone who can't decide." My chest tightens. "I don't do relationships." "Then that's a you problem, isn't it?" She bends to retrieve her shoes, the movement sharp with frustration. "Figure out what you want before you put your hands on me again." She stalks away, leaving me standing alone among the backstage equipment and discarded programs, the taste of her lipstick still ghosting on my lip. The penthouse feels like a mausoleum when I return, all marble and shadows and expensive silence. I pour 3 fingers of bourbon and stare out at the city lights, but all I see is the way Bree looked at me in that alcove, vulnerable and fierce and absolutely magnificent. "You look like someone stole your favorite spreadsheet." I turn to find Maddie perched on the kitchen counter, still in pajamas, eating cereal directly from the box. Her bleached hair catches the under-cabinet lighting, making her look younger than her 15 years. "Shouldn't you be asleep? Shouldn't you be less brooding and dramatic?" She tilts her head, studying me with uncomfortable perception. "How'd the fancy charity thing go? Did Bree make you look like less of a robot?" "The event was successful." "That's not what I asked." Her grin sharpens. "You're all wound up. Like more than usual, which is saying something." I take a careful sip of bourbon. "I don't know what you mean." "Sure you don't. You've got that constipated look you get when you're trying not to feel feelings." She hops down from the counter, bare feet silent on the marble. "Oh my God, you're catching feelings for Bree. Don't be ridiculous." "You totally are." Her eyes light up with teenage glee. "This is amazing. My emotionally unavailable father has a crush. Sherry's going to lose her mind when I tell her. You're not telling anyone anything. I don't have to. It's written all over your face. She circles me like a shark scenting blood. Does she know? Did you tell her? You didn't do that thing where you get all corporate and weird. I down the rest of my bourbon without answering. You got corporate and weird, didn't you? I don't deny it. Maddie's face is deadly serious. Dad, I don't know what the hell you're thinking, but fix it. Don't screw this up.
Chapter 9. Bree. I balanced 3 grocery bags against my hip while fumbling for my keys, still replaying last night's disaster on an endless loop. The way Gray looked at me in that alcove, the way he called me, his like the word, had been torn from somewhere deep inside him. The way he turned right back into corporate ice the second we stepped apart. I don't do relationships, right? Because heaven forbid Grayson Ashford admit he wants something messy and human and real. A familiar silhouette lounging against the bar's entrance stops me cold. Lean frame in an expensive suit that's meant for swindling. Silver threading through hair that's still thick enough to make women half his age swoon. Delroy Carter hasn't aged a day since I told him to disappear from my life 3 years ago. There's my baby girl. His voice carries that same practiced warmth that used to make me believe in fairy tales and second chances. Now it just makes my skin crawl. What do you want, Delroy? Delroy? He presses a hand to his chest with theatrical hurt. That's cold, Sabrina, even for you. Don't call me that. I shift the bags to unlock the door, keeping my body between him and the entrance. I haven't been called that since middle school. You've got 30 seconds before I call the cops. Now, why would you do that to your old man? I'm just here to talk. 25 seconds. I saw you on TV last night, at that fancy hospital thing with all the rich folks. His smile turns proud, like he had anything to do with my success. My little girl, rubbing shoulders with millionaires. You looked beautiful, sweetheart. Please. Bree, come on. Can't a father be proud of his daughter? He steps closer, and I catch a whiff of his cologne. The same faux expensive stuff he's worn since I was 12. Some things never change. I know I made mistakes. Mistakes? The word explodes out of me. You stole $50,000 from Mom's salon account and disappeared for 2 years. That wasn't a mistake. That was theft. I paid that back. After her business nearly went under. After she had to sell the building she'd worked 15 years to buy. I jabbed my key toward the lock angrily. After she had a nervous breakdown because she couldn't make payroll for her employees. I was in a bad place then. Gambling, drinking too much. But I've changed, baby girl. I'm clean now. Sober. Got myself sorted out. I finally get the door open and slip inside, blocking his entrance with my body. Good for you. Now stay sorted out somewhere that isn't here. 5 minutes. That's all I'm asking. He holds up his hands in surrender, the gesture as familiar as breathing. I know I don't deserve it, but please, hear me out. Every instinct screams at me to slam the door in his face, to walk away from whatever con he's running this time. But something in his eyes stops me. Not vulnerability exactly, but a weariness I don't remember seeing before. 5 minutes, outside, and I'm timing you. I step back out onto the sidewalk, pulling the door shut behind me, arms crossed, hip cocked, the universal stance of a woman who's heard every line in the book and believes none of them. Go. Your mother told me about your deal with Ashford Holdings, about the money you're making, the opportunities coming your way. He leans against the brick wall, hands shoved deep in his pockets. I'm proud of you, Bree. Really proud. 4 minutes. I know you don't believe me, but I am. You built something real, something honest, without any help from me or anyone else. The words hit closer to home than I want to admit. Building myself from nothing has been my pride and my burden for so long that hearing it acknowledged feels strange. 3.5 minutes. I'm not here for money. Right. I'm serious. I've got my own thing going now. Consulting work, legitimate business ventures. He pulls out his phone, shows me some official-looking website. Carter Strategic Solutions. I help small businesses with their marketing, social media presence, clean money, clean conscience. I glance at the screen but don't touch his phone. Congratulations on discovering legal employment. Want a cookie? Bree -- 2 minutes. I want to make amends. Not with money or grand gestures, but by being the father I should have been. His voice drops lower, losing some of its salesman polish. I know I can't undo the damage I caused. To you, to your mother, but I can try to do better going forward. By showing up unannounced at my job. By being honest with you for once. He runs a hand through his hair, messing up the perfect styling. I've been following your career from a distance. The viral video, the charity work, everything. You're exactly the person I always hoped you'd become, despite everything I did to screw that up. Something twists in my chest, old hurt mixed with unwanted hope. The little girl who used to wait by the window for him to come home from his business trips stirs to life despite my best efforts to keep her buried. 1 minute. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm not asking to be part of your life. I just wanted you to know that I see what you've accomplished. And I'm proud as hell. He straightens up, smoothing down his jacket with hands that shake slightly. And if you ever decide you want to talk, I'll be around. He turns to go, then pauses. Oh, and Bree, that Ashford guy you're working with, be careful. Men with that kind of money and power, they think everything's for sale, including people. The warning hits like ice water. Excuse me? Nothing. Just watch yourself around him. His smile turns sharp around the edges. You're worth more than whatever he's offering. Fire shoots through my veins like whiskey hitting an empty stomach. Time's up. I spin toward the door, keys already out. And you can shove your fatherly advice where the sun doesn't shine. Now hold on. No, you hold on. I whirl back around, pointing a finger at his chest. You don't get to disappear for years, steal from both of us, and then waltz back here giving me relationship tips. Who the hell do you think you are? I'm your father. Biologically, barely. The words taste bitter. Real fathers don't abandon their families when things get tough. They don't steal rent money and blame it on bad luck. His polished facade cracks just enough to show the desperation underneath. Bree, please. I know I messed up. Messed up? You destroyed us. Mom still flinches when the phone rings after 9 because she's terrified it's another creditor. I can make it right. I just need... He steps closer, hands reaching out like he's trying to catch smoke. Look, I need a favor. Nothing big. Just a connection. The word hits me like a slap. Of course. Of course there's an angle. There it is. I laugh, but there's absolutely no humor in it. I was wondering when we'd get to the real reason you're here. What's the scam this time, Delroy? Who do you need me to introduce you to? It's not a scam. It's legitimate business. I told you. Right. And I'm sure it's unrelated to the fact that I'm suddenly rubbing elbows with people who have more money than sense. His jaw tightens. I'm trying to build something real here, Sabrina. Something you could be proud of. Don't. My voice drops to a whisper. Don't you dare try to make this about me being proud of you. The only thing I'm proud of is surviving you. I fumble with the door again, my hands shaking with rage and something else I refuse to name. Bree, if you just listen. No, we're done here. The door finally opens, and I practically dive inside. Stay away from me. Stay away from my mother and stay the hell away from my business. I slam the door hard enough to rattle the windows. Through the glass, I watch him stand there for a long moment before walking away, his shoulders set in the same stubborn line I see in the mirror every morning. My phone buzzes. Monica's face lights up the screen like a guardian angel. Girl, you look like someone just told you pineapple doesn't belong on pizza. What happened? I sink onto the nearest bar stool, suddenly exhausted. My father showed up. That smooth-talking waste of oxygen? Her voice sharpens. Where? I'll come kick his buttocks right now. He already left. Monica, I'm coming over. Don't move, don't think, and definitely don't do anything stupid like call him back. The line goes dead before I can protest. 20 minutes later, Monica bursts through the door like a hurricane in stilettos, carrying coffee and what looks like a baseball bat. Okay, spill. What did that snake want? The whole story pours out. The fake pride, the warnings about gray, the request for connections. Monica's expression grows darker with each detail. So let me get this right. He ghosts you for 3 years, shows up out of nowhere, and has the audacity to give you relationship advice about a man who's actually treating you with respect. She sets down the bat with deliberate care. Baby, I should have brought a bigger stick. It's not about Gray. It's about him thinking he can just waltz back into my life and what? Use you as his entry point to rich people? Monica's eyes flash. Because that's exactly what he's doing, and we both know it. The words are physically painful because they're true. Every instinct I've honed over the years screams the same thing. This is a con. He wants something, and he's using the one weakness I thought I'd buried deep enough that it couldn't hurt me anymore. The little girl who used to believe his promises. I can't let him back in. My voice cracks despite my best efforts. I can't do that again. Monica moves around the bar to wrap me in a hug that smells like coconut oil and determination. Good. Because I'm not letting him near you again either. I've got your back, remember? Always have, always will. Thanks, Mon. Despite my attempts at control, my eyes well up with tears. I wipe them away furiously and grab a towel from behind the bar, turning my frustration into elbow grease. I wish things had been different growing up. Maybe then I could see hope for any kind of successful relationship. For now, my work life will have to be enough. Damn tears. Why won't they stop falling? Got 30 minutes? Then baby, you've got just enough time to fall in love. Get your heart broken and maybe have a toe-curling moment or two.
Introducing the Lunchtime Listens Romance Audiobook Bundle.
Enemies to lovers, hot hookups, bad boys who don't knock. They kick the damn door in.
Short, spicy, addictive. Perfect for your commute, your lunch break.
And you already know, we don't do full price around here. Get 85% off 28 full-length audiobooks right now with extra steamy and extra savings.
Because lunch breaks are temporary, but book boyfriends are forever.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 10. Grayson. I stare at the laptop screen until the numbers blur together. Revenue projections, Block 34 acquisition, market analysis. None of it sticks. Every time I try to focus on the spreadsheet, I see her face. The way Bree's eyes flashed when she called me out backstage. The challenge in her voice when she said, "That's a you problem." She was right. It is a me problem. My office door swings open without a knock. Mike, my head of security, strides in with that particular grimace that means bad news. "We need to talk about the leaks." I don't look up from my screen. What leaks? Internal documents hitting the press. Someone's feeding information about board meetings, acquisition targets. Mike drops a manila folder on my desk. This is the third incident this month. The folder sits there like an accusation. I should care about this. Internal security breaches could tank stock prices, derail deals, expose strategies to competitors. Instead, I find myself wondering what Bree's doing, if she's flirting with any number of men she might encounter during her day. It drives me mad. Gray, are you listening? I flip the folder open, scan the first page. Names, dates, leaked board minutes. Have you narrowed down the source? That's what I'm trying to tell you. The pattern suggests someone with high-level access. Board member, senior executive, maybe even family. Family. The word hits like ice water. Cameron's been asking more questions lately about company direction, pushing for details on upcoming projects. But my brother... Sir? Mike shifts his weight. We need to implement new security protocols, restrict access to sensitive... Whatever you think is best. I close the folder, push it across the desk. Handle it. Mike doesn't move. This requires your direct involvement. We're talking about potential corporate espionage. I sink back in my chair, finally meeting his eyes. I said, handle it. With respect, Mr. Ashford, your lack of focus lately hasn't gone unnoticed. The board can kiss my buttocks. The words come out a little sharper than intended. I built this company from the wreckage my father left behind. I don't need lectures about focus, but even as I say it, I know he's right. My mind keeps drifting to backstage moments, to the way Bree's breath hitched when I stepped closer, to the space between us that felt electric and dangerous. Mike collects the folder. I'll proceed with standard protocols, but if this escalates, it won't. I turn back to my laptop, dismissing him with a gesture. The door closes with a soft click. I'm alone again with my thoughts, with the memory of Bree saying she won't be anyone's secret. The quarterly reports stare back at me, demanding attention I can't give. My phone vibrates with a text. Unknown number. Everything all right? You looked ready to murder someone when I left. Bree. Somehow she got my personal number. I shouldn't respond. I should delete the message, focus on the leak investigation, return to the careful distance I've maintained my entire adult life. Instead, I type, define all right. Her response comes back instantly. All right. Functional, breathing, not currently plotting anyone's demise. You? I find myself almost smiling. Debatable on all counts. Rough day in the ivory tower. Something like that. I pause, wondering how much to reveal. Board meetings, security issues. The usual corporate melodrama. Sounds thrilling. I imagine you look ready to strangle someone with your tie. My tie is Hermes. Too expensive for strangling. Of course it is. What would you use instead? Are you asking for murder advice? Just want to know what I'm working with if you snap. The banter feels effortless, dangerous. I type and delete 3 different responses before settling on. You'd handle me. Damn right I would. My chest tightens. There's something raw about the way she communicates. Like she's stripped away every filter and pretense I've spent years building. I should get back to work, I type. Though the last thing I want is to end this conversation. Should. But will you? Eventually. I hesitate, then add, we'll talk later. Is that a promise or a threat? Both. I put the phone down, but the ghost of our conversation lingers. The quarterly reports blur again, meaningless numbers swimming across my screen. The office phone rings. I almost ignore it. My assistant screens everything, but caller ID shows my home number. Dad? Maddie's voice carries that particular mix of boredom and curiosity that usually spells trouble. Shouldn't you be in school? Wasn't this supposed to be your first day back? Teacher development day. Don't change the subject. She pauses and I hear music in the background. Some bass-heavy track I don't recognize. Is Bree coming around again? The question catches me off guard. Why would you ask that? Because she's actually cool, unlike most of the plastic people you usually deal with. Another pause. Plus, she made you look almost human at that charity thing. The photos were everywhere. Human. High praise. Don't deflect that. Do you like her? I'm caught between honesty and self-preservation. Maddie sees through lies anyway. Inherited that particular skill from her mother. I like her, I admit. Kind of. Kind of? She snorts. That's the most emotion you've shown about anything in months. Don't exaggerate. I'm not. You get this look when you talk about her, like you're not completely dead inside. The words sting because they're accurate. Thanks for the character assessment. You're welcome. I hear her moving around, probably sprawled across her bed in the way she's done since childhood. So when's she coming over? I don't know that she is. She will be. She likes us. Us. As if we're a unit, a family that functions beyond shared genetics and mortgage. How do you know? Because she didn't run screaming when you went full control freak. Plus, she bought me fries without trying to lecture me about nutrition or grades or my attitude. Maybe you should focus on getting back to something productive instead of psychoanalyzing my love life. Love life? Maddie's voice pitches higher, delighted. So you admit it's a love life now? The triumphant note in her voice makes me want to hang up. Instead, I find myself almost smiling. I admit nothing. You just said love life. I heard it. That's basically a confession. That's you putting words in my mouth. Nope. Direct quote. Should I play it back for you? Don't you have homework? A suspension packet to complete? Literally anything more constructive than dissecting my personal relationships. This is way more interesting than government essay questions. I hear her shifting around again, probably getting comfortable for a longer interrogation. Besides, when did you last have anything resembling a personal relationship? I'm invested now. Wonderful, your investment is noted and filed under things I don't need. Dad, Maddie, just don't mess it up, okay? She's good for you, and she actually talks to me like I'm a person instead of a problem to solve. The sincerity in her voice catches me off guard. For a moment, the sarcasm drops away and she sounds younger, more vulnerable, like the kid who used to wait up for me when work ran late, before grief and my inadequacy built walls between us. I'll try not to mess it up, I say, meaning it more than I expected. Good, because I like her, and I don't like anybody. I've noticed. Shut up. I'm going to work on my college essay, the one about overcoming adversity through having an emotionally constipated father. Looking forward to reading that one. You won't. It's going to be brutal. But there's warmth in her voice, the kind of easy affection we used to share before everything became complicated. Talk to you later, Dad. The line goes dead. I set the phone down, still processing the conversation. Maddie thinks Bree's good for me. More importantly, she thinks Bree treats her like a person. A knock interrupts my thoughts. Fallon, my assistant, pokes her head through the doorway. The PR team is here for a check-in. I check my watch. Somehow, an hour disappeared while I stared at spreadsheets and texted with Bree. Send them in. The PR team files in with their tablets and color-coordinated folders. Jessica leads the charge, her smile bright enough to power the building. Great news about the community response to the last event. Engagement metrics are through the roof. She spreads photos across my desk. Bree's natural charisma is exactly what we needed for the youth outreach segment. I pick up one of the photos. Bree laughing with a group of teenagers, completely at ease. No artifice, no calculated charm. Just her being herself. We want to schedule another shoot, Jessica continues. Something more intimate this time. Maybe her bar, show the authentic side of the partnership. When? This afternoon, if possible. Strike while the momentum's hot. I should let them handle it. That's why I pay them. To manage the optics, coordinate schedules, maintain the careful distance that protects both the company and my sanity. I'll handle this one personally. The words come out before I fully process them. Jessica's eyebrows lift slightly. Are you sure? We can coordinate directly with Miss Carter's representation. I'm sure. I stand up, already reaching for my jacket. Set it up for 4 o'clock, at her bar. Should we arrange for a photographer, or I'll take care of everything? I'm already moving toward the door. Cancel my 5:30. I leave them sitting there with their tablets and coordinated folders, probably wondering when their controlled, predictable CEO started making impulsive decisions about photo shoots. The answer is simple. Since Bree Carter decided to call me out on national television and turn my carefully ordered world sideways. I arrive at Bree's bar 20 minutes early, which gives me time to observe the space without her watching me catalog every detail. The photographer's already setting up equipment, adjusting lights to capture the warm amber glow that makes this place feel like a sanctuary rather than just another drinking establishment. When Bree walks in, everything shifts. She's wearing dark jeans and a fitted black top, her hair pulled back in a way that emphasizes the sharp line of her jaw. Professional, polished, and completely cold. Right on time. She doesn't meet my eyes, addressing the photographer instead. What do you need from me? The next hour passes in a series of carefully choreographed moments. Bree behind the bar, mixing drinks with practiced efficiency. Bree chatting with a handful of early customers we've recruited as extras. Bree laughing at something the photographer says, but when she looks at me, the warmth disappears. Perfect, the photographer calls out after the 15th shot. Let's get some candid conversation between you two. Just talk naturally. Bree's smile doesn't waver, but her shoulders tense. She leans against the bar, creating deliberate distance between us. So... Her voice carries that particular edge I recognize now, the one that appears when she's building walls. This was your idea? The PR team suggested it. I thought you'd appreciate the chance to showcase your bar. How thoughtful. She wipes down a glass that's already clean. Nothing like a billionaire deciding what I'd appreciate. The photographer snaps away, apparently oblivious to the undercurrent of tension. Or maybe he thinks it adds authenticity to the shots. You're off today. I step closer, lowering my voice. Want to tell me what's wrong? Wrong? Bree's laugh sounds forced. Nothing's wrong. This is me being professional. Isn't that what you pay me for? I pay you to be yourself. Right, myself. The authentic community voice. Her fingers tighten around the glass. Funny how that works out so perfectly for your image rehabilitation. The photographer clears his throat. Maybe some shots with you both reviewing community outreach materials. Really sell the partnership angle. Bree nods, grabbing a folder from behind the bar with movements that are just a little too sharp. She spreads papers across the polished wood, and I move to stand beside her. Close enough to catch her scent. Something warm and spicy that makes my heart flutter. Smile, she murmurs under her breath. Wouldn't want anyone to think you're not getting your money's worth. What the hell does that mean? It means I'm not stupid, Gray. She flips through pages without reading them. You show up personally for a photo shoot at my bar the day after I tell you I won't be your secret. Very convenient timing. My jaw tightens. You think this is some kind of manipulation? Isn't it? She looks up at me then, eyes blazing with something cold and furious. Rich guy gets called out. Decides to remind the mouthy bartender who signs her checks. Classic power move. That's not... Beautiful, hold that energy. The photographer interrupts. The tension is perfect. Very authentic. Bree's smile returns, bright and completely hollow. Oh, we're very authentic. I close the folder abruptly. The photographer continues snapping, but all I can see is the way Bree's withdrawing, rebuilding every defense I thought we'd started to dismantle. We're done here. I whip out my phone, already texting my driver. You got what you needed? The photographer nods enthusiastically. More than enough. These are going to be fantastic. I turn back to Bree, who's already putting distance between us, moving to the other end of the bar like I'm something contagious. This conversation isn't over. Actually, it is. She doesn't look at me, just starts wiping down surfaces that don't need cleaning. I've got work to do. Real work. For people who don't require photo documentation. I want to corner her, demand she explain why she's twisting everything into something calculated and cold. Instead, I grab my jacket and walk toward the door. For what it's worth, I say without turning around, not everything is a strategic move. Sure it's not. Her voice follows me out. See you at the next event, Mr. Ashford. The formal address hits like a slap. I push through the door and onto the street, jaw clenched tight enough to crack teeth. I'd be just fine if I never saw that woman again. Or would I?
Chapter 11. Bree. The last customer stumbles out at midnight, leaving me alone with the lingering smell of spilled beer and my own frustration. I flip the locks and start wiping down tables angrily, replaying every moment of that disaster photo shoot. The back door chimes, and Monica breezes in with a bottle of wine and her emergency chocolate stash. Rough night? You texted me in all caps. She settles at the bar, already uncorking the bottle. That's either murder or man problems. Both. I grab 2 glasses, my hands still shaking from residual anger. Gray showed up for some PR nonsense, acting like nothing happened after our conversation yesterday. The conversation where you told Mr. Billions you wouldn't be his secret side piece? That's the one. I pour wine with less grace than usual. Today he rolls up with photographers, talking about showcasing my bar, like he's doing me some massive favor. Monica takes a sip, studying my face. And you think it was manipulation? What else would it be? Day after I call him out, suddenly he's personally handling photo ops? I slam my glass down harder than intended. It's textbook power play. Remind the employee who pays her bills. Or maybe he just wanted to see you. Her matter-of-fact tone makes me pause. Don't what? Suggest that a man might actually be interested in spending time with you without some ulterior corporate motive? Don't make excuses for him. I lean against the bar, suddenly exhausted. You didn't see how cold he went when I pushed back, professional distance activated like a damn switch. Monica unwraps a piece of chocolate, chewing thoughtfully. So you iced him out first, and he matched your energy. Shocking development. Whose side are you on? Yours. Always. She reaches across and squeezes my hand. But I'm also on the side of you not sabotaging something good because you're scared. I'm not scared. I'm realistic. The words taste bitter. Men like Gray don't date women like me. They might sleep with us, might enjoy the novelty, but when it comes time for something real, I shake my head. I become a liability to their image. Has he said that? He doesn't have to. It's basic math. Monica rolls her eyes. Basic math says you're gorgeous, brilliant, and you make him laugh. Everything else is just noise in your head. I drain my glass, considering. The contract with Ashford Holdings pays more than I've ever made. 3 more months could fund my bar plans, give me the independence I've worked toward my whole life. Walking away now would be financial suicide over what might just be wounded pride. Maybe I should just finish the contract and keep it professional, I say finally. Take the money, do the events, forget whatever this thing is between us. You could do that. Monica pours more wine. Or you could stop assuming the worst about people who've earned the benefit of the doubt. Has he earned it? He showed up when you were upset about your dad. He let you take Maddie out, trusted you with his kid. He's paying you what you're worth instead of trying to lowball you. She counts on her fingers. And according to you, he's never actually treated you like anything less than an equal. So what's the real problem here? I stare into my wine, watching the reflection of the overhead lights fragment across the surface. The real problem is that I want him to be different. I want him to be better than every other rich jerk who's tried to buy me or break me or use me up. And if he is, then I'm screwed either way. Monica hugs me goodbye at the door, her wine-warmed wisdom still echoing in my ears. I lock up behind her and finish the closing routine on autopilot, counting the till, switching off the lights, setting the alarm. The familiar motions usually calm me, but tonight my thoughts spiral between Gray's unreadable expression at the photo shoot and my father's persistent texts. My apartment welcomes me with blessed silence, but sleep proves elusive. I twist in my sheets, replaying conversations and second-guessing every decision I've made the last few weeks. By the time morning light creeps through my blinds, I've constructed and demolished a dozen strategies for handling whatever Gray throws at me next. 2 days later, I stride into the Ashford Holdings boardroom, wearing my armor. Black blazer, red lipstick, and enough attitude to fill the glass-walled space. The PR team shuffles papers and checks their phones while Gray stands silhouetted against the floor-to-ceiling windows, city spread beneath him like a conquered kingdom. Sorry I'm late. I drop into a chair without invitation. Traffic was murder. Almost like the universe was trying to save me from another thrilling discussion about brand synergy. Jessica from PR forces a laugh. We're just reviewing the upcoming gallery opening. It's a perfect opportunity to showcase, let me guess, community outreach meets high society. Mix in some champagne, add a dash of my working class charm, and voila. Instant good press. Gray turns from the window, jaw tight. Do you have a problem with the event schedule? Not at all. I'm just impressed by the efficiency. Why use actual community programs when you can stage photo ops that look community-ish? I take a minute to study his face. Much more cost-effective. The programs are real, Bree. We've invested... We? I arch an eyebrow. When you say we, do you mean you personally, or just the tax write-off department? The room drops 5 degrees. Jessica clears her throat nervously. Maybe we should discuss logistics. Actually, Gray cuts her off, voice dangerously quiet. Could you give us a moment? The PR team scrambles for the door like mice fleeing a sinking ship. Gray waits until the click of the latch before rounding on me. What the hell is your problem? My problem? I stand, meeting his glare head on. My problem is you treating me like a performing monkey one day and a business partner the next, depending on your mood. That's not... He steps closer, and I catch the scent of his cologne mixed with frustration. You're the one who's been hot and cold since yesterday. Because yesterday you showed up with cameras like some benevolent savior, right after I told you I wouldn't be your convenient secret. I don't like being interrupted at work. His hand shoots out, fingers wrapping around my wrist, not painful but firm enough to stop my retreat. You think this is about keeping you secret? Isn't it? The question comes out breathier than intended, his proximity scrambling my thoughts. Rich man, working class woman, convenient arrangement that stays behind closed doors? Christ, Bree. His grip tightens fractionally. You really think that's who I am? I don't know who you are. That's the problem. Something shifts in his expression. Frustration bleeding into something rawer, more desperate. The space between us crackles with unspoken words and suppressed want. You want to know who I am? His voice drops to a rasp. I'm the man who can't stop thinking about you, who brings photographers to your bar because it's the only excuse I have to see you, who lies awake wondering what it would feel like to... The rest of his confession dies against my lips as I surge forward, capturing his mouth with mine. The kiss explodes between us, months of tension and argument and electric attraction condensed into this moment. His free hand tangles in my hair, and I taste frustration and desire and something deeper that makes my knees weak. His mouth moves against mine with increasing urgency, fingers tightening in my hair as I press closer. The heat builds until my entire world narrows to this. The taste of him, The way he groans low in his throat when I bite his bottom lip. The solid warmth of his chest beneath my palms. Reality crashes back when his phone buzzes insistently against the glass table. I jerk away, chest heaving, lips swollen and tingling. The fluorescent lights feel harsh after the intimate darkness we'd created between us. Gray stares at me, pupils dilated, hair mussed from my fingers. His tie hangs askew, and I can see the rapid rise and fall of his breathing beneath his expensive shirt. Damn. The word escapes me on a shaky exhale. Bree, He reaches toward me, then stops, hand hovering in the space between us. I shouldn't have what? I step back, wrapping my arms around myself. Kissed me? Because newsflash, Gray, I kissed you. I know, but this complicates. He runs a hand through his disheveled hair, and I watch him rebuild his walls in real time. The contract, the arrangement we have. Right, the arrangement. I taste bitterness where moments ago there'd been heat. Wouldn't want to complicate your precious business deal. That's not what I meant. Isn't it? I grab my purse from the chair, needing distance before I do something even stupider, like kissing him again. You know what? This was a mistake. Professional boundaries exist for a reason. Bree, wait. But I'm already moving toward the door, my heels clicking sharp staccato against the polished floor. I'll see you at the gallery opening, assuming you still want me there, given how complicated things just became. Of course I want. I don't let him finish. The door closes behind me with a decisive click, leaving Gray alone in the boardroom, with his regrets and his phone still buzzing insistently on the table. The elevator seems to take forever. When the doors finally open, I practically dive inside, jabbing the lobby button frantically. My reflection stares wildly back from the polished steel walls, lipstick smeared, hair shocking, eyes bright with unshed tears of frustration. Brilliant, Bree, I mutter, attempting to fix my appearance. Really professionally handled. The elevator dings, depositing me into the marble lobby, where security guards pretend not to notice my obvious post-makeout dishevelment. I stride past them with my chin up, pushing through the revolving doors into the merciless afternoon sun. I flag down the first taxi I see, practically throwing myself into the back seat before the driver can protest my obvious emotional state. 63rd and Amsterdam, I manage, slumping against the cracked vinyl seats. The driver glances at me in the rearview mirror. You okay, miss? Just peachy. Nothing like making out with your boss in a boardroom to really elevate your professional reputation. He wisely decides not to pursue that conversation further. 20 minutes later, I'm standing in my kitchen, attacking vegetables with the ferocity of a woman who just kissed a billionaire and lived to regret it. The rhythmic thunk of my knife against the cutting board provides a satisfying outlet for my frustration. Stupid Bree. Really brilliant move. Chop. Kiss the man who signs your paychecks. Chop. What could possibly go wrong? I dump the onions into a screaming hot pan, oil spattering like my temper. The familiar ritual of cooking usually centers me, measuring, seasoning, tasting. Tonight it feels more like therapy through controlled violence against innocent vegetables. My phone buzzes just as I'm plating my improvised stir-fry. The name on the screen makes me pause mid-bite. Maddie? Bree. Oh my God. Perfect timing. Are you eating dinner? Sorry, that's such a weird question, but I can hear chewing. I swallow quickly, unable to suppress a smile at her rambling energy. Just sitting down to some therapeutic vegetable murder. What's up? Okay, so don't freak out, but I may have done something crazy. Did you hack into your school's computer system again? That was one time. And they totally deserved it for scheduling my chemistry exam on the same day as the Good Charlotte concert. She takes a breath. But no, this is different. I signed up for our spring talent show as a DJ. I freeze in my chair, fork suspended halfway to my mouth. That's amazing, Maddie. When is it? Next Friday at 7. And here's the slightly illegal part. I put you down as my +1 without asking. I know it's totally presumptuous, but I really want you there. Like, really, really want you there. The vulnerability beneath her casual tone tugs at something deep in my chest. Of course I'll be there. Wild horses couldn't keep me away. Seriously? Her voice jumps up an octave. Because my dad will probably be all weird about work stuff, and my Uncle Cameron always shows up drunk to everything. And I just thought maybe having someone actually cool there would make it less mortifying when I inevitably crash and burn. Hey. I set down my fork, focusing entirely on her voice. You're not going to crash and burn. You're brilliant and talented, and anyone who doesn't see that is an idiot. Even if I forget the bridge to my main track and accidentally play death metal instead of the ambient stuff. Especially then. Death metal shows range, integrity. Her laugh bubbles through the phone, bright and genuine. God, I love you. Not in a weird way. Just like, in a thank you for existing way. My throat tightens unexpectedly. I love you too, kid. In a thank you for making my day infinitely better way. Ugh, now I'm getting all emotional, and my eyeliner is definitely smudged. I have to go pretend to do homework before Dad gets home and realizes I haven't touched my algebra. Go. I'll see you Friday. Wait, should I warn my dad you're coming? He gets all twitchy when plans change. I pause, fork hovering over my plate again. The memory of Gray's hands in my hair, the taste of his lips, crashes back with uncomfortable intensity. Yeah, I say finally. You should probably give him a heads up. Cool. Thanks again, Bree. You're the best. The line goes dead, leaving me alone with my cooling dinner and the sudden certainty that Friday's talent show just became infinitely more complicated.
Chapter 12. Grayson. The leather seats in my Bentley usually provide a sanctuary from the chaos of board meetings and strategy sessions. Today they feel like a prison. Traffic crawls along Madison Avenue while I grip the steering wheel, knuckles white beneath my leather driving gloves. The memory of Bree's lips against mine has tormented me for 3 days, along with the stricken look on her face before she fled my boardroom. My phone buzzes through the car's speakers. Maddie's contact photo illuminates the dashboard. Her at 12, grinning gap-toothed in braces, back when she still hugged me goodbye. Dad, please tell me you're not still at the office. I'm in the car. ETA 15 minutes, assuming this traffic moves before next Tuesday. Perfect. Oh, by the way, Bree's coming too. I invited her and she said yes, and I'm actually excited instead of wanting to fake my own death, which feels unprecedented for a school function. I choke on a sip of coffee, sputtering as I clutch the steering wheel with the other hand. Dad, did I lose you? Bree's coming! The words emerge strangled. To your talent show. Yeah, that's what I just said. Are you having a stroke? Should I call 911? I pull into the school parking lot with more haste than dignity, tires squealing against the asphalt. When did you invite her? Tuesday night. Why do you sound weird? Weirder than usual, I mean. Tuesday. The night after our kiss. After I watched her walk away with her walls rebuilt and reinforced. Nothing, I'm just surprised you didn't mention it earlier. I figured you'd find out when you saw her sitting in the auditorium. Is that a problem? Because if you're going to be all corporate robot when you see her, I won't be. I cut the engine, staring through the windshield at the brick facade of Maddie's school. Parents stream through the double doors in clusters, chatting and clutching programs. I'll see you after the show. Love you too, Dad, she responds with theatrical sarcasm before hanging up. I sit in the sudden silence, attempting to regulate my breathing. 3 years of therapy after Sarah's death taught me meditation techniques I've never needed to employ in a high school parking lot. But then again, I've never kissed someone like Bree Carter. The auditorium lobby buzzes with conversation when I finally force myself inside. I nod politely at other parents, most of whom I recognize from school fundraisers, but couldn't name if my life depended on it. The program lists Maddie as performer number 7, DJ Madness, the stage name that would have made Sarah laugh until she cried. "Mr. Ashford?" I turned to find Mrs. Patterson, Maddie's guidance counselor, approaching with her perpetually concerned expression. "I just wanted to say how thrilled we are that Maddie's participating. She's shown remarkable growth this semester." "Good." I scanned the crowd over her shoulder, searching for familiar curls and attitude. "That's good to hear." The influence of positive role models makes such a difference at her age. Having someone like Miss Carter take an interest... Miss Carter? Oh, yes, Maddie speaks of her constantly. Such a vibrant young woman. I believe she's here today. Before I can respond, a flash of movement near the entrance catches my attention. Bree pushes through the glass doors, and every coherent thought abandons my brain. She wears a simple navy dress that skims her knees, the fabric flowing as she moves. Her hair falls in natural waves past her shoulders. No elaborate styling, no armor of makeup. Just Bree, stripped of her usual defenses, looking beautiful and uncertain as she scans the crowded lobby. Our eyes meet across the room. Time contracts to this moment. Her slight intake of breath, the way her fingers tighten around her small purse, the question in her dark eyes that mirrors my own confusion. I move through the crowd without conscious thought, drawn by gravitational pull I can't explain or resist. "Hi." The word emerges rougher than intended. "Hi yourself." She shifts her weight from foot to foot, a nervous habit I've never seen from her before. "Maddie mentioned you'd be here." "She mentioned you'd be here too. Must have slipped her mind to tell me earlier." Strategic omission. Your daughter's developing quite the tactical mind. We stand in awkward silence while families flow around us toward the auditorium. Someone laughs too loudly behind us. A baby cries near the ticket table. Normal sounds of normal people living normal lives. "Should we?" I gesture toward the doors. "Find seats together." She arches an eyebrow, challenge creeping back into her voice. "Won't that complicate your carefully maintained boundaries?" "Probably." I move closer, close enough to catch her scent. Something light and floral tonight instead of her usual spicy perfume. But Maddie will expect it. "Right, for Maddie." "For Maddie," I agree, though we both know it's a lie. She nods toward the doors. "Lead the way then. But if you spend the entire show looking like someone forced you to attend a root canal, I'm sitting somewhere else." I'll try to contain my enthusiasm. That's all I ask. The auditorium dims as Maddie takes the stage. She's traded her usual oversized hoodie for black jeans and a vintage band tee, her bleached streaks catching the spotlight. Behind the DJ booth, she looks older than 15, confident so that it makes my chest tight with pride and regret. "This next one goes out to my favorite troublemaker," she announces into the microphone, grinning as she adjusts her headphones. "You know who you are." The opening notes fill the space, something electronic and layered, building into a remix I don't recognize but somehow fits Maddie perfectly. She moves behind the equipment with practiced ease, hands dancing across the controls like she was born for this. I should be watching my daughter perform. Instead, my attention drifts to Bree. Her lips part slightly as she watches Maddie, dark eyes bright with something I can't name. When the beat drops and the crowd erupts in cheers, she presses her hand to her mouth, blinking rapidly. She's crying, not the dramatic sobbing of grief, but the quiet tears of someone caught off guard by unexpected emotion. One rolls down her cheek before she catches it with her knuckle, glancing around to see if anyone noticed. I notice everything about her. The way she leans forward in her seat, how her fingers tap against her thigh in time with the music, the soft smile that transforms her entire face as she watches my daughter command the stage. The song builds to its peak, Maddie's creation washing over the audience in waves of sound and energy. When she raises her arms at the final beat, Bree shoots to her feet, applauding with the enthusiasm of a proud parent. The irony doesn't escape me. I've attended exactly 3 of Maddie's school events in the past 2 years, and a woman I barely know shows more maternal pride than I manage parental enthusiasm. After the show, we find Maddie backstage, glowing with post-performance adrenaline and accepting congratulations from classmates who normally ignore her. She spots us approaching and her grin widens. "Did you see that? The crowd actually got into it. Mrs. Henderson said I can perform at the spring formal if I want." "You were incredible!" Bree reaches out to squeeze Maddie's shoulder. "Absolutely incredible! That remix was all you?" "Every note. Well, except the bass track, but I rebuilt everything else from scratch." "The dedication." Bree's voice carries a slight tremor. "That was for me." Maddie shrugs with teenage casualness that doesn't quite hide her pleasure. "You're the only troublemaker I know worth dedicating songs to." "Ice cream," I announce, surprising myself. "We should celebrate with ice cream." Both of them stare at me like I've suggested we rob a bank. "You want to go for ice cream?" Maddie blinks. "Like all 3 of us? Together? Is that so shocking?" "Dad, you haven't eaten ice cream since the Carter administration. The first one." Bree snorts with laughter. "He's got a point. You seem more like a protein smoothie and powdered greens kind of guy. I'll have you know I'm capable of enjoying frozen dairy products like any other human." "Prove it," Maddie challenges, already grabbing her equipment bag. 20 minutes later, we occupy a corner booth at Serendipity, the most tourist-heavy ice cream parlor in Manhattan. Maddie attacks a sundae the size of her head, while Bree opts for 2 scoops of chocolate in a cone. I stare at my vanilla scoop, wondering when adult life became so complicated that ice cream required strategic planning. "So what's next for DJ Madness?" Bree asks between licks. "Maybe recording some original tracks. There's this program at NYU for high school students. You should apply." I interrupt, earning surprised looks from both of them. "If it's what you want." We talk for another hour, like we've done this dozens of times before. Maddie tells stories about her classmates. Bree shares memories of learning to mix drinks at her mother's salon. I contribute less, but listen more than I have in years. When we finally leave, the night air carries the first hint of spring. Maddie hugs Bree goodbye, actually hugs her, before climbing into my car. "Can I drive you home?" I ask Bree, who stands on the sidewalk looking uncertain again. She glances at Maddie in the passenger seat, then back at me. "That would be nice." Maddie grins wickedly in the rearview mirror. "Dad, why don't you drop me off first? Then you guys can get down to business." I see Bree blush furiously, and I can feel my own ears getting red as we pull away from the curb. Several blocks later, I'm tossing the penthouse keys to Maddie and wondering what the hell I've gotten myself into. The silence in the car stretches like a taut wire as I navigate through Manhattan traffic. Bree stares out her window, fingers drumming against her thigh, the same rhythm Maddie used during her performance. The comparison sends an unexpected jolt through my chest. "Thank you," she says finally, voice soft enough that I almost miss it over the engine's hum. "For what? Today. Watching her perform the ice cream." She turns to face me, streetlights casting shadows across her features. "For showing up." Something twists in my gut at the genuine surprise in her tone, like showing up for my own daughter deserves a medal. She's remarkable. She is, and she needs you to see that more often. The words land like a physical blow, precise and true. I grip the steering wheel tighter, jaw clenching against the accusation I can't deny. "You don't have any idea what you're talking about." "Don't I?" Bree shifts in her seat, the movement sending her scent toward me. Still that light floral that's nothing like her usual armor. "Gray, when's the last time you went to one of her events? Other than this one? Really went, not just showed up and checked your phone the whole time?" I pull the car over abruptly, tires scraping against the curb. We're parked under a broken streetlight, shadows pooling around us like secrets. My hands tremble as I cut the engine. You think you know everything about my relationship with my daughter based on one night? Ed, I think I know what it looks like when a kid is desperate for her father's attention. Her voice carries no judgment, just quiet observation that cuts deeper than any accusation. And I know what it looks like when a man's too scared to give it. Scared. I turn to face her fully, anger and something rawer flooding my veins. I'm not scared. I'm protecting her. From what? Love? From disappointment? From getting too close to someone who'll inevitably let her down? The admission hangs between us, stark and honest in a way that moves me. Bree's expression softens, understanding flickering in her dark eyes. Like your father let you down? I don't answer. Can't answer. Instead, I reach for her, cupping her face with hands that tremble despite my best efforts. Her skin feels impossibly soft under my palms, warm and real, and everything I've convinced myself I don't deserve. Gray dash dash. I kiss her before she can finish the warning. This time there's no boardroom tension or public performance, just desperate need and the taste of chocolate ice cream on her lips. She melts against me for a heartbeat, her fingers tangling in my shirt, before she pulls back with a sharp intake of breath. No. She presses her hands against my chest, not pushing me away, but holding the distance between us. Not like this. Like what? Like I'm some convenient distraction from whatever you're running from. Her eyes search mine, looking for something I'm not sure I can give. I won't be your escape, Gray. I won't fall for a man who hides behind walls and calls it protection. I'm not hiding. Then show up. She reaches for the door handle, pausing with her hand on the metal. Really show up. Not just for Maddie, but for yourself. For this. She gestures between us with her free hand. Because whatever this is, it deserves more than stolen moments and half-truths. The car door slams behind her with finality that echoes in my bones. I watch her walk toward her building, navy dress flowing around her legs, hair catching the sparse light from the functioning street lamps. Every step carries her further from me, and my hands itch to follow, to call her back, to promise things I'm not sure I know how to give. Instead, I sit in the sudden quiet, watching until she disappears into the lobby, leaving me alone with the ghost of her perfume and the terrible realization that she's absolutely right.
Chapter 13. Bree. My apartment feels smaller after Gray's presence, like he's left some invisible imprint on the air. I kick off my shoes and collapse onto my couch, the navy dress riding up my thighs as I curl into the cushions. The silence presses against my ears, broken only by the distant hum of traffic and my neighbor's television bleeding through thin walls. I press my fingers to my lips, still feeling the ghost of his mouth against mine. The man kisses like he's drowning and I'm oxygen, desperate, consuming, completely at odds with his controlled exterior. My body betrays me with a flutter of heat that I absolutely do not need right now, head to freaking toe. The phone rings twice before Monica picks up. Girl, you better be calling with some good news because Mrs. Henderson's perm went sideways today, and I need a distraction. I kissed Gray, again, in his car. Hold up. I hear rustling, then the distinct sound of Monica settling in for a long conversation. Start from the beginning, and don't leave out the sultry parts. I tell her everything. Maddie's performance, the dedication, the ice cream like some bizarre family outing, Gray's confession about protection and disappointment, the way he looked at me like I held answers to questions he's afraid to ask. So let me understand. Monica interrupts when I finish. This man took you and his daughter for ice cream, opened up about his daddy issues, then kissed you senseless in his fancy car. That's an oversimplification. Is it though? Papers rustle on her end. Bree, when's the last time a man bought you ice cream? Just for the hell of it? With his daughter? Actually bought, not as some prelude to getting in your pants. I pause, searching my memory. That's not the point. That's exactly the point. This man's showing you parts of his life he doesn't show anyone. His kid adores you. He drove you home instead of calling a car service. He's also emotionally stunted, controlling, and has more money than sense. And I don't trust rich men, Mon. You know this. I stand up, pacing to my kitchen window. The view reveals a narrow alley and the brick wall of the building next door, Hardly Gray's penthouse panorama. They collect women like trophies, pretty things to show off until they get bored. This the same man who let you roast him in front of his business associates, who sits through school talent shows instead of sending his assistant. My reflection ogles back from the dark window, hair mussed and lipstick gone. That doesn't mean anything. Nonsense. Monica's voice sharpens with the tone she uses on clients who won't admit they want a different haircut. You're scared. I'm realistic. You're terrified. Max, you want something real with someone who could actually give it to you. Max. The name hits like ice water, dragging up memories I've spent 3 years burying. Smooth-talking investment banker who courted me like a prize, then tried to mold me into his perfect accessory. The fights about my job, my friends, my attitude. The final blow-up when he suggested I'd be happier if I just learned to be more grateful. This isn't about Max, isn't it? Because last I checked, you've been picking emotionally unavailable men ever since. Guys you can sleep with and dismiss because they'll never ask for more than you're willing to give. I lean my forehead against the cool glass. Gray's not asking for anything. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe you need someone who will. The truth of it settles heavy in my chest. Gray kissed me like he needed me, not like he wanted to take anything from me. The distinction terrifies me more than I care to admit. What if I'm wrong about him? The words slip out before I can stop them. What if he's just another rich boy playing games? Then you'll survive it. But what if he's not? The silence stretches long between us, Monica's question hanging in the air like smoke. What if he's not another game-playing rich boy? What if Gray Ashford, grumpy, impossible, ridiculously attractive Gray, actually means the things his actions keep saying? You still there? Or did you float away on a cloud of romantic possibility? I'm here. I trace patterns on the fogged window glass, just processing your unsolicited wisdom. My wisdom is always solicited. You called me, remember? Fair point. I push away from the window, suddenly exhausted. Thanks, Mon, for listening, for the reality check. That's what I'm here for. Well, that and making sure your edges stay crisp. She pauses. Bree, whatever you decide about Mr. Tall, dark, and brooding, make sure you're deciding for you. Not because you're scared. Not because some other fool broke your trust. For you. I will. Love you, girl. Love you too. The apartment feels even quieter after I hang up. I pad to my bedroom, unzipping the navy dress and letting it pool on the floor. The cotton of my oversized sleep shirt feels like armor after the silken tension of the evening. Tomorrow brings another publicity event. Some donors' luncheon where I'll smile for cameras and charm wealthy philanthropists into opening their wallets for Ashford Holdings community initiatives. Gray will be there in his perfectly tailored suit, watching me with those storm gray eyes. I crawl under my covers, but sleep feels impossible. My mind keeps replaying the car ride, how his voice cracked slightly when he talked about disappointing Maddie, the way his thumb traced across my collarbone before he kissed me, the desperate honesty in his admission that he doesn't know how to want something without trying to control it. Monica's right. I am scared, terrified actually, because for 3 years I've built my life around being untouchable, independent, self-sufficient. I've chosen men who want me from a distance, attractive complications who'll never ask me to invest real pieces of myself. But Gray doesn't feel like a complication anymore. He feels like a reckoning. I flip onto my stomach, burying my face in the pillow. Tomorrow I'll have to stand next to him, play the charming spokesperson, and pretend that every look doesn't make my pulse skip. Pretend that I'm not slowly, steadily falling for a man who could destroy me without even trying. The smart move would be to keep things professional, maintain distance, protect myself like I always have. The problem is, after tonight, I'm not sure I remember how. The next morning, the photographer's studio feels like a fishbowl under the blazing lights, all white backdrop and chrome equipment humming with expensive energy. I smooth the blood-red silk blouse they've dressed me in, corporate chic with just enough edge to remind everyone I'm the wild card in this equation. Gray stands beside me in charcoal wool that costs more than my rent, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. His jaw keeps ticking, that telltale sign he's fighting for control. Perfect. The photographer, some rail-thin man with paint-splattered jeans and manic energy, circles us like a predator. But I need more intimacy. This is about partnership, connection. Gray, put your hand on her waist. Gray's fingers hover near my hip, barely touching. Professional distance maintained. Closer. The photographer waves his hands dramatically. You're not strangers at a conference. You're collaborators. Partners. Bree, lean into him. I shift slightly, my shoulder brushing Gray's chest. His cologne, something dark and expensive, makes my pulse skip. Still too stiff. Gray, whisper something to her. Make her laugh. Gray's breath tickles the shell of my ear as he leans in. The photographer's wearing more makeup than you are. I can't help the smile that tugs at my lips. Low bar, considering I'm wearing exactly none. Stunning. His voice drops an octave, intimate enough that only I can hear. You're absolutely stunning. Heat floods my cheeks, and I hate how my body reacts. The flutter in my stomach, the way my skin prickles with awareness. I turn my head slightly, finding his face inches from mine. Beautiful. Hold that. Camera clicks rapid fire around us. Gray's eyes drop to my mouth for just a heartbeat before the photographer calls for a break. The spell shatters, and I step back quickly, needing air that doesn't smell like his cologne. Water break. 5 minutes, people. Gray follows me to the craft services table, where I grab a bottle of water and drink half of it in one go. You're flustered. I nearly choke. Excuse me? Your hands are shaking. He moves closer, lowering his voice. I make you nervous. You make me annoyed. There's a difference. Is there? His fingers brush mine as he reaches for his own water bottle. Because your pulse is racing right here. He gestures toward my throat where my heartbeat betrays me. I set down my water harder than necessary. Don't flatter yourself, Ashford. Some of us have actual emotions instead of stock portfolios where our hearts should be. My emotions are perfectly functional. Right. That's why you're standing here analyzing my pulse instead of just admitting you want me. The words linger between us, electric and dangerous. Gray's expression shifts, the controlled mask slipping just enough to reveal something hungry underneath. I don't want things I can't control. Then you're in for a disappointing life. I step closer, close enough that he'd have to crane his neck down to kiss me. Because wanting someone means giving up control. It means being vulnerable. It means, all right, people, let's finish this set. The photographer's voice cuts through our standoff. Gray's eyes never leave mine, but something has shifted. The careful distance he maintains feels more like him holding himself back than holding me at arm's length. We move through the remaining shots, with electric tension crackling between us. Every touch, every staged, intimate moment feels charged with the conversation we didn't finish. When the photographer finally declares us done, Gray catches my wrist as I head toward the dressing room. Have dinner with me tonight. We've had dinner. It ended with you apologizing for wanting me. His thumb traces across my pulse point. No strings. No expectations. Just dinner. And then what? Then whatever you want. His voice holds an edge I've never heard before. Raw, honest, slightly desperate. Come home with me, Bree. Let me show you exactly how much control you have. The challenge in his words sends heat spiraling through me. This is dangerous territory, the kind that leads to broken hearts and shattered pride. But the way he's looking at me, like I'm the only thing in the room worth seeing, makes my resolve waver. I lean up on my toes, bringing my mouth close to his ear. Try me. I dare you. Then I walk away, leaving him standing there with his perfectly controlled world tilted completely off its axis.
Chapter 14. Grayson. The acquisition spreadsheet blurs in front of me, numbers swimming together like alphabet soup. I've read the same paragraph about market penetration 3 times, and the words might as well be written in ancient Sanskrit. Try me. I dare you. Oh my God, that sultry voice. Bree's voice echoes in my head for the 100th time today, that sex-fueled challenge she whispered before walking away from the photo shoot. The memory of her breath against my ear makes my collar feel too tight, my office too small, my entire carefully constructed world too goddamn suffocating. I slam the laptop shut and sit back in my chair, staring at the ceiling as if it holds answers. The late afternoon sun slants through my floor-to-ceiling windows, casting long shadows across the mahogany desk that belonged to my father and his father before him. Legacy pieces. Control, order. None of it matters when I can still smell her perfume, something warm and spicy that clings to my shirt collar like a ghost. My phone pings with a text from Fallon about tomorrow's board meeting. I delete it without reading past the first line. Another buzz. Cameron asking about drinks later. Delete. The Tokyo deal requires my signature by 5. I don't even open it. Instead, I find myself scrolling through my contacts until I reach her name. My thumb hovers over the call button before common sense kicks in. What would I even say? That I've been useless all day because she dared me to prove I could handle her? That every time I close my eyes, I see her leaning into me at the photo shoot, that red silk making her skin look like burnished mahogany? Fallon knocks and enters without waiting for permission, a privilege earned through 15 years of dealing with my moods. The Henderson contracts need your review before... She stops mid-sentence, taking in my disheveled state. My tie hangs loose, jacket draped over the chair back like surrender. Sir, everything all right? Reschedule my 4 o'clock and the 5:30. Both meetings? The Brisbane call is Handle it. I stand abruptly, pacing to the windows. The city sprawls below, thousands of people living their normal lives while I'm coming apart over a woman who challenges everything I thought I wanted. Actually, clear my schedule for the rest of the day. Fallon raises an eyebrow but doesn't question it. Smart man. Shall I call your driver? No, I'll drive myself. After she leaves, I stand in the uncomfortable silence of my office, watching traffic crawl through Manhattan streets far below. Control has always been my religion, discipline my salvation. I built an empire on the foundation of never wanting anything I couldn't have, never needing anyone I couldn't manage. But Bree Carter doesn't operate by my rules. She walks into rooms and claims space like she owns it. She looks me in the eye and dares me to be human instead of a walking profit margin. She makes me want things that have nothing to do with acquisition or strategy. I grab my phone before I can talk myself out of it. Come over. Tonight. 2 words. Simple. Direct. The kind of text I'd send about a business meeting. Not whatever this is becoming between us. Her response arrives within seconds, as if she's been waiting. You sure you can handle that? Even through text, I can hear her voice, that slight rasp that suggests secrets, the hint of laughter that means she's already 3 moves ahead of me in whatever game we're playing. My fingers hover over the phone screen. The smart response would be professional deflection, a joke about business dinners or PR strategies. Something that maintains the careful distance I've spent weeks constructing. Instead, I type exactly what I'm thinking. I'm about to find out. The 3 dots appear immediately, then disappear, then appear again. She's crafting her response, probably deciding how much rope to give me before I hang myself with it. Give me an hour, 60 minutes to figure out what the hell I'm doing. To decide if I'm ready to let someone else hold the reins for once, even if it terrifies me down to my bones. I grab my jacket and head for the door, leaving the quarterly projections and market analyses and carefully planned future scattered across my desk like debris. Finally, I'm walking away from work before sunset, chasing something I can't quantify or control, something that might actually be worth the risk. The elevator chimes at exactly 7:30, and I realize I've been standing at the kitchen island for the past 10 minutes, rearranging takeout containers like they're chess pieces. Thai food seemed safer than cooking, less intimate, more casual. As if anything about tonight could be casual. The doors slide open, and every coherent thought evacuates my skull. Bree emerges wearing a black dress that should come with a warning label. It skims her curves like liquid obsidian, the neckline plunging just enough to make my mouth go dry. Her natural ebony curls frame her face in soft waves, and those red lips could stop traffic in Times Square. "Close your mouth, Ashford. You'll catch flies." She glides past me into the living space, her heels clicking against marble like a countdown to my destruction. I catch a hint of that perfume again, warm vanilla and something darker that makes me want to bury my face in her neck. "You said come over. You didn't specify a dress code." She surveys my penthouse with the same calculating look she gives hostile bar patrons. "Nice place. Very..." She pauses, fingers trailing along the leather sofa. "Sterile." "It's minimalist." It's what happens when rich men hire decorators instead of living. She picks up a crystal paperweight from the coffee table, turning it in the light. "Where's all your stuff? Photos, books, evidence of human habitation." I gesture toward the kitchen island, desperate to redirect before she starts psychoanalyzing my furniture choices. Food's getting cold. We sit across from each other, the marble expanse between us feeling like an ocean. I've negotiated billion-dollar deals across conference tables smaller than this. But watching Bree twirl pad thai around her fork, I can't remember how to make normal conversation. "So, this is how billionaires eat dinner." She gestures with her chopsticks. Takeout containers on marble clearly has never been stained. "The marble's Calicotta, Italian." "Of course it is." Her eyes dance with amusement. "Tell me, Gray, do you ever do anything that isn't calculated? Eat gas station snacks? Watch reality TV? Have a favorite pizza place that doesn't require reservations?" I focus on my green curry, the silence stretching between us like a taut wire. Every glance feels loaded, every casual movement charged with electricity. The way she runs her tongue across her bottom lip after tasting the spice. How she leans forward just enough that the dress shifts, revealing the curve of her collarbone. "You're doing it again," she says quietly. "Doing what?" "Pretending." She sets down her fork, fixes me with that direct stare that slices through every defense I've spent years building. "All evening you've been polite and proper and perfectly controlled. Like you invited me here for a business dinner. Maybe I did." "Nonsense." The word cracks through the air like a whip. "You didn't text me about market strategies or photo shoots. You wanted me here for the same reason I said yes." My fingers tighten around the chopsticks. "And what reason is that?" She stands slowly, smoothing the dress down her thighs in a movement that's purely unconscious but devastating. When she rounds the island toward me, I feel like prey being stalked by something beautiful and dangerous. "Stop pretending you don't want me." The words hang in the air between us, raw and honest and terrifying. She's close enough now that I can see the gold flecks in her brown eyes, smell that intoxicating perfume that's been haunting me all day. She's a breath away, her lips parted, her eyes daring me to make a move. My control shatters. "Enough of this," I growl, closing the distance between us. My hands grip her waist, pulling her flush against me. Her breath hitches, but she doesn't pull away. "Finally." Her voice is a low purr, and then her mouth crashes into mine. The kiss is hard, deep, desperate. She tastes like the wine we drank earlier, sweet with a hint of spice, and I can't get enough. My fingers tangle in her curls, and her nails dig into my shoulders as she kisses me back with the same ferocity. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vixa Vaughn audiobook is available at VixaVaughnRomance.com, and with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product. "Not bad, Ashford," she says, her voice soft and teasing. I laugh, pulling her closer. "You're not so bad yourself, Carter." The silence afterward is different. Not the charged quiet that came before we tore each other's clothes off, but something heavier, more dangerous. I pull her against my chest, her back to my front, and she doesn't resist. Her curls tickle my chin, and I can feel her heartbeat gradually slowing against my arm. My fingers trace lazy patterns on her hip bone, mapping the curve of her waist like I'm trying to memorize it. She fits against me perfectly. Too perfectly. The thought should terrify me, but right now, with her skin warm against mine and the scent of her perfume mixing with the smell of sex, I can't bring myself to panic. "Your hands are shaking," she murmurs, her voice rough from earlier. I press my palm flat against her stomach. She's right. No, they're not. Liar. But there's no bite in it, just sleepy amusement. I tighten my arm around her waist, pulling her impossibly closer. She makes a soft sound, half protest, half contentment, and settles deeper into me. Her breathing evens out, and for a moment I think she's fallen asleep. "Gray?" She turns in my arms, those dark eyes searching my face. Her lips are still swollen from kissing, her hair a wild mess that I caused. She's never looked more beautiful, and that thought alone should send me running. What does this mean? The question hangs between us, loaded with everything we haven't said. I watch her face, looking for clues about what answer she wants to hear. But this is Bree. She doesn't give me anything to work with, just that direct stare that cuts through every defense I've spent years building. My thumb brushes across her cheek. I don't know. Something shifts in her expression. Disappointment? Relief? I can't tell, and that uncertainty makes my chest tight. At least you're honest. She doesn't pull away, though. If anything, she moves closer, her forehead almost touching mine. Most men would have fed me some line about how special this was. It was special, but you don't know what it means. No. The admission tastes like failure in my mouth. I'm not good at this, Bree. I told you, I don't do relationships. She studies my face for a long moment, her fingers tracing the edge of my jaw. What if I said I don't either? I'd say you're lying. Her laugh is soft but sharp. Why? Because you're the kind of woman men build their whole lives around. And you know it. She goes quiet again, her hand flattening against my chest. I can feel her pulse through her fingertips. Quick, nervous. That's a pretty way of saying I'm high maintenance. You know I didn't mean it that way. No. She arches an eyebrow. Then what did you mean? I close my eyes, trying to find words that won't scare her off or make me sound like a complete bastard. I meant you deserve someone who can give you everything. And I'm not sure I know how to be that person anymore. When I open my eyes, she's watching me with an expression I can't read. Her thumb traces across my bottom lip, and I have to resist the urge to catch it between my teeth. I never asked you to be anything, Gray. I just asked what this means. I know. My voice comes out rougher than intended. And I'm telling you I don't have an answer. Not yet. And I don't know if I ever will.
Chapter 15. Bree. I wake up wrapped in silk that's downright sinful, feeling like I've been hit by a very expensive truck. The sheets smell like Gray's cologne, cedar, and something darker, more complex. Something that makes my stomach flutter in ways I absolutely refuse to acknowledge this early in the morning. The bed beside me is empty, but the indent in the pillow tells me he was here not long ago. I stretch, wincing at muscles I forgot I had, and hear the shower running in the ensuite bathroom. The sound stops, and I quickly close my eyes, feigning sleep. Gray emerges 15 minutes later, already dressed in a charcoal suit that causes my heart to pound all over again. His hair is perfectly styled, his tie knotted with military precision. He moves around the room like last night never happened, checking his watch, straightening his cufflinks, becoming the untouchable billionaire again. I hate how quickly he can flip that switch. How he can go from the man who whispered my name like a prayer to this cold, controlled stranger adjusting his collar in the mirror. "I know you're awake," he says without turning around. I crack one eye open. "How?" "Your breathing changed 5 minutes ago." Of course it did. I sit up, clutching the sheet to my chest more out of spite than modesty. "Morning to you too, sunshine." He glances at me in the mirror's reflection, his expression unreadable. "Coffee's downstairs. I had Maria make breakfast." "Maria?" "My housekeeper." He straightens his tie for the third time. "She's discreet." Good to know my walk of shame comes with room service. Something flickers across his face. Guilt, maybe, but it disappears so quickly I might have imagined it. It's not a walk of shame. No, what would you call it? He turns to face me fully, and for a second, I see the man from last night in his eyes. Then the wall slams back down. I call it breakfast. I laugh, shaking my head. Right. Breakfast. 20 minutes later, I'm sitting at his dining table in one of his shirts. White cotton that hangs to my thighs like a dress. The breakfast spread looks like something from a magazine. Fresh fruit, pastries that smell like heaven, coffee that probably costs more per cup than I make in tips. Gray sits across from me, checking emails on his phone between sips of coffee, still in full armor. "So," I say, biting into what might be the best croissant I've ever tasted. "Do you always shut down this fast? Or am I special?" His fingers pause over his screen. "I'm not shut down." "Right, and I'm the Queen of England." My eyes narrow as I study him. "Tell me something, Gray. When you were a kid, did you practice being this emotionally unavailable? Or is it a natural gift?" His jaw tightens. "I'm being professional." "Professional?" I repeat the word like it tastes funny. "We're eating breakfast in your dining room. You absolutely pounded me last night. And I'm wearing your shirt. Professional sailed away hours ago." He sets his phone down, finally looking at me directly. "What do you want me to say, Bree?" "I want you to stop looking at me like last night was a business transaction you're already regretting." His expression softens slightly. "I don't regret it." "Could have fooled me." He reaches across the table, his fingers brushing mine. "I told you I'm not good at this." "At what? Acting human?" His mouth twitches, almost a smile. "At whatever this is. This is breakfast, Gray. People have been doing it for centuries. You sit, you eat, you talk. Revolutionary concept. This time he does smile, just barely. When you put it that way." His phone buzzes against the table. He glances at the screen and I watch his face transform back into CEO mode. The moment might as well have never happened. "I have to take this," he says, already reaching for the phone. "Of course you do." He answers on the second ring, his voice immediately shifting into that crisp, businesslike tone that makes my teeth itch. Ashford. I pretend to focus on my croissant, but I can't help catching fragments of the conversation. His voice carries, especially when he's tense. Told you to handle this quietly. What do you mean they're asking questions? I tear off a piece of pastry, chewing slowly while my ears strain to catch more. No, absolutely not. We can't have internal threats compromising. He pauses, glancing at me, then lowers his voice. I don't care what it takes. Find the leak and plug it. Internal threats. Leaks. My stomach tightens in a way that's not related to hunger. Need a full security audit by end of week. Yes, everyone. I don't care if they've been with us for 20 years. The paranoia in his tone sends alarm bells ringing in my head. I've heard this kind of talk before. From my father, right before everything went bad, right before people got hurt. Gray ends the call and sets his phone down, that mask of calm sliding back into place like it was never gone. Everything okay? I ask, keeping my voice light. Fine, just business. Sounded serious. Internal threats? His eyes sharpen, and I watch him retreat even further behind those walls. Nothing that concerns you. Maybe it should. I am working for your company now. You're working for our PR department. That's different. I set my coffee cup down harder than necessary. Different how? Different in that you don't need to worry about it. The dismissive tone hits me like a slap. Don't need to worry about it? Or don't need to know about it? Bree. No, I get it. I push back from the table, the chair legs scraping against the hardwood. Last night was fun and all, but now it's back to business. Keep the pretty bartender in her lane. His jaw clenches. You know that's not how I meant it. Isn't it? I stand, fury building in my chest like steam in a kettle. You sleep with me, then shut me out the second actual business comes up. What am I supposed to think? You're supposed to trust that I know how to handle my own company. Trust. I laugh, but there's no humor in it. Right, because you've been so open and honest with me. This has nothing to do with us. There is no us, remember? You made that crystal clear last night when I asked what this meant and you said you didn't know. Gray stands too, moving around the table toward me. Bree, don't. Don't what? Don't ask questions? Don't expect basic honesty from someone I'm supposed to be working with? I grab the edge of his shirt, yanking it off and throwing it at his chest. Don't expect to be treated like an actual person instead of a pretty prop. He catches the shirt reflexively, his eyes darkening as I stand there in nothing but my underwear and pure rage. Where are you going? To get my real clothes and get out of here. I storm toward his bedroom, my bare feet slapping against the floor. Before you remember, you have another very important call to make. I hear him follow, but he doesn't say anything as I grab my dress from last night and pull it on with sharp, angry movements. Bree. I whirl around to face him. What? He opens his mouth, then closes it. The war between whatever he wants to say and whatever he thinks he should say plays out across his features. For a moment, I think he might actually tell me something real. Instead, he straightens his tie. I'll have my driver take you home. The dismissal is harsh, painful. Don't bother. I'll call an Uber. I push past him, heading for the door. He doesn't stop me, doesn't call my name, doesn't do anything but stand there in his perfect suit watching me leave. But his face, God, his face tells a completely different story. The way his hands clench at his sides, the way his mouth opens like he wants to say something, anything, to make me stay. He doesn't, though. And I walk out anyway. The Uber driver glances at me in the rearview mirror as I slam the door harder than necessary. My hands are shaking as I fumble with my phone, still riding the adrenaline high of walking out on Gray Ashford, in nothing but my fury and last night's dress. You okay back there, miss? Peachy. I force a smile that probably looks more like a snarl. Just had breakfast with Satan himself. The driver wisely decides against follow-up questions. I dial Monica's number, pressing the phone to my ear like a lifeline. She answers on the second ring, her voice thick with sleep. Sis, it better be noon or somebody better be dead. It's neither, and I think I might commit murder if you don't talk me down right now. The rustle of sheets. Then Monica's voice sharpens with concern. What happened? Where are you? In the back of an Uber, fleeing the scene of the crime. I press my free hand to my forehead. I slept with him, Mon. Please tell me we're not talking about your father. Oh God, Gray, I slept with Gray Ashford. Silence stretches for a beat too long. Then Monica lets out a low whistle. Well, damn, how was it? Monica! What? I'm just asking if the billionaire knows what he's doing in bed, for research purposes. Despite everything, I almost smile. It was incredible, earth-moving, life-changing. And you're calling me in a panic because he turned into a robot the second it was over. The words tumble out in a rush. This morning he was all business calls and emotional walls, acting like I'm some security risk he can't trust with basic information about his own company. Hold up. Back that truck up. I hear Monica getting out of bed, probably pacing now. What kind of information? Something about internal threats and leaks. The second his phone rang, it was like last night never happened. Like I'm just some pretty distraction he needs to keep in her lane. Monica's silence stretches longer this time, and when she speaks, her voice carries a weight I don't like. Bree, listen to me real careful. Don't let him make you a footnote. The words hit harder than I expect. What do you mean? I mean, rich men like him, they collect women like trophies. You sleep with them, they get bored, and suddenly you're yesterday's news. A pretty story they tell at dinner parties. I gaze out the window at the city rushing past, Monica's words settling in my chest like stones. But that's not what this was, right? I mean, the way he looked at me, the way he what? Shut you out the moment real life interrupted your fairy tale? The truth stings because she's right. The second his business world intruded, I became an outsider again, someone to protect information from instead of someone to trust with it. I won't be a footnote, I say quietly, the words feeling like a vow. I won't be some story he tells about the bartender who got too big for her britches. That's my girl. You've got your own empire to build, remember? Don't let some emotionally stunted billionaire derail your plans. You're right. I sit up straighter, feeling the steel return to my spine. My bar, my rules, my future. Exactly. And if Mr. Perfect wants to be part of that future, he better learn how to show up like a real person instead of a walking tax write-off. The Uber pulls up to my building, and I feel calmer already. Clearer. Thanks, Mon. I needed that reality check. Anytime, babe. Now go take a shower and wash that man out of your hair. Literally. I'll sure as hell try.
Chapter 16. Grayson. I sit in my office, the security footage playing for the fourth time on my monitor. The timestamp reads 11:47 p.m., 3 days ago. The camera angle shows the executive floor hallway, empty except for the night security guard making his rounds. Nothing looks wrong. Nothing feels wrong. But my gut tells a different story. Run it back to 11:30, I tell Mike, my head of security. He leans over my shoulder, fingers clicking across the keyboard. There, I point to the screen. Corner office. Third door down. The footage shows a figure moving past the camera's range. Too quick, too purposeful for casual cleaning staff. The motion sensors should have triggered additional lighting, but they didn't. Someone disabled the proximity lights. Mike confirms what I already suspected. Professional job. My jaw clenches. The documents missing from that office contain acquisition details for 3 properties worth $30 million combined. Information that could tank deals if it reached the wrong hands. Who had access that night? Mike slides a tablet across my desk. 12 people with executive clearance, all verified entry and exit times. I scroll through the list, my chest tightening with each familiar name. David Johnson, my CFO for 8 years. Sarah Martin, who helped me close the Harbor District development. James Whitmore, who's been with the company since my father ran it. And at the bottom, Bree Carter, PR consultant. Access granted 10:15 p.m., exit log 10:52 p.m. The timestamp hits me like cold water. She was here that night, long after our scheduled meeting ended, long after she had any business being in the building. Pull up the internal camera feeds, I hear myself say. Gray, you sure about this? She's... Pull them up. The footage switches to interior shots. Conference room A shows our PR meeting ending at 9:40 p.m. I watch myself walk Bree to the elevator, watch her press the button for the ground floor. But the next feed shows her stepping off on the executive level instead. My stomach drops. Keep going. The hallway camera captures her walking purposefully toward the offices, checking her phone. She stops outside the same corner office where the documents went missing, glances around, then disappears from view. A load of trash. Mike clears his throat. There might be an explanation. Yeah, like what? The words cut more harshly I intended. She accidentally got off on the wrong floor and accidentally walked into a secured office? Maybe she was looking for you. Meeting ran late. She wanted to. The meeting was over, Mike. She knew exactly where I was. My phone buzzes. A secure message from my lead investigator. Background check complete. Bree Carter. Flagged items attached. I open the attachment, and the first line makes my blood freeze. Father. Delroy Carter. Convicted fraud. Embezzlement. Released 18 months ago. Known associates include corporate espionage networks. Jesus Christ. Mike leans closer. What is it? Her father. He's a con artist. Professional grade. The timeline clicks into place with sickening clarity. Bree showing up at my charity event right after our viral encounter. Her sudden interest in working with Ashford Holdings. The way she asked pointed questions about my business this morning. And I handed her access to everything. Mike studies my face. You want me to bring her in? My finger hovers over my phone. Bree's contact information glowing on the screen. 3 hours ago, she was in my bed. Last night, I was inside her, listening to her whisper my name like it meant something. Sir? No. The word comes out harder than granite. Not yet. Gray, if she's compromised. I said not yet. I close the laptop, shutting off the footage that makes my chest feel like it's caving in. Run deeper background on everyone who had access. Cross-reference their financial records, recent communications, travel patterns. Including Carter? The question hovers in the air like smoke. Including the woman who made me forget why I don't trust people in the first place. Including the woman who looked me in the eye this morning and accused me of shutting her out while she was potentially robbing me blind. Everyone, I say finally. No exceptions. Mike nods and heads for the door, then pauses. For what it's worth, I hope we're wrong about her. I stare at the black screen of my laptop, seeing Bree's face reflected in the dark monitor. The way she smiled when Maddie dedicated that song. The way she challenged me, fought with me, made me feel alive in ways I'd forgotten were possible. So do I. But hope doesn't change what the cameras showed. Hope doesn't explain why she was prowling around secure offices at midnight. And hope sure as hell doesn't protect a company I've spent 15 years building from the ground up. My phone rings as I'm still staring at the dark laptop screen, Delroy Carter's criminal record burning behind my eyes. Dad, you'll never guess what happened today! Maddie's voice cuts through the fog of suspicion clouding my thoughts. I'm grateful for the distraction even as my chest tightens. Try me. So, you know how I've been working on that remix for the Winter Showcase? The one Bree helped me with last week? The mention of her name sends a fresh wave of conflict through me. Yeah. Well, Mrs. Patterson played it for the music department today, and they want me to perform it at the district competition. Like, the actual district competition where all the fancy prep schools send their kids. I can hear the grin in her voice, the excitement she usually reserves for new music equipment or particularly savage TikTok comments. It's been months since she's sounded this animated about school. That's incredible, Mads. When's the competition? 3 weeks. But here's the thing. I never would have finished the remix without Bree. She's the one who told me to stop overthinking it and just let the music breathe. And when I got stuck on the bridge, she suggested this vocal sample that totally made it come together. My grip tightens on the phone. She knows music production? Apparently she used to DJ parties in college to pay for bartending school. Who knew? She's like, secretly talented at everything. Maddie pauses, and when she continues, her voice carries a weight that makes my chest ache. Dad, she's the best thing that's happened to us. The words hit me, sharper and painful. Us. As if somehow, in the space of a few weeks, Bree has become part of whatever fractured family unit Maddie and I have managed to build. I'm proud of you for the showcase, I manage. We should celebrate. Actually, Bree already said she'd take me shopping for performance clothes this weekend. Something about stage presence and owning your moment. She gets it, you know? The whole creative thing. I close my eyes. 3 days ago, I would have felt relief that someone finally understood my daughter's passion. Now, every mention of Bree's involvement feels like salt in a wound I'm still discovering. That sounds perfect. You okay? You sound weird. Just tired, long day. Well, get some rest before tonight. Bree's already texted me about the movie premiere. She's nervous about the red carpet thing, which is hilarious because she's literally the most confident person I know. My stomach drops. The premiere. I'd completely forgotten we're supposed to appear together at the charity screening tonight, playing the perfect corporate couple for the cameras. Right, the premiere. You better not be weird and grumpy with her. She's been amazing to us, and if you mess this up... Maddie. I'm just saying, don't be you tonight, okay? After she hangs up, I sit in the quiet of my office, her words echoing. The best thing that's happened to us, as if Bree Carter, with her sharp tongue and fierce loyalty, has somehow filled a space in our lives we didn't even know was empty. I push back from my desk and head toward the private bathroom in my office suite. The premiere starts in 3 hours, and I need time to think, to figure out how to look at Bree tonight without seeing that security footage behind my eyes. The limo pulls up to the red carpet, and I step out first, adjusting my cufflinks while cameras flash like lightning against the night sky. The premiere for Children of Tomorrow, some feel-good documentary about education reform that my foundation partially funded, draws the usual crowd of socialites and journalists hunting for gossip. Then Bree emerges from the car and every coherent thought abandons my brain. The midnight blue gown hugs every curve before flowing into a train that pools behind her like liquid starlight. Her hair is swept up in an elegant twist, revealing the graceful line of her neck, and her skin glows against the rich fabric. Diamond earrings catch the camera flashes, borrowed from the stylist, no doubt, but she wears them like she was born to. Close your mouth, Ashford, she murmurs as she takes my offered arm. You're supposed to look like you've seen me in a dress before. Honestly, you're gaping like a fish every time I see you. Maybe I'm feeling particularly fishy tonight. Her laugh is low and genuine, sending heat straight through my chest. Careful. Your reputation as an emotionless robot is at stake. The photographers surge forward, shouting our names and demands to look their way. I place my hand on the small of her back, feeling the warmth of her skin through the thin fabric, and guide her down the carpet. Mr. Ashford, how long have you and Miss Carter been together? Is this relationship personal or professional? Bree, over here! Give us a smile! She handles it like she was born for spotlights. posing with confidence, answering questions with just enough charm to keep them interested, and just enough mystery to keep them guessing. When one particularly aggressive reporter asks if she's taming the notorious billionaire, she grins and glances up at me. "Honey, nobody tames a man like Gray Ashford. The trick is convincing him he isn't tamed." The crowd eats it up. More flashes, more questions, more requests for poses. I find myself pulling her closer, my arm tightening around her waist, whenever another man's gaze lingers too long on the way that dress showcases her figure. "Possessive much?" she whispers against my ear during a brief lull. "Strategic positioning for the cameras." Liar. Inside the theater, we're seated in the VIP section with the other major donors. The documentary plays on screen. Something about innovative teaching methods in underserved communities. But I can't concentrate on anything except the way Bree's hand rests on my thigh, her fingers occasionally tracing absent patterns through the fabric of my suit. During a particularly touching scene about a young girl learning to read, I notice Bree wipe away a tear. The gesture is so unguarded, so genuine, that something shifts in my chest. This isn't performance art for her. She actually cares about this cause. "You okay?" I lean closer, my lips brushing her ear. "I was that kid once," she whispers back, bouncing between schools, falling behind. If someone hadn't taken an interest... She doesn't finish the sentence, but the vulnerability in her voice makes me want to wrap her in my arms and promise that no one will ever overlook her again. When the lights come up for the intermission cocktail reception, we're immediately surrounded by donors and board members eager to meet the woman who's transformed Ashford Holdings' public image. Bree charms them all, discussing education policy with the foundation director, laughing at the mayor's wife's terrible jokes, gracefully deflecting the increasingly personal questions about our relationship. I watch her work the room, feeling a dangerous heat building in my chest every time someone touches her arm or stands too close. When Robert Harrington, a known philanthropist with wandering hands, places his palm on her lower back while telling some boring story about his latest yacht purchase, I step in. "Harrington." My voice carries enough edge to make him step back immediately. "Enjoying the film?" "Oh, yes, absolutely. Your girlfriend here was just telling me about her background in hospitality. Fascinating stuff." "I'm sure." I slip my arm around Bree's waist, pulling her against my side. "If you'll excuse us, we need to speak with the director." As I guide her away, Bree gives me a sideways look. "That was subtle. I don't like him touching you." "Why not?" The question stops me cold, because I want to be the only one who touches her, because the thought of another man's hands on her skin makes me want to break things. Because somewhere between our first kiss and this moment, she's become mine in a way that's not related to contracts or public relations. Because, I say finally, you're with me tonight. For the cameras, right? Her eyes search mine, and I realize I've reached a crossroads. I can give her the safe answer, the one that keeps this arrangement professional and my heart protected, or I can tell the truth that's been building in my chest for weeks. Not just for the cameras. The penthouse feels empty and cavernous when I return alone, the silence amplifying every doubt that's been building since I saw that security footage. I pour myself 3 fingers of bourbon and settle into my office chair, firing up the secure workstation I use for sensitive research. Delroy Carter's criminal record was just the beginning. Now I need the full picture. The first database search returns basic information: birth records, employment history, addresses, standard background check material that reveals a man who's moved frequently, changed jobs often, and left a trail of inconsistencies in his wake. But it's the deeper dive that makes my blood run cold. Financial records show a pattern of sophisticated cons dating back 15 years. Insurance fraud in Miami, identity theft in Atlanta, a real estate scheme in Chicago that bilked elderly investors out of their retirement savings. Each time he disappeared before law enforcement could build a solid case. But the most recent entry stops me dead. 3 months ago, Delroy Carter was questioned in connection with a corporate espionage ring targeting Fortune 500 companies. The investigation centered on a group that specialized in insider trading, using family members and romantic partners to gain access to confidential information. I scroll through the FBI report. The ring's methods were elegant in their simplicity. Identify employees with access to sensitive data, then exploit their personal relationships. A daughter here, a boyfriend there. People who could walk into secure buildings without raising suspicion. The investigation was dropped due to lack of evidence, but the suspected targets read like a who's who of corporate America. Tech giants, pharmaceutical companies, defense contractors, and real estate conglomerates. I reach for my phone, then stop. What am I going to do? Call the FBI and tell them I think my fake girlfriend might be running a con on me? That the woman who made my daughter smile could be a criminal? Instead, I dig deeper into Delroy's known associates. The names blur together until one stops me cold. Marcus Webb. I know that name from somewhere. A quick search refreshes my memory. Webb was a security consultant who worked for several major corporations before being arrested for corporate espionage 2 years ago. His specialty was infiltrating companies from the inside, using employee relationships to gain access to proprietary information. The connection sends ice through my veins. If Delroy is associated with Webb's network, if he's still active in corporate espionage, then Bree's sudden appearance in my life takes on a sinister new dimension. I think about the way she questioned me about my business over breakfast this morning. The casual interest she showed in my meetings, my travel schedule, my security protocols. Questions that seemed like normal girlfriend curiosity, but could have been something else entirely. My secure line rings, the sound sharp in the quiet office. Ashford. Sir, it's Patterson from security. We've completed the preliminary analysis of the missing documents. What did you find? The files that went missing contain detailed information about our upcoming acquisitions in the Southeast. Specifically, the Charleston Waterfront Project and the Savannah Historic District redevelopment. My stomach drops. Those properties represent a combined investment of nearly $200 million. If that information reached competitors before we closed the deals, it could cost us everything. Any idea what they plan to do with the information? Based on the specific documents taken, our analysts believe someone was looking to either front-run our acquisitions or leak the information to rival developers. The timing suggests they knew we were close to finalizing terms. The pieces click together with devastating clarity. Delroy's expertise in real estate fraud. Bree's access to my building, my office, my trust. The way she's been asking pointed questions about my business expansion plans. Sir, should we proceed with bringing in the suspects for questioning? I closed my eyes, seeing Bree's face when Maddie dedicated that song to her. The way she wiped away tears during the documentary tonight. The vulnerability in her voice when she talked about being overlooked as a child. Either she's the most accomplished actress I've ever met, or I'm about to destroy an innocent woman based on circumstantial evidence and her father's criminal history. Not yet, I hear myself say. Give me 24 hours. What I'm going to do with that time, I have no idea.
Chapter 17. Bree. The coffee at Penny's Pastries tastes like burnt regret this morning, but I keep sipping anyway. Monica's already demolished half a chocolate croissant while giving me her signature. I told you so. Look across our usual corner table. So, she says, licking chocolate from her fingers. Mr. Billionaire Grumpy Pants was all hands and heavy breathing at the premiere. Then turned into an iceberg right before he dropped you cold. Didn't even stay over that night. He didn't turn into an iceberg. He just retreated, like someone flipped a switch. I tear off a piece of my blueberry muffin and immediately regret it. Even the food tastes wrong today. 1 minute he's telling me I'm not just for show. The next he's checking his phone every 5 seconds and making excuses about early meetings. He just left. Classic emotional void. That's disgusting and accurate. Monica waves her croissant for emphasis. Rich boys like Gray don't know how to handle real feelings. They're trained from birth to compartmentalize everything. Business here, emotions there. Never let them touch. The second you become something that matters, their programming kicks in. I stare out the window at the morning rush hour chaos. People hurrying to jobs they probably hate, clutching coffee cups like lifelines. Maybe I'm reading too much into it? Girl, please. You've got that post-premiere glow that says you two definitely didn't spend the night discussing quarterly projections. Heat rises in my cheeks against my will. We didn't have sex, but you wanted to. I'm not discussing my sex life, or lack thereof, in a coffee shop. Which means, yes, you wanted to jump his bones, and he probably wanted the same thing, but got scared when his feelings got involved. Monica polishes off her croissant and reaches for mine. Men like Gray have been emotionally bound up for so long, they think genuine connection is a business threat. She's probably right, which makes it worse. I've dealt with enough emotionally unavailable men to recognize the signs. The sudden distance, the careful politeness, the way they start treating you like a pleasant acquaintance instead of someone who made their pulse race 12 hours ago. But with Gray, it stings more than it should. Maybe because I've seen glimpses of who he is underneath all that expensive armor. The way he looks at Maddie when she's not watching. The careful way he touched me in that car, like I might break. The vulnerability that flashes across his face before he remembers to hide it. He's afraid, Monica continues, diving into my muffin without permission. Afraid to feel something real for someone who isn't part of his carefully controlled world. My phone rings against the table. For a split second, my heart jumps, thinking it might be Gray. Instead, it's a notification from the Postal Service. Certified mail waiting for pickup. What's that face? Monica asks. Probably nothing. Just need to swing by the post office later. But something cold settles in my stomach. The only person who sends me certified mail is my father. And he only does that when he's trying to prove he's legitimate. When he wants whatever he's saying to feel official, important. Monica checks her watch. I've got a 10:30 appointment, but we're not done talking about your billionaire drama. You need to decide if you're going to let him push you away because he's scared, or if you're going to make him face whatever's got him spooked. After she leaves, I sit alone with my cold coffee and racing thoughts. The certified letter feels like a bomb waiting to explode in my carefully constructed new life. Gray's sudden distance feels like history repeating itself. Another powerful man who wants me until I become inconvenient. The post office smells like bureaucracy and broken dreams. The clerk hands me an envelope with my father's familiar handwriting, and I almost throw it in the trash without opening it. But something about the careful script stops me. It's too neat, too polite. Not like his usual sloppy scrawl. I wait until I'm back in my car to tear it open. Sabrina, I hope this letter finds you well and prosperous. I've been following your recent business ventures in the news with great pride. Your success reflects the strength and intelligence you inherited from both sides of your family. I understand you prefer to maintain distance between us, and I respect that boundary. However, recent developments have created a situation where your welfare may be at risk. I believe we need to speak privately about matters that could affect your future security. I'm not asking for forgiveness or reconciliation. Only 30 minutes of your time to discuss something that concerns us both. I'll be at the Riverside Diner on Thursday at 2 p.m. if you're willing to listen. With sincere respect, Delroy Carter. I read it twice, my hands shaking slightly. The formal tone, the careful language, the way he signs his full name instead of Dad. It's all wrong. My father doesn't write like this. He doesn't use words like welfare and sincere respect, which means whatever this is about, it's serious enough to scare him into playing straight. I take my phone out to call Gray, then hesitate with my finger over his contact. Not too long ago, I would have shown him this letter without thinking twice. Now, after his chilly retreat this morning, I'm not sure where we stand. The letter burns in my hands like evidence of something I don't understand yet. something that might explain why my father's suddenly interested in my business ventures and why he's worried about my future security. I shove the phone back in my purse and head toward car. Some conversations require more than the benefit of the doubt, and I'm not sure Gray and I are there yet. Walking into my apartment feels smaller when I'm overthinking, and right now the walls might as well be closing in. I dump my purse on the kitchen counter and stare at my closet, like it holds the answers to questions I'm not sure I want to ask. The press dinner starts at 7. Gray will be there, looking perfectly composed in whatever obscenely expensive suit his stylist picked out. I need to look like I belong in that world, without looking like I'm trying too hard. More importantly, I need to look approachable enough that he can't use his usual Ice King routine to avoid a real conversation. I flip through hangers, rejecting everything that screams trying to seduce you or broke girl playing dress up. The black cocktail dress Monica helped me pick out last month catches my eye. Sophisticated but not flashy, fitted but not clingy. It says, "I have it together without broadcasting. Please notice me." Perfect. In the bathroom, I study my reflection and make strategic decisions. Foundation that evens out my complexion without looking like I'm wearing a mask. Mascara to define my eyes, but no dramatic liner that might smudge if this conversation goes sideways. A nude lipstick that won't transfer if I cut off that thought before it goes anywhere dangerous. My curls get twisted into a low chignon that looks effortless, but took 20 minutes to perfect. Conservative enough for the press, polished enough for Gray's world, but still unmistakably me. The dress slides on like armor. I check myself in the full-length mirror and nod at the woman staring back. She looks capable, professional, like someone who can handle whatever emotional minefield Gray decides to drag her through tonight. My phone sounds off with a text from the car service, 5 minutes out. I grab my purse and pause at the door, my father's letter still burning a hole in my thoughts. Whatever game he's playing, whatever he knows about my business ventures, it can wait. Right now, I need to figure out if Gray Ashford is worth fighting for, or if I should cut my losses before this gets messier. The lift ride down feels like diving into deep water. By the time I reach the lobby, my game face is locked in place. Tonight, Gray's going to tell me exactly what last night meant to him, and what I mean to him, whether he wants to or not. The grand ballroom at the Metropolitan Club drips with old money and older secrets. Crystal chandeliers cast warm light over tables of Manhattan's elite, all gathered to celebrate some charity I'm supposed to care about, but can't focus on, because Gray hasn't looked at me once since I arrived. He stands across the room in his black suit, nodding at whatever his CFO whispers in his ear. When I walked in 20 minutes ago, his eyes swept right past me like I'm part of the furniture. Not even a polite acknowledgement. I sip expensive champagne and watch him work the room with surgical precision. Handshakes calibrated to the exact second. Smiles that never reach his eyes. The perfect corporate machine running on autopilot. Bree, darling. Maggie from the PR team materializes beside me in a cloud of Chanel. You look absolutely stunning. Have you met the board members yet? Still working on it. I keep watching Gray, who's now discussing quarterly projections, like his tongue wasn't in my mouth 48 hours ago. Maggie follows my gaze and her smile tightens. Grayson's been quite focused tonight. Business never stops for him, you know. Right. Business. The perfect opening presents itself when Gray's inner circle gathers around the bar, his CFO, 2 board members, and the head of acquisitions. I approach with my most dazzling smile, the one that got me through every hostile crowd at the bar. Gentlemen, mind if I steal Gray for photos? The press is dying for a few candid shots. They part like the Red Sea, all polite nods and murmured pleasantries. Gray finally looks at me, his expression carefully neutral. Of course, whatever the campaign requires. Whatever the campaign requires. Not I'd love to, or you look beautiful, or even basic human acknowledgement. Just corporate speak wrapped in expensive cologne. Actually, I say, letting my voice carry to the circle of suits, I was wondering if you could help me understand something about the Ashford Holdings Community Initiative. You know, since I'm supposed to be the face of it. Gray's jaw tightens almost imperceptibly. What specifically? Well, last night you seemed very invested in the personal aspects of our partnership. But tonight you're treating me like hired help. I'm curious about which version is the real Gray Ashford, the man or the brand. The air around us crystallizes. His CFO clears his throat. One board member suddenly finds his drink fascinating. Perhaps we should discuss this privately, Gray says through clenched teeth. Oh, I think this is plenty private. Just you, me, and the people who apparently know you better than I do. His hand closes around my elbow. Firm, not gentle. Now. He steers me toward a side corridor lined with portraits of dead rich men who probably treated women the same way. The moment we're alone, he drops his hand like I burned him. What exactly do you think you're doing? Having a conversation with my business partner? Isn't that what we are? You know damn well. Do I? Because last night I thought we were something else entirely. Silly me. Thinking a man who kissed me like he was drowning might actually give a damn about my feelings. Gray runs a hand through his perfect hair, disturbing exactly 3 strands. This isn't the time or place. Right. There's never a good time or place with you, is there? Just convenient moments when you need arm candy or someone to make you look like you have a soul. That's not. It's exactly what it is. The words pour out of me like blood from a wound. You parade me around when it serves your image, then ice me out the second things feel real. I'm your perfect prop. Pretty, charming, disposable. He steps closer, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. You think this is easy for me? You think I planned any of this? I think you're a coward who uses people because genuine connection terrifies you. Something flashes across his face. Hurt, maybe, or recognition. But then the mask slams back into place. If that's what you believe, then maybe you don't belong here. The silence stretches uncomfortably between us like a chasm. I wait for him to take it back, to fight for this, to prove me wrong. He doesn't. You're right, I don't belong here. I turn toward the exit, my heels clicking against marble like gunshots. Enjoy your campaign, Mr. Ashford. I'm sure you'll find another prop who's less trouble. The side exit dumps me into an alley where paparazzi lurk like vultures. Camera flashes explode in my face before I can compose myself, catching the tears I didn't realize were falling. Bree! What happened in there? Is it over with Gray Ashford? I push through them blindly, my father's letter burning in my purse, alongside everything I should have told Gray, but now never will. Fake love? Baby, ain't nothing fake about what you're about to feel.
9 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of passion, drama, and the kind of chemistry you can't fake.
Oh, these couples swear it's just for show. Fake fiancés, pretend dates, contracts and schemes. But baby, when the sparks start flying, somebody's catching feelings.
Enemies turned lovers, friends turned more.
And listen here, this ain't no skimpy sample pack. You're getting the whole buffet. And right now, it's already sitting pretty at 70% off.
Take a look at VixAvaughnRomance.com.
Hot fomance. I fake do. This diva don't do I do easily. Only serve it up if you deserve me. Playeress. A fake southern fiancé. Fake lover. Faux love. Wife for hire.
The Fake Love Romance Audiobook Bundle. It's time to play pretend and never look back.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 18, Grayson. The boardroom feels like a mausoleum this morning. Same marble table, same oil paintings of long-dead Ashfords judging me from gilded frames, same collection of suits pretending they're not circling like sharks. I stare at the security report in front of me, the words blurring together like a migraine waiting to happen. 2 days since Bree walked out of that charity dinner, and now this. The breach originated from external access to confidential files. Hendricks, my head of security, drones on. Someone with legitimate credentials was accessing data they weren't authorized to view. Legitimate credentials meaning what, exactly? I don't look up from the report. Company-issued devices, or devices that have been synced with company systems. My stomach drops, but I try to keep my expression neutral. The only personal device that's been anywhere near our systems belongs to Bree. For the PR campaign, for the photo shoots, for the endless stream of appearances where she needed access to scheduling and briefing documents. Do we have a suspect? Board member Harrison leans forward, his vulture neck extending. We're still investigating. Hendricks shifts uncomfortably, but the timeline suggests someone who gained access recently, within the last month. The last month. When Bree entered my life like a hurricane in designer heels. This is exactly what I warned you about, Harrison continues, his voice gaining momentum. Bringing outsiders into sensitive operations. People without proper background checks. Miss Carter went through extensive vetting, I say quietly. Did she? Because I'm looking at a preliminary report on her family connections, and it's not exactly reassuring. He slides a manila folder across the table. I don't touch it. Her father has a history of financial fraud. Small-time cons, but patterns, nonetheless. And now, sensitive company data is being accessed through channels connected to your personal campaign manager. The way he says personal makes my jaw clench. Like he knows exactly what happened between Bree and me. Like he's been waiting for this moment to prove his point. Correlation isn't causation, I say. No, but it's certainly suggestive. The conference room door opens and Cameron strolls in like he owns the place. Which, technically, he partially does. My younger brother inherited 20% of Ashford Holdings when our father died, though he's never shown interest in actually running anything. Sorry I'm late. Traffic was murder. He settles into the chair beside me, all casual charm and expensive cologne. What did I miss? Security breach, I say tersely. Internal data compromised. Ah. Cameron's eyebrows rise with manufactured surprise. Any suspects? Hendricks glances at me before answering. We're exploring all possibilities. All possibilities. Cameron drums his fingers on the table, a habit that's annoyed me since we were children. Including your bartender girlfriend? The temperature in the room drops 10 degrees. Every board member suddenly finds their coffee fascinating. Miss Carter is our campaign representative, I correct. Nothing more. Cameron's smile doesn't reach his eyes. Right, of course, though I have to say, Gray, bringing her into the inner circle so quickly was ambitious. She was vetted. Surface-level vetting. But did anyone dig into why her father suddenly resurfaced after years of estrangement? Why he's been seen asking questions about Ashford Holdings downtown? I turn to face him fully. What are you talking about? Delroy Carter's been making the rounds. Casual inquiries about our recent acquisitions, our community development projects. Almost like he's gathering intelligence. Cameron spreads his hands innocently. I'm sure it's nothing. Probably just a proud father keeping tabs on his daughter's success. Harrison clears his throat. This is precisely why we need to reevaluate Miss Carter's access level. Or terminate her contract entirely, another board member adds. Cut our losses before this escalates. The words ignite a white-hot anger within me. Terminate Bree's contract. Remove her from my life entirely, just when I'm finally understanding what she means to me. But if she's connected to this breach, If her father is using her to get to me, then everything between us has been a lie. I need to see that file, I say finally, reaching for the manila folder. Cameron slides it closer. I know this is difficult, Gray, but the company comes first. It always has. I flip open the folder and scan the contents. Photos of Delroy Carter outside various Ashford Holdings properties, a rap sheet spanning 2 decades, financial records showing mysterious cash influxes that coincide with Bree's recent publicity. And at the bottom, a single line that makes my blood freeze. Subject has been observed in extended conversation with individual matching description of Bree Carter, Thursday 2 p.m., Riverside Diner, 2 days ago, the same day she walked out on me. Let's call this for now. I have some research to do. The words come out sharper than intended, but I don't care. The board members exchange glances. Harrison's mouth opens to protest, but one look from me shuts him down. They file out like guilty schoolchildren, leaving behind the scent of expensive cologne and barely concealed panic. Cameron lingers by the door. Gray, we should discuss... Out. He shrugs, that infuriating smile never wavering. Just trying to help, brother. You never help, Cameron. The conference empties, then the room falls silent except for the hum of the air conditioning and the distant sounds of Manhattan traffic, 43 floors below. I flip my laptop open and navigate to our event management system, fingers moving across the keyboard with mechanical precision. Museum Charity Gala, Friday 7 p.m., event representative, B. Carter. Status, confirmed. 3 clicks and it changes to status. Cancelled. Representative unavailable. My finger hovers over the save button. One more click and Bree disappears from the schedule entirely. No warning, no explanation, just gone. Like she never existed in my carefully ordered world. I press save. My phone lights up against the marble table. Maddie's contact photo lighting up the screen. A candid shot from her talent show, caught mid-laugh at something Bree said. The irony isn't lost on me. What is it, Maddie? I'm in the middle of... What the hell is wrong with you? Her voice cuts through the phone like a blade. No preamble, no teenage courtesy. Just raw fury that sounds disturbingly familiar, like looking in a mirror. Excuse me? Since when do you talk to your father like that? Don't excuse me, Dad. I'm not stupid. Bree hasn't been around. She's dodging my texts, and you've got that irritated, angry look you get when you're pushing people away. I close my laptop and lean back in the chair. Maddie, you don't understand the situation. Then explain it to me. Because from where I'm sitting, you finally found someone who helps you act like a human being, and now you're sabotaging it because that's what you do. The accusation lands like a physical blow. That's not... It is exactly what you do. You did it with Mom near the end, remember? When she got sick and you couldn't control it, so you buried yourself in work instead of dealing with your feelings. The conference room suddenly feels too small, the air too thin. Don't bring your mother into this. Why not? She's relevant. You're terrified of caring about Bree the same way you cared about Mom, so you're cutting her loose before she can hurt you. I stand and pace to the window, watching the ant-like pedestrians navigate the streets below. You don't know what you're talking about. I know Bree makes you laugh. I know she's the first person who's ever called you on your nonsense and stuck around. I know you look at her the way you used to look at Mom, like she's the only real thing in a room full of fake. My reflection stares back from the glass, distorted and hollow. I'm scared, I admit quietly. Of what? Of what she means to me. Then stop punishing her for being real. The silence lingers between us, punctuated only by the distant hum of traffic and Maddie's breathing through the phone. I'll try, I say finally. But there are bigger things I need to work through first. Things that might affect how I can... I stop myself. She doesn't need to carry the weight of my corporate paranoia. Just give me some time. How much time? Her voice carries that particular teenage impatience that cuts straight through parental nonsense. I don't know yet. That's not an answer, Dad. That's what you always say when you're stalling. She's right, as usual. A few days, maybe a week. I need to sort some things out first. Maddie lets out a frustrated sigh that sounds exactly like her mother used to. Fine. But don't take forever, okay? Some things are worth fighting for. The line goes dead before I can respond. I put my phone away and return to my laptop, fingers moving across the keyboard with renewed purpose. The security system logs appear on screen, a digital breadcrumb trail of every person who's entered our building in the past month. I pull up the external security feeds, the ones that monitor the street-level approaches to our building. The timestamp shows 3 days ago, the same day Bree left my charity dinner with tears in her eyes and photographers documenting her every step. The footage crawls by and fast forward until I spot him. A lean figure in a worn leather jacket, hands shoved deep in his pockets, pacing the sidewalk like he's waiting for someone. Even on grainy security footage, the resemblance is unmistakable. The same sharp cheekbones, the same restless energy that Bree carries, though hers burns brighter. Delroy Carter. I slow the playback to normal speed and watch him check his phone, glance up at our building, then settle against a lamppost with the practiced patience of someone who's done this before. He's not hiding exactly, but he's not advertising his presence either. Hendricks, I call without looking away from the screen. My head of security appears in the doorway within seconds. Sir? I need you to run facial recognition on this footage. I gesture at the screen. Cross-reference with our employee database and visitor logs. Of course. May I ask what we're looking for? Patterns, meetings, anyone who might have reason to chat with our friend here. Hendricks leans closer to examine the footage. Sir, is that Delroy Carter, Bree's father? Understanding flickers across his weathered features. I'll have the analysis ready within the hour. The timestamp continues its relentless march forward. 2:47 p.m., 2:48 p.m. Then, at 2:52 p.m., Delroy straightens and pushes away from the lamppost. His body language shifts from casual waiting to alert anticipation. I lean forward, every muscle tensing as a figure approaches from the left side of the frame. The angle's wrong. I can see expensive shoes, tailored pants, but the face remains frustratingly out of view. Come on, I mutter, willing the camera to show me what I need to see. Delroy extends his hand in greeting, that smooth con-man smile spreading across his face. The other figure steps closer, and for a brief moment I catch a glimpse of a familiar gesture, the way he adjusts his cufflinks. A nervous habit I've seen countless times in board meetings. The blood drains from my face. The meeting lasts exactly 7 minutes. 7 minutes of animated conversation with Delroy doing most of the talking while his companion nods and occasionally glances up at our building. At one point, Delroy produces something from his jacket, an envelope, maybe documents, and hands it over. When they part ways, Delroy heads east toward the subway, while his contact disappears back into our building through the executive entrance. I rewind and play the sequence again, frame by frame, searching for the one perfect angle that will confirm what my gut already knows. But the camera positions were designed to capture faces of people entering the building, not those having clandestine meetings on public sidewalks. My intercom buzzes. Mr. Ashford, your 3 o'clock is here. I glance at my schedule, a routine quarterly review with department heads. Nothing that can't wait. Reschedule everything for the rest of the day, and Hendricks, prioritize that facial recognition analysis. Yes, sir. I stare at the frozen frame on my screen, watching Delroy Carter's satisfied expression as he walks away from whatever deal he just made. This isn't about Bree being careless with company secrets or letting her guard down around the wrong people. This is about someone using her. Someone who knew exactly how to get close to me by targeting the one person who's managed to slip past my defenses. My phone buzzes with a text from an unknown number. Heard you canceled Friday's event. Smart man. Some fires burn too hot to control. I delete it immediately, but the message's timing feels far from coincidental. Someone's watching, waiting to see how I'll respond to the pressure. The question isn't whether Bree's involved, it's who's pulling the strings.
Chapter 19. Bree. I find out from a freaking email. Not from Gray himself, not from his assistant, not even from the snotty PR team that's been micromanaging my every public appearance for weeks. An automated system notification hits my inbox at 4:17 p.m. on Thursday. Subject line: Event update, museum gala canceled. Dear Ms. Carter, due to scheduling conflicts, your participation in Friday evening's museum charity gala has been canceled. Thank you for your understanding. Understanding? I read it 3 times before the words actually penetrate. They pulled me from the biggest event of the month, the one that was supposed to showcase the partnership between Ashford Holdings and Community Voices, and told me about it like I'm some intern they can dismiss with a form letter. Monica finds me sitting on my couch, laptop open, staring at the email like it might spontaneously combust. What's wrong? You look like someone just told you Christmas is canceled. Close. I turn the screen toward her. Gray just canceled me. She reads over my shoulder, her perfectly sculpted eyebrows climbing steadily toward her hairline. Oh, hell no. This man did not just ghost you professionally after you slept with him. It's not about I start, then stop. Because maybe it is exactly about that. Maybe sleeping with him was the mistake I knew it would be, and now he's done playing with the bartender who got too comfortable. Bree, you need to march your butt down to his fancy office building and demand an explanation. I'm not chasing after him like some desperate. You're not chasing, you're confronting. There's a difference. She stands and pulls my jacket from the closet. Besides, you signed a contract. He can't just decide you don't exist because he can't put his big boy pants on. 20 minutes later, I'm standing in the marble and glass cathedral that is Ashford Holdings, wearing my best Don't Mess With Me outfit. Black blazer, red lipstick, and the kind of heels that click with authority on expensive floors. The receptionist barely glances up from her computer. Do you have an appointment? Tell Mr. Ashford that Bree Carter is here to discuss tonight's scheduling conflict. I'm sorry, but Mr. Ashford is in meetings all afternoon. I'd be happy to schedule something for next week. Today. Now. I lean forward, placing both hands flat on her pristine desk. Or I can wait right here until he's available. Your choice. Something in my voice must convince her I'm not bluffing, because she picks up the phone. 3 minutes of hushed conversation later, she's directing me toward the executive elevators, with a tight smile that doesn't reach her eyes. The 43rd floor is all understated luxury and intimidation tactics. Thick carpets that mute footsteps, art that costs more than most people make in a year, and the kind of silence that makes you want to whisper. Gray's assistant tries to intercept me at his office door, but I'm already pushing past her. He's standing behind his desk when I enter, jacket off, sleeves rolled up, looking like he's been wrestling with decisions all day. For a split second, something vulnerable flickers across his face. Surprise, maybe relief, before the familiar mask slides back into place. Bree, I wasn't expecting. Obviously. I stride to the center of his office, putting space between myself and the door. Since you apparently forgot how phones work, or email, or basic human decency. Close the door, he says quietly to his assistant, and hold all calls. The soft click of the latch seals us into our private arena. Gray rounds his desk, and I can see the tension in his shoulders, the way his jaw tightens when he's trying to maintain control. You received the notification about tonight's event. You mean your coward's way of firing me without actually growing a spine and saying it to my face? It's not that simple? It's exactly that simple. You canceled my participation in the biggest event of our contract. and you told me about it like I'm ordering office supplies. I cross my arms, feeling my temper build like steam in a kettle. So what happened, Gray? Did the board finally convince you that the bartender was getting too uppity? Or did sleeping with me make this too complicated for your pristine corporate image? He moves closer, and I catch that familiar scent. Expensive cologne mixed with something uniquely him that makes my traitorous body remember exactly how those hands felt on my skin. There are security concerns. Security concerns? The laugh that escapes me could cut glass. What am I? A terrorist? A corporate spy? Or just too working class for your charity circuit anymore? It's about your father. The words hit me, icy. What about my father? He's been seen asking questions about Ashford Holdings, making inquiries about our projects, our acquisitions. Gray's voice carries that infuriating calm that means he's already decided I'm guilty of something. There's been a security breach, and the timing, so you think I'm feeding him information. The betrayal burns worse than anger, spreading through my chest like hot acid. You think I'm some kind of inside job, helping my deadbeat dad con his way into your business. I think you're being used. The condescension in his tone, that careful, measured way he has of making everything sound reasonable while he tears your world apart, pushes me over the edge. You jerk. I step closer until we're almost touching, until I can see my reflection in his steel gray eyes. You think so little of me that you believe I'd betray you? After everything? Bree, if you just listen. Listen to what? More excuses about how you're protecting me from myself? More corporate doublespeak about security threats? I reach into my purse and pull out the folder containing every document related to our partnership. I'm done listening. I find the contract pages and tear them cleanly down the middle. The sound echoes in the silence like a gunshot. There, problem solved. No more security risk. No more complications. No more bartender cluttering up your perfect world. Gray's face goes white. Don't do this. I'm not doing anything. You already did it the moment you decided I was guilty without giving me a chance to defend myself. I tear the papers again, smaller pieces now. Confetti of broken trust scattered across his expensive Persian rug. Congratulations, Mr. Ashford. You got exactly what you wanted. Control. His composure finally cracks. That's not what I wanted. No? Then what did you want, Gray? It looks like you wanted an excuse to push me away before things got too real. I watched the pieces of our contract flutter to the floor like snow. Mission accomplished. Bree, The deal is off. I dropped the words like stones into still water and watched the ripples spread across his face. Consider this my resignation from whatever twisted game you've been playing. I turn on my heel and stride toward the door, each click of my heels on his marble floor, a punctuation mark in our conversation. Behind me, I hear him call my name, but I don't slow down. The assistant scrambles to open the door as I approach, her face a mask of professional confusion. The elevator ride down feels like falling in reverse, 43 floors of my life unraveling one button at a time. By the time I hit the lobby, my phone is already in my hand. Monica, I did it. Did what? Please tell me you didn't burn any bridges. Oh, I burned the whole damn city. I push through the revolving doors into the late afternoon chaos of Manhattan. People stream past me like I'm a rock in a river, everyone with somewhere important to be. I'm done with Gray Ashford and his corporate puppet show. Bree, honey, what happened? I sound free. The word tastes sharp and clean on my tongue. But I'm not finished. I'm going to see my father now. End this whole mess once and for all. Monica's voice goes sharp with worry. Baby, no. Come home first. Let's talk about this. Nothing to talk about. He wants to use me to get to Gray's money. I'll shut that down myself. You're spiraling? Come to the salon, let me fix your hair, and we'll figure out. I'm not spiraling. I'm handling my business. I hail a cab, my arm cutting through the air like a blade. Finally. Bree Carter, don't you dare hang up on me. Whatever your daddy said or did, walking into his web angry is exactly what he wants. A yellow cab screeches to a halt, and I yank open the door. Too late for caution, Monica. I should have dealt with this the first time he showed up. Where are you going? To remind Delroy Carter why he stayed away from me for 5 years. I give the driver an address in Queens that still makes my stomach clench with old memories. And why he's going to disappear again. The line goes quiet except for the sound of Monica's disapproval radiating through the phone. You know what your problem is? She finally says. You think burning everything down makes you brave. Sometimes it just makes you alone. Better alone than played for a fool. I end the call before she can argue with me further. The cab lurches into traffic, carrying me toward a confrontation that's been brewing since the moment I saw my father's familiar silhouette outside my bar. My reflection stares back at me from the window, red lipstick slightly smudged, blazer wrinkled from tension, eyes bright with righteous fury. I look like a woman ready for war. Good. Because that's exactly what this is. The building in Queens looks exactly like I remember. Crumbling brick facade, fire escapes that sag like broken promises. The kind of place where dreams go to die slowly. My father's apartment is on the 4th floor, and I climb each step like I'm walking to my own execution. The door opens before I can knock. There's my beautiful girl. Delroy Carter stands in the doorway wearing a silk shirt, so pristine it looks gaudy, gold watch glinting on his wrist. Still handsome at 55, still carrying himself like he owns every room he enters. Right on time. I wasn't scheduled. I push past him into the apartment. This isn't a social call. The place has been upgraded since I was here last. Leather furniture, expensive electronics, artwork that screams, I have money now. My stomach drops. 5 years ago, he was crashing on friends' couches and dodging creditors. Business has been good to me lately. He closes the door with a soft click that sounds like a trap springing shut. Can I get you something? Coffee? Wine? I've got this beautiful Bordeaux that... Cut the charm act, Delroy. We both know why I'm here. His smile never wavers, but something shifts in his eyes. Do we? Enlighten me, baby girl. Ashford Holdings, Gray, whatever scheme you're running. I stand in the center of his living room, refusing to sit, refusing to get comfortable. End it. Now. Scheme? He laughs and the sound makes my skin crawl. Bree, sweetheart, you wound me. Can't a father be proud of his daughter's success? Take an interest in her new ventures? You haven't taken an interest in anything about me that didn't involve money. Harsh, but fair. He moves to a bar cart that definitely wasn't here before. Pours himself amber liquid from a crystal decanter. But times change. People change. People like you don't change. Maybe I wanted to see what kind of man could capture my Bree's attention so completely. He takes a sip, studies me over the rim of his glass. This Gray Ashford must be quite special. Billionaire, complicated relationship with his daughter, recently widowed. The casual way he rattles off Gray's personal details sends ice through my veins. How do you know about Maddie? Public records are fascinating reading. Did you know Ashford Holdings is bidding on 3 major development projects this quarter? The kind of inside information that could be very valuable to the right people. You sick bastard. The pieces click together with horrible clarity. You've been watching me, following me, using me to get close to him. Using is such an ugly word. I prefer leveraging opportunities. Whatever you think you're going to get from this, already got it. His smile turns predatory. Amazing what people will pay for corporate intelligence these days, especially when it comes with a personal guarantee of authenticity. My knees threaten to buckle. You're selling information about Gray's company. I'm diversifying my revenue streams. He sets down his glass, straightens his expensive watch. And your little romance provided such wonderful access. Who knew my daughter would turn out to be such an excellent asset? I never told you anything. Didn't have to, sweetheart. Just had to watch where you went, when you went there, who you talked to. Modern surveillance is a beautiful thing. The walls feel like they're closing in. Every meeting with Gray, every public appearance, every moment I thought was building something real. My father was there, watching, cataloging, selling pieces of our lives to whoever would pay. You destroyed everything. The words come out barely above a whisper. Gray thinks I'm working with you. Are you? Seemed like it from where I was sitting. You know I'm not. Do I? His voice goes soft, dangerous. Because from my perspective, you've been very helpful. Walking into all the right places, asking all the right questions, being photographed with all the right people. I'm leaving. I turn toward the door, but his voice stops me cold. Where are you going to go, Bree? Back to your little bar? Back to Gray? He laughs again, the sound following me like smoke. Think he'll believe you didn't know? Think he'll trust you again after this? My hand freezes on the doorknob. Because he's right. Gray already suspects me. This just confirms every paranoid thought he's ever had about letting people get close. You can't run from what you are, baby girl. And what you are is my daughter. That's in your blood, in your bones. Might as well embrace it. I'll never embrace it. And for the record, I'll never embrace you. Never again.
Chapter 20. Grayson. I screwed this up. Completely, irreversibly, catastrophically. My phone buzzes against my ribs as I stride through the lobby. Bree's number flashes on the screen, but when I answer, it goes straight to voicemail. The second call does the same. By the third, I'm already in my car, Manhattan traffic stretching ahead like a gauntlet. Her apartment building sits squat and defiant between a laundromat and a corner store that's seen better decades. I take the stairs 3 at a time, my Italian leather shoes slipping on worn linoleum. The hallway smells like other people's dinners and broken dreams. I pound on her door hard enough to rattle the frame. Bree! Open up! Nothing, not even the sound of movement inside. I try again, this time with my fist and my voice. Bree, I know you're angry, but we need to talk. I made a mistake. The door across the hall creaks open, revealing an elderly man in an undershirt who looks at me like I'm about to rob the place. She ain't home, he says. Left about an hour ago in a cab. Looked like she was heading to war. My stomach drops through the floor. Did she say where? Nope. But that friend of hers is downstairs. The one with the big mouth and the bigger attitude. I take the stairs down faster than gravity should allow. Monica stands next to a battered Toyota parked illegally in front of a fire hydrant, her arms crossed and her face carved from stone. Well, well, she says when she spots me. Look what the corporate cat dragged in. Where is she? Monica's laugh could strip paint. You got some nerve showing up here after what you pulled. I didn't pull anything. There's been a misunderstanding. Hey. Misunderstanding? She steps closer and I catch the scent of expensive hair products and barely contained rage. That what we're calling it when you accuse someone of corporate espionage? The words are painful. How do you... Bree called me from your office, crying and furious, talking about how you think she's working with her daddy to steal your precious secrets. Monica's voice carries enough venom to kill a small army. So either she's lying, or you're exactly the kind of rich jerk who thinks everyone's out to con him. It's not that simple. It never is with men like you, is it? Everything's complicated when you're the one making the mess. I run both hands through my hair, feeling my control slip like sand through fingers. Monica, I need to find her. Her father. There are things she doesn't know. Oh, she knows plenty now. Monica pulls out her phone, scrolls through something that makes her face darken further. She went to confront him. Said she was going to end this mess herself. Ice floods my veins. Delroy Carter isn't just a small-time scammer. My team uncovered connections to organized fraud rings, identity theft operations, corporate espionage networks that span 3 states. If Bree walks into that alone... Where? The word comes out strangled. Monica studies me for a long moment, her dark eyes calculating. Why should I tell you? So you can finish destroying her? Because I love her. The admission hangs between us like a live wire. Monica's expression shifts from anger to something sharper, more dangerous. You love her, she repeats slowly. Yes. But you still think she's a criminal. I think she's being used by someone who should protect her instead of exploiting her. The words tumble out faster than I can catch them. Her father's not just asking questions about my company. He's selling information to our competitors. Real information, detailed enough to cost us millions. Monica's face goes still. You're saying he's been watching her? I'm saying he's been watching all of us. Every public appearance, every meeting, every moment she's been in my orbit. My voice cracks on the last word, and I was too paranoid to see the difference between Bree and the man who's using her. Monica looks uncertain. She glances at her phone again, then back at me. If you're lying to me... I'm not. If you hurt her worse than you already have... I won't. I can't. I step closer, letting her see the desperation I've been trying to hide. Monica, please, where is she? She hesitates for 3 heartbeats that feel like hours. Then she rattles off an address in Queens that makes my blood run cold. That's not a good neighborhood, I say. No, it's not. And Delroy Carter's not a good man. She pulls open the driver's door of her SUV. I'm following you. I don't argue. We drive through Queens like we're chasing something that might disappear if we slow down. My Mercedes eating up miles while Monica's Toyota rides my bumper through every turn. The building looks like urban decay given architectural form. Crumbling brick, rusted fire escapes, windows that haven't seen Windex since the Clinton administration. I park behind a delivery truck and sprint toward the entrance, Monica's heels clicking behind me on broken pavement. The sound of raised voices carries down the stairwell, Bree's voice, sharp with anger, and a man's laughter that makes my skin crawl. 4th floor. The voices get clearer with each step. Can't run from what you are, baby girl. And what you are is my daughter. I reach the landing just as Bree wrenches open the apartment door. She freezes when she sees me, her face cycling through surprise, anger, and something that looks like relief before settling back on fury. What the hell are you doing here? Same thing you are, apparently. I step closer, noting the way she holds herself, coiled tension, ready to spring or strike. Though with significantly more backup. Bree's eyes narrow. This isn't your fight, Gray. Like hell it isn't. A man emerges from the apartment behind her, and I get my first look at Delroy Carter in person. He's handsome in the way con men usually are, silver tongue charm wrapped around dead eyes. The kind of man who could sell ice to Eskimos and sleep soundly afterward. Well, well. His voice carries the same musical cadence as Bree's, but where hers is honey over steel, his is oil over rust. The famous Grayson Ashford. Come to collect your little pet? Bree's hands curl into fists. I'm nobody's pet. Course not, baby girl. You're much more valuable than that. Delroy's smile spreads like spilled poison. See, Mr. Ashford, my daughter's been very helpful to our arrangement. All those pillow talk conversations, those private moments in your penthouse. I never told you anything. Bree's voice cracks with betrayal. Didn't have to. You think I became successful by accident? Those photo shoots, those press events, every background detail, every overheard phone call, every glimpse of your phone when you're texting? He shrugs. Information's the real currency these days. Ice crystallizes in my veins. Not because he's threatening me. I've dealt with worse rats than Delroy Carter. But because of what this revelation is doing to Bree. She looks like she's been gutted. How much? I ask quietly. Delroy's eyebrows lift. Excuse me? How much to disappear? Permanently? I button my jacket with deliberate precision, the way I do before destroying someone's entire existence. Because, let me be very clear about your options here, Mr. Carter. Option 1. You take my money and vanish. Option 2. I make some phone calls. You threatening me, boy? The casual racism lands exactly where he intended it to. My smile could freeze blood. I don't make threats. I make promises. I pull out my phone, scroll to a contact. My head of security used to work for the FBI's Financial Crimes Division. Fascinating man, very thorough. Should I tell you what he found when I had him run your name? Delroy's cocky expression flickers. Identity theft across 4 states. Wire fraud. That little Ponzi scheme you ran in Atlanta that collapsed when you disappeared with $2 million in retirement funds. I pause, letting each word sink in like a blade. The statute of limitations hasn't run out on any of it. You can't prove... I can prove all of it. Bank records, digital trails, witness statements from your former victims. I take a step closer, but here's what really makes my decision easy. You used your own daughter to get to me. Bree shifts beside me, her anger now focused entirely on her father. So here's what happens next, I continue, my voice dropping to boardroom lethal. I write you a check for $50,000. You cash it, disappear, and never contact Bree again. Or I make those phone calls, and you spend the next decade in federal prison explaining to your cellmates why you can't bend over. Delroy's charm evaporates like morning mist. For the first time, I see the desperate man underneath the polish. 60,000? 50. Take it or leave it. He looks between Bree and me, calculating odds he can't win. You got a pen? I pulled the checkbook from my inner jacket pocket, the leather cover worn smooth from years of corporate warfare. The pen clicks like a gavel. Delroy's eyes lock onto the movement like a starving man watching someone carve a roast. 50,000, I repeat, writing the date with precise strokes. Cash it wherever you want, but the moment it clears, you become a ghost. Delroy nods eagerly, then pauses. His gaze shifts to Bree, and I watch something calculating flicker behind his eyes. The wheels turn, obvious as neon signs. He's weighing his options. 50,000 now, or the potential for more later if he keeps his daughter in play. You know, baby girl, he starts, voice dropping to honey-sweet manipulation. Maybe we should talk about this. Father to daughter, without... His eyes flick to me with naked disdain. Bree's spine straightens like someone pulled a steel rod through her vertebrae. The transformation is instant and devastating. From wounded daughter to the woman who once eviscerated me in front of a bar full of strangers. There's nothing to talk about. Each word drops like a stone into still water. Whatever you think we had, whatever you think we could have, you killed it the second you decided to use me as bait. Bree, come on, you're my... I'm nothing to you. Her voice doesn't rise, doesn't crack. It just cuts. I haven't been anything to you since I was 12 and you emptied Mom's savings account. This... She gestures between them. This was just you finding a new angle to work. Delroy's mask slips completely. The charming smile disappears, replaced by something cold and predatory. You always were too smart for your own good. The casual dismissal, like he's discarding a broken tool, hits her like a physical blow. I watch her flinch, then recover, then square her shoulders with the kind of strength that stirs me. Get out of New York, she says quietly. Get out and stay out. I tear the check free with a sharp rip and hold it between 2 fingers. Delroy snatches it fast enough to leave paper cuts, already calculating banks and escape routes. "Pleasure doing business," he says to me, ignoring Bree completely. The door slams with the weight of finality. No goodbye. No last look at his daughter. Just the hollow echo of wood against frame and the sound of Bree's breath catching. She stands frozen for 3 heartbeats. Then her shoulders start to shake. "Bree dash dash!" She turns and crashes into me, her mouth finding mine with desperate hunger. Not passion this time. Something rawer, more necessary. Like she's drowning and I'm fresh air. I catch her against me, one hand tangling in her curls, the other pressing flat against her back. She tastes like tears and fury, and something that might be relief. This time I don't pull away, this time I kiss her back like she's the only real thing in this world.
Chapter 21. Bree. The hallway feels like a tunnel collapsing behind us as we walk toward the stairs. My legs move without conscious direction, muscle memory carrying me forward while my brain tries to process what just happened. Gray's presence beside me anchors me to the present, solid, warm, real in a way nothing else feels right now. Monica is still waiting by her car, keys jingling in her hand. Her eyes search my face with surgical precision. "You good?" "Getting there." The words scrape against my throat like sandpaper. She nods once, the kind of economical gesture that says everything without saying anything. "Call me when you get home. And Bree?" Her gaze flicks to Gray, then back to me. "Whatever you do next, make sure it's for you." Gray's Mercedes purrs to life as Monica's taillights disappear around the corner. The leather seats embrace me like expensive armor, but I can't shake the feeling that I'm still exposed. Raw, like someone peeled back my skin and left all the messy parts visible. Gray reaches for the radio, then stops. His hand hovers over the controls for a beat before settling back on the steering wheel. Smart man. I'm not ready for noise yet. We pull into traffic, and I watch Queens blur past the window. Laundromats and bodegas and apartment buildings that look exactly like the one I just walked out of. The city stretches around us like a living thing, indifferent to personal disasters and family implosions. "Thank you." The words slip out before I can stop them. Gray's eyes find mine in the rearview mirror for a split second. "For what?" "For not making me handle him alone." I trace patterns on the window glass with my fingertip. "For writing that check without asking questions." I had questions, but you didn't ask them. His silence confirms what I already know. Gray Ashford, control freak extraordinaire, chose faith over facts. Chose me over his own paranoia. The weight of that settles in my chest like a physical thing. We hit a red light somewhere in Midtown, and Gray's hand finds my knee. Not possessive or demanding, just there, present. His thumb traces a small circle against my jeans, and the simple contact unlocks something I've been holding back since the moment I saw my father's face. The tears come fast and furious, hot streaks that I can't stop and don't try to. Gray doesn't speak, doesn't offer platitudes or empty comfort. He just keeps his hand on my knee and drives us through the city while I fall apart in his passenger seat. By the time we reach his building, the worst of it has passed. My face feels puffy and raw, but my breathing's steady again. The doorman nods at Gray like nothing's unusual about bringing home women who look like they've been through emotional blenders. The elevator ride stretches between us, charged with something I can't name. Gray leans against the back wall, hands in his pockets, watching me with those sharp gray eyes that miss nothing. "What happens now?" I ask. "Now we go upstairs. I pour you something strong, and we figure out what comes next." The penthouse living room feels cooler than the rest of the place, all clean lines and muted tones. I collapse onto the edge of the couch, elbows on my knees, staring at the floor while Gray moves to the bar. The clink of glass against glass breaks the silence. He sets a drink in front of me, whiskey, neat, his drink. not mine. You're trying to get me drunk, I say, picking up the glass anyway. If I wanted you drunk, I'd have started with tequila. I smirk despite myself, swirling the amber liquid. It catches the light, flickering like the uncertain energy between us. Why'd you come? I ask, voice steadier than I feel. He freezes mid-sip, then lowers his glass. His eyes lock on mine, as unflinching as ever. Because I love you, he says, like it's the simplest thing in the world, even if I don't know how to do it right. The words hang in the air, heavy and unspoken for so long that they almost feel foreign now. My chest tightens, and I set the drink down. You don't know how to do it right? I echo, leaning forward. You've been doing it wrong this whole time? Bree. His voice is low, a warning. No, I'm serious. Is that why you've been pulling away? Because you've been trying to love me wrong? He exhales sharply, running a hand through his hair. I'm not good at this. At feeling things, at trusting them. But I know. He stops, jaw tightening. I know I can't lose you. I stand, my legs carrying me to him before my brain catches up. The space between us vanishes. His hands find my waist, and I don't pull away. You're not losing me, I say, my voice barely above a whisper. The kiss starts slow, tentative, like we're both testing the edges of something we're afraid to break. His lips move against mine with a quiet intensity that builds with every breath. His fingers dig into my hips, pulling me closer, and I feel the heat of him through the thin fabric of my shirt. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from BWWM. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story. His heartbeat thrums steady beneath my ear, his chest rising and falling in a rhythm that matches my own. The scent of him, whiskey, cedar, sweat, fills my lungs, and for the first time, I don't feel the urge to pull away. His fingers trace idle patterns along my bare shoulder, his touch feather-light, like he's afraid I'll vanish if he presses too hard. You know, he says, voice rough with the kind of honesty that usually costs him. I don't want a PR contract with you. I lift my head just enough to meet his gaze. His eyes are storm gray, unguarded in a way I've never seen before. No. No. His thumb brushes my bottom lip. I want you, just you. The words hang between us, simple and devastating. No corporate spin, no carefully negotiated terms. Just a man who spent his life building walls, finally tearing one down. I kiss him, not like before. Not hungry or desperate or testing. This time it's slow, deliberate. A promise. His hand slides into my curls, holding me there like I'm something precious. When I pull back, his lips chase mine for a second before he exhales, forehead resting against mine. Say it again, I murmur. I want you. His voice is gravel, his grip tightening on my hip. Not the brand, not the deal. You. I bite my lip to keep from smiling like an idiot. Careful, Ashford. That almost sounded like a declaration. He groans, rolling me onto my back in one smooth motion, his body caging mine. Don't push it. I laugh, hooking a leg around his. Too late. I'm never letting you live this down. His mouth finds my neck, teeth grazing the spot that makes me shiver. Wouldn't expect anything less. The couch creaks beneath us, the city lights bleeding through the windows, painting us in gold and shadow. And for once, neither of us is running.
Chapter 22. Grayson. Sunlight spills across the sheets, painting Bree in gold. She sprawled on her stomach, one arm flung over my chest, curls wild against the pillow. I should move, My phone's buzzing on the nightstand, but I don't. Not yet. Then the buzzing turns to ringing. Maddie's name flashes on the screen. I grab it before the third ring, sliding out from under Bree's arm. Her fingers twitch against the sheets, but she doesn't wake. Maddie! My voice is rough with sleep, a choked sob on the other end. Dad! I'm already on my feet, blood turning cold. Where are you? School. The bathroom. I can't. Her breath hitches. I don't know what to do. Bree stirs behind me, blinking awake. She takes one look at my face and sits up, the sheet pooling around her waist. Give me the phone, she says, hand outstretched. I hesitate. Bree arches a brow. Gray now. I hand it over. She presses the phone to her ear, voice softening instantly. Hey, Mads. Breathe for me, okay? In through your nose. Yeah, just like that. I watch as Bree listens, nodding, her fingers drumming a steady rhythm on her thigh. Maddie's voice is a distant, frantic buzz. Okay, Bree says after a minute. Here's what we're gonna do. You're gonna splash some water on your face, put your headphones on, and walk straight out to the front office. Don't talk to anyone. Just sit there and wait for us. A pause, then Maddie's muffled okay. Bree's lips quirk. Good. And hey, if anyone gives you a damn, tell them your dad's lawyer eats bullies for breakfast. A watery laugh. My chest tightens. Bree hangs up and tosses the phone back to me. Get dressed. We've got a kid to rescue. I stare at her. You didn't even ask what happened. She shrugs, already tugging on last night's jeans. Doesn't matter. She needed someone to tell her what to do, so I did. Simple. Effortless. The way she moves through the world. No hesitation, no second guessing. Impressed as hell right now. I grab my shirt from the floor. You're coming? Bree pauses mid-button, giving me a look that could melt steel. Try and stop me. The drive to Maddie's school takes 12 minutes. I make it in 8. Bree doesn't comment on my knuckles whitening around the steering wheel or the way I take corners like I'm fleeing a crime scene. She just checks her reflection in the visor mirror, smoothing down her curls. You know, she says as I screech into the parking lot, most kids survive high school drama without needing a full tactical rescue. This isn't drama. I kill the engine with more force than necessary. Someone upset her enough to make her cry. I haven't seen that kid cry for 3 years. Bree's hand finds my arm, stopping me mid-exit. Gray, breathe. We go in there looking like the goddamn cavalry. We'll embarrass her worse than whatever happened. She's right. I hate that she's right. Fine, but if someone did something... Calm down there, Magnum. Bree's smile is sharp enough to cut glass. Whatever it is, we can handle it. We walk through the front entrance together, Bree's heels clicking against polished linoleum. The receptionist, a woman who probably peaked in 1987, eyes us with barely concealed curiosity. Mr. Ashford. Her voice drips false sweetness. We weren't expecting you today. Where's my daughter? She gestures toward a row of plastic chairs where Maddie sits hunched over her phone, earbuds in, looking smaller than I've ever seen her. The oversized hoodie swallows her frame. Bree reaches her first, sliding into the chair beside her with fluid grace. Hey, trouble. Maddie looks up, eyes red-rimmed but dry now. You came. Course I came. What did I tell you about calling for backup? That backup doesn't ask questions. Maddie's voice wavers slightly. It just shows up. I settle into the chair on her other side, the plastic creaking under my weight. What happened? Maddie glances between us, then pulls out her earbuds entirely. It was stupid. This girl, Andrea, she's in my AP history class. She started asking about Bree. Like, really asking. Bree's expression doesn't change, but I catch the way her jaw tightens. What kind of questions? About your family. Your dad specifically. Maddie's voice drops. She said she looked him up online and found some old arrest records. She wanted to know if you were just using Dad for money and if that's why he's been acting all weird lately. I'm aghast. She said what? It gets worse. Maddie's laugh is brittle. When I told her to shut up, she said I was just defending you because I'm desperate for a mom. The receptionist pretends to organize papers while obviously eavesdropping. Bree notices too. You know what? Bree stands, brushing invisible dust off her jeans. I think we need to have this conversation somewhere with better acoustics. We relocate to an empty classroom down the hall, away from prying ears and the receptionist's thinly veiled gossip radar. Bree guides Maddie to a desk while I stand by the door, every muscle coiled tight. First things first, Bree says, settling into the chair beside Maddie. None of this is your fault. Not the gossip, not the drama, not whatever poison that girl decided to spew today. Maddie's shoulders hunch further into her hoodie. But she's not wrong, is she? About your dad, I mean. And maybe about me being desperate. Stop! Bree's voice cuts clean through the spiral. That girl doesn't know anything about your family, my family, or what any of us mean to each other. She's just a bored teenager with internet access and a mean streak. I watch Maddie absorb this, the way Bree's certainty seems to steady her. It's something I've never managed. That instant calm, the ability to cut through noise and reach the heart of what matters. But what if people start talking more? What if... Then they talk. Bree shrugs like it's nothing. People always talk, Mads. Question is whether you're gonna let strangers write your story, or if you're gonna write it yourself. Maddie looks up, eyes still glassy but sharper now. How do you do that? Just not care what people think? Who says I don't care? Bree's smile is crooked, real. I just care more about the people who matter. Like you. Like your dad. Even when he's being an uptight control freak. Hey, I mutter from the doorway. Bree ignores me completely. The rest? Background noise. That's when Maddie breaks. Not into tears, into something rawer, more desperate. She launches herself at Bree, arms wrapping around her waist like she's drowning. So, you're my safe person, Maddie whispers against Bree's shoulder, her voice muffled and vulnerable in a way I've rarely heard from my daughter. I know that's probably weird to say, but you are. You showed up, and you didn't ask a million questions, and you're here. When everything feels like it's falling apart, you make it okay somehow. Bree's arms come around her immediately, pulling Maddie closer with a protective instinct that makes my throat tighten. One hand smooths down Maddie's hair, fingers gently working through the tangled strands with such natural tenderness, it makes me ache. Not weird at all, baby girl. Everyone needs a safe person, she murmurs, her voice carrying that particular warmth she reserves only for Maddie. That's how we survive the hard stuff. Finding people who let us be exactly who we are. The endearment hits me square in the chest, a direct blow to something long calcified inside me. I've heard Bree call her kid, trouble, Mads, even squirt when she's being particularly sarcastic. But never that. Never, baby girl. Never with that particular softness that says mine to protect. It's maternal and fierce and achingly intimate. The kind of bond I've failed to forge despite 15 years of trying. Standing here in the doorway, I feel like both intruder and ghost, witnessing something precious forming between them that I couldn't manufacture with all my billions. I don't want you to leave, Maddie mumbles. I know Dad probably messed things up somehow, because that's what he does, but I don't want you to leave. Bree meets my eyes over Maddie's head. There's a question there, but also a promise. She's not going anywhere. Well, Bree says, voice light but steady. Good thing I'm not planning on it. Something funny happens inside my chest. I'm secretly hoping that declaration was for me, too.
Chapter 23. Bree. By 7, we've commandeered Gray's living room like conquering generals. Maddie's claimed the entire sectional, legs sprawled across the cushions while she demolishes her third slice of pepperoni. I'm curled into the corner, feet tucked under me, watching her argue with the TV. "No, you absolute walnut," she shouts at the screen. "Don't go in the basement. The killer's obviously down there." "It's a romantic comedy," Gray points out from the kitchen, emerging with 3 bottles of water. "Even worse. At least horror movies are honest about wanting to traumatize you." I snort, nearly choking on my bite of pizza. Kid's got a point. Romance is way more dangerous than zombies. Gray settles beside me on the couch, close enough that his thigh brushes mine. The casual intimacy of it, him, me, Maddie sprawled between us like this is normal, sends something warm unfurling in my chest. "Says the woman who made me watch The Notebook last week," he murmurs, voice low enough that only I can hear. That was reconnaissance. Required viewing for anyone considering a relationship. Know your enemy. His laugh is quiet, private. Meant just for me. Maddie pauses the movie, twisting to face us with suspicious eyes. "Are you two being gross back there?" "Because I'm emotionally vulnerable right now and cannot handle parental PDA." "Parental?" Gray chokes on his water. "Don't read into it, old man. It's a technical term." Maddie waves a dismissive hand. "Bree, tell him you're not being gross." "Oh, we're absolutely being gross," I say cheerfully. "Just not the kind you're worried about." She grins, the first real smile I've seen from her all day. Good. Maintain appropriate boundaries while I'm present. "Since when do you care about boundaries?" Gray asks. "Since never, but I like feeling superior to adults." Maddie hits play again, effectively ending the conversation. The movie drones on. Something about a wedding planner falling for the groom or the best man, or possibly both. I stop paying attention somewhere around the second act crisis and focus instead on the strange domesticity of this moment. Watching Maddie steal Gray's water when she thinks he's not looking. The way he automatically reaches over to untangle her earbuds when they get knotted. How she unconsciously leans into him during the endearing parts of the plot. This is what family looks like when it works. Messy and easy and real. The thought catches me off guard, sharp enough to steal my breath. Family. When did I start thinking of them as family? When Maddie falls asleep 20 minutes before the credits roll, Gray mutes the TV and carries her to her room like she weighs nothing. I hear him talking quietly, probably tucking her in, and my heart does something stupid and fluttery. He returns to find me stacking empty pizza boxes on the coffee table. "Leave it," he says. "Maria will handle it tomorrow." "I'm not helpless, Gray. I can clean up after myself." "I know." He catches my hand, stilling my movements. "But you don't have to. Not here." There's something in his voice, gratitude mixed with wonder, like he can't quite believe any of this is real. I know the feeling. "Thank you," he says suddenly. "For today. For her." "You don't have to thank me for caring about Maddie." "Yes, I do." He takes my hands in his, gentle and deliberate. I've never seen her this calm after something upset her. Usually she shuts down completely or goes nuclear. But with you... He trails off, shaking his head like he doesn't quite have words. "She just needed someone to listen without trying to fix everything immediately," I say. "I always try to fix everything." "I know. It's very you." I squeeze his hand. "But sometimes people just need to be heard first." Gray studies my face in the dim light from the kitchen. "How do you know what she needs when I don't?" The vulnerability in his voice catches me completely off guard. This isn't the polished CEO or the grumpy billionaire. This is just a dad who's terrified he's failing his kid. "Because I used to be her," I say softly. Angry and scared and desperate for someone to see me as more than a problem to solve. He searches my face like he's trying to memorize every detail. The kitchen light catches the gold flecks in his eyes, and something shifts inside me. A wall crumbling that I didn't even know was still standing. This is it. This moment right here, with pizza grease under my nails and his daughter's laughter still echoing in my ears. This is when I stop pretending I'm not completely, irrevocably gone for both of them. Gray, I start, but my phone sounds sharply against the coffee table, shattering the quiet. Monica's name flashes on the screen with 3 fire emojis. Never a good sign. Answer it, Gray says, reading my expression. I swipe up, and Monica's voice explodes through the speaker before I can even say hello. Bree, honey, we have a situation. Like DEFCON 1-level situation. What happened? Someone leaked your dad's rap sheet to the press. Full criminal history, arrest records, the works. It's all over social media with your name attached. The bottom drops out of my stomach. Gray's jaw ticks, but he doesn't look surprised. Of course, he already knew about Delroy's history. Probably ran a background check the day we met. How bad? I ask, though I already know. Bad enough that you're trending again, but not the fun kind this time? Monica's voice gentles. I'm sorry, babe. This is already messy. Gray reaches for his phone, already in crisis mode. I'll have my team draft a statement. Complete separation. Emphasize that you had no involvement. No. The word comes out sharper than I intend. He stops mid-dial. Bree, this could destroy your reputation. Let me handle it. With what? Some corporate press release that makes me sound like a victim? I shake my head. That's not who I am. Then what do you want to do? I stand up, pacing to the window. The city sprawls below us, all glittering lights and endless possibility. Somewhere out there, people are reading about my father's crimes and making assumptions about who I am because of his choices. I want to speak for myself, I say finally. My story, my words, my terms. The media will tear you apart. Maybe, or maybe they'll hear something real for once instead of another polished statement from a billionaire's PR team. I turn back to face him. I've been running from his shadow my whole life, Gray. I won't let him define me anymore. Gray studies me for a long moment, then sets his phone down. What do you need? The simple question, not an argument or a demand to let him fix it, just support, nearly undoes me. A platform, and someone who believes I can handle this. You have both. Monica's voice crackles through the phone speaker, suddenly sharp and focused. You know what? Screw waiting for this to blow over. We go on the offensive. What do you mean? I ask, though I already suspect where her mind's heading. Live interview, tomorrow morning. One of those breakfast shows where they pretend to be your friend while they eviscerate you with a smile. Her tone brightens with the thrill of combat. But here's the thing. You control the narrative from minute 1. No ambush questions, no gotcha moments. Just you, speaking your truth. Gray's jaw tightens. Absolutely not. Live television is a minefield. One wrong word and what? I might say something human instead of corporate approved. I cut him off. Monica's right. If I'm going to own this story, I need to tell it myself. Bree, they'll come for you hard, Gray warns. These hosts aren't interested in fairness. They want blood in the water, ratings gold. You'll be walking into a feeding frenzy. Good thing I've got sharp teeth of my own. Monica's laugh echoes through the speaker. That's my girl. I'm already calling my contact at Channel 7. Sandra Baker owes me a favor, and she's tough but fair. If anyone will let you speak without turning it into a circus, it's her. Gray runs his hand through his hair, pacing across the living room like a caged predator. This is insane. My PR team can craft something that distances you completely from your father's actions. Clean, professional, Effective. Your PR team doesn't know me, I snap back. They turn me into some sanitized victim who needs rescuing. That's not who I am. Then who are you? The question comes out quieter, more vulnerable than his usual commanding tone. I meet his eyes across the room. I'm the woman who built herself from nothing, who refuses to apologize for existing just because my father's a criminal, who won't hide behind your money or your influence to tell my story. Monica's voice cuts through the tension. Channel 7 can do it tomorrow at 9 a.m. One-on-one with Sandra, 20 minutes, live broadcast. You in or out, Bree? My heart hammers against my ribs, but my voice comes out steady. I'm in. Gray stops pacing, his expression shifting from frustration to resignation. Fine. But we do this right. My team handles the logistics, security, everything except the words that come out of your mouth. Naturally. And I'll be there, in the green room, watching every second. Something warm unfurls in my chest. You don't have to. Yes, I do. His voice brooks no argument. You want to face this alone? Fine. But you won't be alone while you do it. Monica's satisfied sigh comes through the phone. All right, lovebirds. I've got calls to make. Bree, honey, get some sleep. Tomorrow's going to be intense. Monica, I call before she can hang up. Thank you for believing I can handle this. Girl, please. You've been handling worse than this since you could walk. Now go kiss your man and get some rest. Morning comes early. The line goes dead, leaving Gray and me staring at each other across the sudden quiet of his living room. I warned you it won't be easy, he says finally. I straighten my shoulders, feeling something fierce and determined settle in my bones. I'm not here to be easy, Gray. I'm here to be heard.
Chapter 24. Grayson. I watch Bree transform herself into a weapon of mass destruction, and I'm not sure if I'm terrified or aroused. Probably both. She stands in front of the mirror in my bedroom, applying lipstick like a surgeon. Red. Not the soft pink the stylist suggested, but a bold crimson that screams confidence. Her hair falls in perfect curls around her shoulders, and she's chosen a navy blazer that hugs her curves while maintaining an air of absolute professionalism. Stop staring, she says without looking at me. You're making me nervous. I'm not staring, I'm ogling. Same thing. She caps the lipstick, turns to face me. How do I look? Like you could conquer nations. Like every word that comes out of your mouth will be quoted for the next decade. Like the most beautiful force of nature I've ever witnessed. Terrifying, I say instead. Her smile could cut glass. Perfect. My security team escorts us to the studio in a convoy that would make the president jealous. I've run the numbers, analyzed every possible angle, prepared counter-strategies for 17 different attack scenarios. But watching Bree stride into Channel 7 like she owns the building, I realize none of that matters. She's going to eviscerate anyone who comes for her, and I'm going to enjoy every second of it. The green room buzzes with nervous energy. Producers flutter around with clipboards, and Sandra Baker's assistant briefs Bree on the format. 20 minutes, live to air, no commercial breaks, nowhere to hide. Remember, the assistant chirps, Sandra likes to ease into the tough questions. She'll probably start with your background then. Then she'll go for the throat, Bree finishes calmly. It's fine, I'm ready. I want to pull her aside, give her some last-minute strategy. Remind her that silence can be more powerful than words. Instead, I squeeze her hand once and keep my mouth shut. She doesn't need my advice. She never has. 2 minutes to air, a voice calls. Bree stands, smooths her blazer, and walks onto the set like she's done this 1,000 times. I position myself where I can see the monitors, my hands clenched so tight my knuckles ache. The studio lights blaze to life. Sandra Baker, blonde, polished, smile sharp enough to fillet a fish, settles across from Bree at a glass table that might as well be a gladiator arena. Good morning, and welcome to Channel 7 News. I'm Sandra Baker, and today we're joined by Bree Carter, the woman behind one of this year's most talked-about viral moments. Bree, thank you for joining us. Thanks for having me, Sandra. Bree's voice carries perfectly, warm but not soft, confident without arrogance. She leans back in her chair like she's having coffee with a friend. Now, Bree, you've been in the spotlight recently for your partnership with Ashford Holdings, but overnight some troubling information surfaced about your family background. How do you respond to reports about your father's criminal history? Here it comes. The moment that will define everything. Bree doesn't flinch, doesn't look away. She meets Sandra's gaze head-on and speaks with the kind of clarity that stops hearts. I respond by saying that Delroy Carter's choices are his own, and they ended our relationship years ago. I'm not responsible for his crimes, Sandra, any more than you're responsible for every mistake your father ever made. Sandra's perfectly practiced smile falters for just a fraction of a second. But surely you can understand why people might question. What I understand, Bree cuts in, her voice gaining steel, is that some people would rather judge a woman by her father's failures than by her own achievements. And frankly, that says more about them than it does about me. Christ, she's magnificent. Sandra leans forward, scenting blood. But don't you think your association with Grayson Ashford puts both of you at risk? Some might say you're using this relationship for a personal gain. The temperature in the studio drops 10 degrees. Bree's smile turns predatory. Some might say a lot of things, Sandra. They might say a black woman from Brooklyn couldn't possibly earn her place at the table without sleeping her way there. They might say I'm too loud, too bold, too much for polite society. She pauses, lets that sink in. But here's what I know. I've been underestimated my entire life, and it's been the greatest gift anyone ever gave me. My phone buzzes with what I'm certain are furious texts from board members. I don't even glance at it. Being underestimated means people don't see you coming, Bree continues, her voice gaining momentum. It means when they finally realize what you're capable of, you're already 10 steps ahead. My father taught me that the hard way, not through his success, but through his failures. How so? Delroy Carter is a charming man who believes the world owes him something. He taught me that charm without substance is just manipulation, and I decided early on I'd rather have substance. He showed me what it looks like when someone refuses to take responsibility for their choices, and I chose differently. Sandra shifts in her seat, clearly not getting the devastated victim she'd hoped for. So you don't feel any burden from his actions? The only burden I carry from Delroy Carter is the strength I built surviving him. Bree's voice doesn't waver. I own a business. I employ people. I show up every day and work for what I have. If that threatens people more than a con man's rap sheet, that's their problem, not mine. Christ, she's destroying everything in her path without raising her voice. My phone buzzes again, then again. The board will be apoplectic. A young black woman refusing to grovel on live television, claiming her power instead of apologizing for it. They'll demand I distance myself, cut ties, protect the company's image. They can demand all they want. I'm not going anywhere. And your relationship with Mr. Ashford? Bree's smile turns genuine for the first time since the interview started. Gray Ashford is a good man who sees people for who they are, not who their fathers were. If that makes him controversial, then controversy suits him. My chest tightens with something dangerously close to pride. Sandra Baker closes with some vapid comment about perspectives and resilience, but I'm not listening anymore. The cameras stop rolling, and I'm already moving before the red lights fade. Bree stands from her chair, that crimson smile still intact, and I reach her in 3 strides. No hesitation, no calculation. I cup her face in my hands and kiss her like she just conquered the world. Because she did. Her lips are warm against mine, and when she melts into me, every muscle in my body finally unclenches. She tastes like victory and that damn lipstick that's probably transferring to my mouth. I don't care. That, I murmur against her lips, was the most beautiful demolition I've ever witnessed. You ain't seen nothing yet. Her voice carries that satisfied purr of someone who knows exactly what they've accomplished. I pull her closer, my arms wrapping around her waist like I'm afraid she might disappear. The studio crew bustles around us, but all I can focus on is the woman in my arms who just redefined fearless on live television. Dad! Bree! Maddie's voice cuts through the post-interview chaos. She bounds toward us, Monica close behind, both of them clutching their phones like lifelines. Damn, Maddie breathes, then catches herself. Sorry, holy crap. Bree, that was... you just... Sandra Baker looked like she wanted to crawl under the table. I reluctantly release Bree, keeping one hand on her lower back. Maddie launches herself at Bree in a hug that nearly knocks her backwards. You obliterated her, Monica adds, her grin wider than the Hudson River. Girl, my phone hasn't stopped buzzing since you said that thing about being underestimated. What thing? Bree asks, though her eyes are sparkling with mischief. The whole thing! Maddie pulls back, practically vibrating with excitement. X is going insane! Look! She thrusts her phone at us, and I peer over Bree's shoulder at the screen. Post after post scrolls past, all variations of the same theme. Bree Carter is a queen. Sandra Baker got schooled. Women everywhere claiming their power. Bree Unfiltered is trending #1 worldwide, Monica announces, scrolling through her own device. And get this, there's already a remix of your underestimated speech set to music. The internet works fast, Bree laughs, but I can feel the slight tremor in her hands as she scrolls through the responses. The good ones always do, I say quietly, pressing a kiss to her temple. You ready to get out of here before they ask for an encore? She leans back against my chest, solid and warm and completely mine. Almost... Let me enjoy this for one more second. I grin. You absolutely deserve it!
Chapter 25. Bree. I balance the takeout bags against my hip and push through the gleaming lobby of Ashford Holdings, the smell of wontons wafting up from the package. The security guard recognizes me now, raises his hand in a casual wave instead of demanding 3 forms of ID and a blood sample. He's expecting you, Miss Carter? Nope, that's the point. He smiles, waving me through. Carry on, miss. Gray's been buried in crisis management meetings all week, ever since my interview sent the board into collective cardiac arrest. I figure surprising him with lunch from that little Chinese place he mentioned might remind him there's a world beyond quarterly projections and damage control. The elevator whisks me up to the executive floor, where everything screams understated wealth, from the abstract art that probably costs more than my car, to the reception desk that looks like it was carved from a single piece of mahogany. Mr. Ashford is in a meeting, his assistant informs me, barely glancing up from her computer. But he should be free in about 20 minutes if you like to wait. Perfect. Mind if I set up camp somewhere? She gestures toward a cluster of leather chairs near floor-to-ceiling windows that offer a view of Manhattan that belongs on postcards. I claim a spot, but sitting still has never been my strong suit. The takeout bags mock me from the coffee table. Wonton soup and egg rolls getting cold, while Gray discusses whatever catastrophe has his board's panties in a twist this time. I wander down the hallway, peeking into empty offices, and wondering how many zeros you need in your bank account before you get your own corner of this tower. The building feels like a cathedral to capitalism, all hushed voices and reverent footsteps, as if loud noises might disturb the money sleeping in the walls. An open doorway catches my attention. Conference room, bigger than my entire apartment, with a table that could seat half of Manhattan's elite. The chairs look like thrones, and there's a projector setup that probably coordinates world domination on slow Tuesdays. I step inside, drawn by the sheer absurdity of it all. This is where Gray makes decisions that ripple through thousands of lives, where handshake deals worth millions happen over ostentatious coffee orders. The files were planted. He still doesn't suspect a thing. The voice drifts from somewhere behind me, low and confident. Male. I freeze, recognizing the tone even if I can't place the speaker immediately. I creep toward the sound, grateful for once that these floors are carpeted thick enough to muffle footsteps. Around the corner, in what looks like a smaller meeting room connected to this one, someone paces with their phone pressed to their ear. Listen, everything's going according to plan, the voice continues. And now I can see him through the glass partition. Cameron Ashford, Gray's younger brother, the one with the politician's smile and eyes that remind me of sharks. Gray's so focused on protecting his little girlfriend, he's not paying attention to what's really going on. My blood chills. Every instinct I've developed over 29 years of navigating men with hidden agendas starts screaming. No, the security review was perfect cover. Made it look like someone was accessing confidential data from outside sources. Cameron's laugh carries no warmth. Poor Gray, thinking he was protecting his company when really he was just making it easier for us to. A door slams somewhere down the hall, cutting off whatever he was about to say. Cameron's head snaps up, and I duck behind the conference table, my heart hammering against my ribs like it's trying to escape. Footsteps, getting closer. I press myself lower, the expensive carpet rough against my palms. The takeout bags sit abandoned in the other room, probably cold by now. But that's the least of my problems. Because if I heard what I think I heard, Gray isn't just dealing with board drama or bad publicity. Someone close to him, someone with access to everything, is playing a game he doesn't even know he's part of. And they just made it personal by dragging me into it. I press myself deeper into the shadows, behind the massive conference table, every muscle locked tight as Cameron's voice continues filtering through the glass partition. My legs are starting to cramp up, but I don't dare move. The second phase is already in motion, Cameron says. His tone casual, like he's discussing weekend plans instead of corporate espionage. We've got the payout scheduled. $5 million should be enough to keep certain parties quiet about their involvement. My stomach drops. $5 million. That's not pocket change, even for the Ashfords. And the leverage? Cameron pauses, listening. Oh, that's the beautiful part. Gray's so invested in protecting his reputation now, and hers, that he'll do anything to keep this family scandal buried, especially if it looks like his judgment was compromised by his personal entanglements. The word hers hits like a slap. They're talking about me, about using what Gray and I have against him. Trust me, by the time we're done, Gray will be begging the board to let him step down gracefully. And who better to take over than the brother who saw the threat coming all along? The phone shifts, and I catch a glimpse of Cameron's profile through the glass. That same sharp jawline as Gray, but twisted with ambition that makes my skin crawl. He looks nothing like the charming younger brother who shows up to family dinners with expensive wine and self-deprecating jokes. No one suspects anything. The security breach investigation made it look like an outside job. Gray's team is still chasing ghosts while we... A door chimes somewhere down the hall. The elevator. I have to go, Cameron says quickly. Just make sure everything's ready for next week. Once the leverage is in place, this whole thing wraps up nice and clean. Panic shoots through me like electricity. If he looks through the glass and sees me here, finds me overhearing everything. I crawl backward until I hit the wall, then scramble to my feet. My heart pounding so hard I can hear it in my ears. The takeout bags sit abandoned where I left them, mocking me with their normalcy while my world tilts sideways. Think, Bree. Think. I grab the bags and force myself to walk, not run, back toward the reception area. My legs feel like jelly, but I concentrate on putting one foot in front of the other. Normal behaviors, normal movements. Just a woman bringing lunch to her boyfriend, not someone who just overheard a corporate coup in progress. The elevator doors slide shut behind me, and I lean against the mirrored wall, staring at my reflection. Same face, same clothes, but everything underneath has shifted, like someone rearranged my internal compass while I wasn't looking. Cameron Ashford, Gray's brother, the one who shows up to family dinners with wine and charming stories, who plays uncle to Maddie with such easy affection that even I found myself warming to him. The one who just casually discussed destroying his own brother's life. The lobby feels different now, less like a cathedral to success and more like a mausoleum. How many other conversations like Cameron's happen in buildings like this? How many families get torn apart by people who smile at Thanksgiving dinner while planning your downfall? I push through the revolving doors onto the street, the late afternoon air hitting my face like a slap. Manhattan rushes past in its usual blur of honking taxis and clicking heels, but I stand frozen on the sidewalk, clutching takeout that's probably stone cold by now. My phone buzzes. A text from Gray. Meeting running late. Sorry. Rain check on dinner? I stare at the message, my fingers hovering over the keyboard. How do I even begin to type what I need to tell him? That his brother is planning to throw him under the bus? That they're using me as ammunition? That everything he's worked to build is about to crumble from the inside? Bree? I whip around, and there's Cameron himself, appearing like some corporate ghost summoned by my panic. He's in a perfectly tailored charcoal suit, all expensive fabric, and practiced smiles, looking every inch the successful businessman. What a pleasant surprise. His voice carries that same warmth I remember from family dinners. And for a split second, I wonder if I imagined the phone call. I didn't know you were stopping by today. Lunch delivery. I hold up the bags, praying my voice sounds steadier than I feel. Figured Gray could use actual food instead of whatever passes for sustenance in board meetings. How thoughtful. Cameron steps closer, and something in his eyes makes my skin crawl. It's subtle, just a flicker, but I've spent too many years reading men's intentions to miss it. I hope you weren't waiting long. The building can be intimidating if you're not used to it. Oh, you know me. I'm pretty comfortable anywhere. Yes, I've noticed that about you. His smile widens, but it doesn't reach his eyes. Very adaptable. It's quite an admirable trait. The word adaptable hangs between us like a threat disguised as a compliment. My grip tightens on the takeout bags, the plastic handles cutting into my palms. Speaking of adapting, Cameron continues, his tone light and conversational. I hear the board's been asking some interesting questions lately about the security review, the leaked files. Must be stressful for Gray, trying to manage all that while maintaining his, shall we say, personal interests. There it is, the knife wrapped in silk. Gray handles stress just fine. I'm sure he does, though I have to wonder. Cameron tilts his head, studying me like I'm a painting he's considering buying. Don't you ever worry about the scrutiny, the pressure of being associated with such a high-profile target? The irritation hits me like a physical force, hot and sharp behind my ribs. This smooth-talking bastard just threatened me while standing on a public sidewalk, wearing that practiced smile like armor. But underneath the anger, something colder spreads through my chest, the recognition of danger that comes from growing up around men who weaponize charm. High-profile target? I let my voice carry just enough edge to warn him off without escalating. That's an interesting way to describe your own brother. Cameron's smile doesn't waver, but something flickers behind his eyes. You know what I mean. The spotlight can be unforgiving, especially when there are so many moving pieces to consider. Moving pieces. Like I'm some pawn on his chessboard instead of a woman standing here with rapidly cooling takeout and a growing desire to knee him in his expensive suit. Speaking of moving pieces, I say, forcing casualness into my tone, will you be at the library gala next week? Gray mentioned the whole family usually shows up for the photo ops. Actually, I'll be in Los Angeles that week. Business? He adjusts his cufflinks, a gesture so practiced it screams old money conditioning. Unfortunate timing, really. I do enjoy those events. Liar. Gray told me Cameron specifically requested to skip this one, claimed he needed distance from the charity circuit after some unnamed scandal. But here Cameron is, constructing alibis like he builds his public image, carefully and with purpose. That is unfortunate, I agree, watching his face foretells. Gray could probably use the family support right now, what with all the board drama. My brother is remarkably resilient, always lands on his feet. Cameron steps closer, close enough that I catch his cologne, something expensive that suddenly inspires a wave of nausea, though I do worry about the people around him getting caught in the crossfire. There's the threat again, gift wrapped in concern. I shift the takeout bags to one hand, needing my dominant arm free in case this conversation takes a turn toward the physical. Actually, since we're talking, Cameron continues, his voice dropping to something more intimate. I've been meaning to reach out to you about something, a business opportunity that might interest someone with your entrepreneurial spirit. My blood pressure spikes. Oh? I understand you have aspirations beyond bartending, opening your own place, isn't that right? His smile widens, and now he looks like a shark who's spotted blood in the water. I might know some people who could help make that happen, investors who appreciate vision over traditional credentials. Every survival instinct I possess screams at me to walk away, to grab a taxi, go straight to Gray, and spill everything I overheard. But I've never been smart enough to choose the safe path when information dangles in front of me like bait. What kind of help? The kind that doesn't come with corporate strings attached or complicated family dynamics. He pulls out his phone, scrolls through something. There's a lovely little space in Soho that just came available, perfect for the kind of intimate venue I suspect you have in mind. He knows too much about my plans, my dreams, the kinds of details that don't get shared in casual conversation, which means he's been paying attention longer than I realized, tracking me. Why would you want to help me? Because I recognize talent and charisma when I see it, and because sometimes the best investments are the ones that benefit everyone involved. Cameron's fingers move over his phone screen. Perhaps we could discuss it over coffee tomorrow afternoon. I know a quiet place where we can speak freely. The words "speak freely" carry weight, like he's promising answers to questions I haven't even asked yet. And despite every red flag currently waving in my peripheral vision, I need to know what game he's really playing. All right, but I picked the place. Wouldn't expect anything less from you, Ms. Carter. God, I hate that smooth-talking jerk. Oh, so you think you're ready for some hockey romance, huh? Baby, you don't even know what you're about to step into.
This is not your grandma's romance collection.
No, sir. We're talking muscles on the ice, dirty-talking men who can handle a stick. And I do mean every kind of stick.
8 full-length audiobooks, over 30 hours of heat, sass, and love stories that'll melt more than just the ice.
And honey, these aren't just some regular old stories. These are the kind that'll have you fanning yourself, yelling at your headphones, and staying up till 3 a.m. talking about one more chapter.
Normally, a collection like this would cost you a small fortune.
But baby, you know we don't play like that. Right now, it's already sitting at a jaw-dropping 70% off.
If you order today and use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40, that's VIXA40.
Boom. Even bigger savings. That's right. Your romance binge just got cheaper than your last DoorDash order.
One click, endless passion.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 26. Grayson. The notification pings on my desktop just as I'm reviewing our latest acquisition contracts, and I know before I even click it that the news will be bad. My COO's messages always carry the digital equivalent of a funeral dirge. Patterson Group just withdrew from the Hudson Yards expansion. Contract terminated effective immediately. I stare at the screen, my coffee growing cold in my hand. The Patterson deal represented 18 months of negotiations and $100 million in projected revenue. Doesn't just disappear overnight without reason. My phone buzzes. Sandy, my COO, doesn't believe in subtlety. We need to talk. Now. 3 minutes later, she's sitting across from my desk with a manila folder thick enough to choke a horse and an expression that could curdle milk. This is the third major deal to collapse in 6 weeks, she says, spreading contracts across my desk like she's reading tarot cards that all predict disaster. Patterson, the Meridian Group, and now rumors that Steinberg is getting cold feet about the Brooklyn project. I settle in my chair, studying the paperwork. Each contract termination reads like a carbon copy, sudden concerns about corporate instability and reputational risk. Corporate speak for someone's been whispering poison in their ears. What did Patterson's people say when you pressed them? Off the record? Sandy's voice drops to conspiracy-level quiet. They mentioned concerns about internal security, said they'd heard rumors about data breaches and wondered if their confidential information would be protected. The familiar knot in my stomach tightens another notch. From who? They wouldn't say, but... Gray. She leans forward, her expression grim. These aren't random concerns. Someone's feeding them information. Specific details about our internal processes that only a handful of people would know. I open my laptop, pulling up the security logs I've been obsessing over for weeks. Columns of data that tell me everything and nothing. IP addresses, access times, file transfers that all appear legitimate on the surface. The logs still show the same pattern, I mutter, scrolling through endless entries. External access to confidential files, but the timestamps don't match up with any of our team's activities. Have you considered the possibility that it's not external? The question hangs in the air between us like a loaded gun. Sandy's been with me for 5 years, survived the transition after my father's death, and the brutal restructuring that followed. If she's suggesting what I think she's suggesting, you think it's someone inside? I think whoever's doing this knows our systems well enough to cover their tracks, and they have access to client information that's restricted to board-level clearance. Board-level clearance. The list of people with that kind of access could fit in my conference room with space left over for catered lunch and awkward small talk. My office door bursts open without warning, and Maddie storms in wearing her signature combination of stress and barely controlled chaos. Doc Martens, ripped jeans, and a hoodie that's probably worth more than most people's rent, all topped off with an expression that suggests she's either about to ask for money or inform me that she's joined a traveling circus. Dad, I need you to sign this permission slip for... She stops mid-sentence, taking in Sandy's presence and the scattered contracts covering my desk. Whoa, did someone die? Or is this just regular workday drama? Maddie, I'm in a meeting. Yeah, I can see that. You both look like someone canceled Christmas. She plops into the chair next to Sandy without invitation, her backpack hitting the floor with a thud that suggests she's carrying either textbooks or small explosives. So what's the crisis this time? Hostile takeover? Corporate espionage? Please tell me it's something more interesting than quarterly reports. Sandy glances at me, eyebrows raised in a silent question about how much family dysfunction she's about to witness. I wave a hand toward the door. Give us a minute, Sandy. She gathers her papers with the efficiency of someone who's learned to recognize when the boss's personal life is about to explode all over the office. I'll be at my desk if you need anything. The door clicks shut, leaving me alone with my daughter and the uncomfortable realization that she can read my stress levels better than most of my executives. So, Maddie says, stretching the word out like she's savoring it. What's really going on? And don't give me some corporate speak nonsense about market fluctuations. You look like you haven't slept in days. I rub my temples, feeling the familiar pressure that's been building behind my eyes for weeks. Just business complications. Nothing for you to worry about. Right, because I'm 15 and therefore incapable of understanding that people are trying to screw you over. She crosses her arms, settling deeper into her chair in a way that suggests she's not leaving until she gets answers. Come on, Dad. I'm not stupid, something is wrong, and it's clearly not just business complications. The truth sits in my throat like broken glass. How do I explain that someone inside my own company is systematically destroying everything I've built? That every instinct I've developed over 20 years of business is telling me I can't trust my own board members? Deals are falling through, I admit finally. Important ones. And there's evidence that someone's been accessing confidential information. Someone inside. The question hits me like a physical blow. Maddie may be 15, but she's inherited the Ashford instinct for cutting straight through nonsense to the heart of the problem. Possibly. That sucks. She pulls a crumpled piece of paper from her backpack, smoothing it against my desk. But, hey, at least Uncle Cameron seems to be in a good mood. Saw him chatting with Bree outside when I was walking in. It looked pretty cozy for two people who barely know each other. Suddenly, I can't breathe. Cameron was here? Yeah, like 10 minutes ago. He was all smiles and charm. You know how he gets when he's working someone. Maddie shrugs, already losing interest in favor of finding a pen. Anyway, can you sign this? It's for the Museum of Natural History trip next week, and Mrs. Peterson will literally assign us extra homework if we don't get the forms back by Friday. But I'm not listening anymore. Cameron was here, talking to Bree, and neither of them mentioned it to me. Something cold settles in my chest as Maddie bounces toward the door, permission slip clutched in her hand like a victory flag. Cameron and Bree, chatting outside my building. Cozy, she said. See you later. Thanks, Dad. Maddie calls over her shoulder, already texting someone as she disappears into the hallway. The moment the door clicks shut, I'm pulling up Cameron's call logs on my system. My fingers move faster than my rational mind, scrolling through weeks of data. External calls to numbers I don't recognize. Meeting requests that don't appear on his official calendar. And there, 3 calls to a Cayman Islands number in the past month, each lasting exactly 7 minutes. My phone chimes against the desk. Bree, we need to talk face to face. My thumbs hover over the phone screen, Bree's message burning into my retinas. The urgency in those 5 words makes my chest tight, but I can't abandon the meeting that's been scheduled for 3 weeks. Can't right now. City planning meeting in 10. We'll text when done. Her response comes back instantly. This can't wait. Has to. Give me an hour. I pocket the phone before she can argue further. Whatever Cameron said to her will have to wait. The city planning commissioner doesn't reschedule for personal drama, no matter how much my gut is screaming that something's wrong. The elevator ride to the 15th floor conference room feels like descending into purgatory. Through the glass walls, I can already see Commissioner Rodriguez seated at the polished table, her assistant arranging documents with military precision. What I don't expect to see is the cluster of reporters pressing against the lobby windows 40 floors below, their camera flashes creating a strobe light effect that makes my head pound. Mr. Ashford. Rodriguez stands as I enter, her handshake firm enough to crack knuckles. Thank you for making time on such short notice. Commissioner, though I have to ask, how exactly did the press corps downstairs know about this meeting? Her expression shifts from professional courtesy to something resembling pity. You haven't seen the morning briefings, have you? My assistant slides a tablet across the table before I can respond. The headline makes my blood freeze. Ashford Holdings under investigation for corporate espionage. Below it, a grainy photo of our building with the subtext, sources confirm federal inquiry into data breach allegations. Federal inquiry? I keep my voice level, but inside, panic spreads like wildfire. This is the first I'm hearing of any... Mr. Ashford, I'm going to be direct. Rodriguez cuts through my protest with the efficiency of someone who's delivered bad news professionally for decades. The City Council has received multiple reports about security concerns regarding your company's handling of sensitive municipal contract information. I scan the article, each word hitting like a physical blow. Anonymous sources, credible intelligence, ongoing investigation. The kind of language that destroys business relationships overnight. Commissioner, I can assure you that any reports of security breaches are... I'm sure they are. Her tone suggests she believes nothing of the sort. But until this investigation concludes, the City Council has voted to suspend all active contracts with Ashford Holdings. I feel like I've taken a sledgehammer to the chest. Municipal contracts represent 15% of our quarterly revenue and the foundation of our infrastructure projects. Without them, the Hudson Yards expansion becomes impossible. The Brooklyn development dies before groundbreaking. You're suspending contracts based on unsubstantiated allegations. We're protecting taxpayer interests based on credible concerns about data security. Rodriguez's assistant starts packing files with the urgency of someone who wants to escape before the explosion. I'm sorry, Mr. Ashford, the vote was unanimous. Through the conference room windows, I can see more reporters gathering in the plaza below. Someone leaked this meeting's timing with surgical precision. The same someone who's been feeding information to my competitors and clients. How long does this suspension last? Until the federal investigation concludes, or you can provide independent verification of your security protocols. Rodriguez stands, smoothing her blazer. Whichever comes first. My phone buzzes against the table. 3 missed calls from Bree in the past 10 minutes. She knows something, and I've been sitting here playing corporate politics while my world burns. Commissioner, I appreciate your position. I stand, buttoning my jacket with movements that feel mechanical. I'll be handling every detail personally and will be in touch within 48 hours. Rodriguez nods, already halfway to the door. I hope we can resolve this quickly, Mr. Ashford. The moment she's gone, I'm striding toward the elevator, my jaw clenched tight enough to crack molars. The ride to my floor stretches like eternity while my mind races through possibilities, each worse than the last. Federal investigations don't materialize overnight. Someone orchestrated this with surgical precision. My assistant looks up as I storm past her desk. Mr. Ashford, your 4 o'clock is... Cancelled, all of them. Clear my schedule. I reach my office door just as Cameron emerges from inside, casual as Sunday morning. He's wearing one of his perfectly tailored suits, and that smile that's charmed half of Manhattan's social elite. The same smile that used to get us both out of trouble when we were kids. Gray, there you are. He adjusts his cufflinks like he owns the place. Hope you don't mind I borrowed your office for a quick call. Reception was terrible in mine. Was it now? I step past him, noting how comfortable he looks in my chair, behind my desk. Productive call? You know how it is. Always putting out fires. Cameron follows me inside, closing the door with deliberate care. Speaking of which, heard you had some excitement downstairs. Press conference? My fingers pause over my keyboard. Something like that. I had security send them away. Not worth my time right now. Anything I should know about? You look like someone canceled your subscription to GQ. The casual way he asks makes my skin crawl. No concern, no urgency. Just mild curiosity about his older brother's potential downfall. Just a few contract complications. I keep my voice level, professional. Nothing that won't sort itself out. Well, if you need anything... Cameron spreads his hands in a gesture of magnanimous support. I'm always here to help. Family first, right? Right. I sit heavily in my chair, still warm from his presence. Actually, Cameron, I've got a lot to catch up on here. Rain check on the brotherly bonding? Something flickers across his features. Annoyance, maybe disappointment, before the smile snaps back into place. Of course. Don't work too hard, Gray. Stress kills, you know. The door clicks shut behind him, and I counted 10 before reaching for my phone. Mike, my head of security, answers on the first ring. Mike, it's Gray. I need you to run the internal security audit again. Sir, we just completed. This time I want you to look at my brother. Silence stretches across the line. Mike has been with me for 8 years, long enough to know when I'm deadly serious. Mr. Ashford, are you sure about this? If we investigate a board member without probable cause... I don't give a damn about corporate protocol right now, Mike. The words taste like acid. Someone's been feeding information to our competitors in the press. Someone with board-level access. Run everything. His keycard logs, computer access, phone records. All of it. Sir, using company resources for personal... Personal? A laugh escapes my throat, sharp and bitter. Mike, if my brother is the one systematically destroying my company, then this is the most professional thing I've ever asked you to do. Another pause. How deep do you want me to dig? Deep enough to find whatever he's hiding. Make it happen.
Chapter 27. Bree. The Roosevelt Hotel's lobby bar looks like someone took a Renaissance painting and dipped it in gold leaf. Crystal chandeliers hang from coffered ceilings, casting amber light across marble floors that gleam. It's the kind of place where millionaires come to pretend they're billionaires, and billionaires come to remind themselves why they don't need to pretend. I spot Cameron immediately. He's claimed a corner booth upholstered in burgundy leather, positioned with a clear view of both entrances, the kind of strategic seating that screams either paranoia or experience. Today, I'm betting on both. Bree! He stands as I approach, arms spread like we're old friends reuniting after a European vacation. You look absolutely stunning. That dress is incredible on you. I glance down at my black wrap dress, simple, professional, chosen specifically because it doesn't scream either wealth or desperation. Thanks. Though I have to say, this place is a bit much for a casual chat. Only the best for my brothers. He pauses, smile flickering. Well, whatever you two are calling it these days. The waiter appears before I can respond, hovering with the practiced invisibility of someone accustomed to serving people who tip more than most people earn. Cameron orders a scotch, something aged and expensive that he pronounces with the casual confidence of someone who's never had to check a price tag. I ask for water. Just water? Cameron raises an eyebrow. Come on, Bree. Live a little. Their cocktail program here is supposed to be world class. I'm good with water. I settle back in the leather seat, noting how he immediately leans forward, closing the distance between us. Though I have to admit, I'm curious why we're meeting in a hotel bar instead of your office. Worried someone might overhear our conversation? His laugh comes too quickly, too bright. God, no. I just thought you might appreciate somewhere a little more relaxed, less corporate. From what I understand, boardrooms aren't exactly your natural habitat. The comment lands like a slap wrapped in silk. I keep my expression blank, but my fingers curl against the table's polished surface. Right. Because bartenders can't handle the big, scary business world. I didn't mean it that way at all. Cameron's voice takes on that particular tone rich men use when they're explaining why their condescension is actually kindness. I meant that you're refreshingly authentic, unpretentious. It's rare in Gray's world, our world. The waiter returns with drinks, setting Cameron's scotch on a marble coaster, and placing my water with the kind of reverence usually reserved for religious artifacts. Cameron raises his glass in a mock toast. To new partnerships. I don't touch my water. Speaking of partnerships, what exactly are we doing here, Cameron? Because your text made it sound urgent, but so far this feels more like a therapy session or a bad date than a business meeting. Straight to the point. I like that about you. He takes a sip, savoring it like wine. Okay, cards on the table. I know things have been complicated between you and Gray lately. Complicated how? The whole thing with your father. The press attention. Gray's been under a lot of pressure from the board about the optics of your association with the company. My spine straightens. My association? Your contract with Ashford Holdings. Some of the board members are concerned that recent revelations about your family background might reflect poorly on the company's image. I force my expression to remain calm. Revelations. You mean the fact that my father's a criminal? That's a harsh way to put it. It's the truth. I lean back, crossing my arms. And if that's what this is about, you could have saved us both the trouble and just called. Cameron sets down his glass, the amber liquid catching the light like liquid gold. His expression shifts, the polished charm sliding away to reveal something sharper underneath. Bree, let me be frank with you. Gray's weak right now. Emotionally compromised. Physically, too. He's exhausted. The board's noticed. Investors are getting nervous. And frankly, you're a liability he can't afford, sweetheart. I endure a wave of nausea, but I keep my face stone still. A liability. You have to understand, this isn't personal. It's business. Gray's judgment is clouded where you're concerned, and that makes him vulnerable. Makes the company vulnerable. Cameron pulls out his phone, scrolls through something, then slides it across the table. But I have a solution that works for everyone. I glance down at the screen. It's a real estate listing. A brick building in the village with exposed beams and soaring ceilings. The kind of space I've dreamed about since I was 22, and mixing drinks in dive bars. Imagining what my own place would look like. Tribeca. 3,000 square feet, fully equipped kitchen, existing liquor license. Cameron's voice takes on the smooth cadence of a practiced salesman. It's been off the market for months. Owner's asking $2.5 million, but I've already spoken to him. Cash offer. No questions asked. My throat goes dry. And you're showing me this because it could be yours. Deed in your name, paid in full. All you have to do is step away from Gray. Quietly. No drama, no messy breakups in the tabloids. Just disappear from his life. The Roosevelt's ambient noise, the clink of crystal, the murmur of conversations about stock portfolios and second homes, fades to white noise. I stare at the screen, at the photograph of gleaming mahogany bars and vintage tin ceilings, at everything I've worked toward for 7 years. You want me to leave him? My voice comes out flat, emotionless. I want you to be practical. You're a smart woman, Bree. You know this thing with Gray isn't sustainable. He's never going to marry you. He can't. Not with his position, not with your background. But this way, you get something real out of it, something lasting. I pick up my water glass, taking a slow sip while my mind races. Under the table, I slide my phone from my purse, fingers finding the voice memo app by muscle memory. One tap, and it's recording. What if I go to Gray instead? I set the glass down with deliberate care, watching Cameron's face. Tell him about this generous offer of yours. The temperature at our table drops 10 degrees. Cameron's polished smile doesn't falter, but something cold flickers behind his eyes, like watching a snake decide whether to strike or slither away. You won't do that. Won't I? I lean forward, mirroring his earlier posture. See, I've learned something about your brother. He doesn't like surprises, especially ones involving family members bribing his girlfriend behind his back. Ex-girlfriend. Cameron's voice carries the precision of a scalpel. Let's not pretend this arrangement with Gray is permanent, Bree. You're a distraction he can't afford, and deep down you know it. Humor me? What makes you so sure I won't walk straight to his office and tell him everything? Cameron reaches for his scotch, the amber liquid catching light as he swirls it. When he speaks again, his voice has shed every trace of brotherly warmth. Because you won't get another offer. Not from me, not from anyone else with the resources to make your dreams reality. You think Gray's going to bankroll your little bar fantasy? Newsflash? He doesn't invest in charity cases. The slur hits its mark, but I keep my expression neutral. Years of dealing with drunk jerks and entitled customers taught me how to take a hit without flinching. Charity case. Interesting way to describe the woman your brother's in love with. Love. Cameron laughs. The sound sharp, like cut glass. Gray doesn't do love, sweetness. He does acquisitions. Temporary arrangements, strategic partnerships. You're convenient right now, but convenience always has an expiration date. I tap my nails against the marble table, letting the silence stretch while Cameron takes another sip. The recording captures everything. His condescending tone, the calculated cruelty, the admission that this is about more than just protecting Gray's reputation. So let me understand this correctly. I modulate my voice to sound thoughtful, almost impressed. You're offering me $2.5 million to disappear from your brother's life. Just like that. Just like that. And if I refuse? Cameron sets down his glass with the finality of a judge's gavel. Then you'll discover exactly how ruthless the Ashford family can be when someone threatens our interests. Your background, your father's connections, that viral video that made you famous, it would be remarkably easy to spin a narrative about opportunistic social climbers and the billionaires naive enough to trust them. The threat hangs in the air between us like poison gas. I nod slowly, as if considering his words carefully. You know what, Cameron? You make a compelling argument. I stand, smoothing my dress with movements that probably look like capitulation. Let me think about it. Relief floods his features. Smart choice. I'll have the paperwork drawn up by tomorrow. I extend a hand, hoping I don't cringe when he shakes it. I'll be in touch. Pleasure doing business with you, Miss Carter. I smile, my lips venomous. Oh, the pleasure's been mine. Then I straighten, grab my purse, and walk toward the exit without looking back. I can feel his beady little eyes boring into my back. You picked the wrong girl, I whisper under my breath. One thing's for sure, he'll never see me coming.
Chapter 28. Grayson. Mike's knock interrupts my third cup of coffee and fourth review of emails in my inbox. I've been here since 5 a.m., wrestling with numbers that don't lie, but somehow don't tell the whole truth either. The familiar weight of exhaustion sits behind my eyes like lead shot. Come in. Mike enters carrying a manila folder, thick and menacing. His expression carries the particular gravity reserved for delivering news that's going to ruin someone's entire week. Given recent events, I'm betting that someone is me. You're not going to like this. He sets the folder on my desk with the reverence of someone handling evidence in a murder trial. I lean back in my leather chair, fingers steepled. When do I ever like your reports, Mike? Just tell me, how messed are we? It's not us that are messed up. Mike opens the folder, revealing printed emails, call logs, and what appears to be several photographs taken from security footage. It's your brother. I reach for the folder, but Mike's expression stops me cold. Cameron's fingerprints are on everything, Gray. The leaked contracts, the sabotage Portland deal, the Miami property information that ended up in Hendricks Corporation's hands. Mike's voice carries the clinical detachment of a doctor delivering terminal news. He's been feeding information to your competitors for months. I stare at the folder without opening it, my mind racing through possibilities and explanations that don't involve my only living family member, systematically destroying everything I've built. You're certain? Digital forensics pulled his access records. He's been using his executive clearance to download confidential files, then forwarding them through encrypted email accounts traced back to shell companies owned by your biggest rivals. Mike flips through several pages, pointing to highlighted sections. The timing matches every major deal that's gone south in the past 6 months. My hands remain motionless on the desk. Oh my God. Why? Near as we can tell, money. Lots of it. There are wire transfers totaling just over $3 million flowing into accounts under his name. Mike's expression darkens. You'd think he'd be smart enough to hide it under a pseudonym or something. But Gray, there's more. More? Yesterday afternoon, hotel surveillance captured him meeting with Bree at the Roosevelt. Audio's unclear, but body language suggests it wasn't social. The temperature in my office drops 10 degrees. I finally reach for the folder, fingers moving through documents that paint a picture of betrayal so systematic. It feels like performance art. Any idea what they discussed? None yet. But given Cameron's recent activities and the timing, Mike trails off, letting me connect the dots myself. I close the folder with deliberate care, my mind already calculating next moves. Security detail. Have them ready within the hour. You expecting trouble? I'm expecting Cameron to react poorly like cornered animals usually do. I grab my phone, scrolling through contacts until I find my brother's number. And Mike? Not a word about this to anyone, especially not Bree. Understood. Mike heads toward the door, then pauses. Gray? For what it's worth, I'm sorry. I know it's not what you wanted to hear. After he leaves, I sit in the silence of my office, surrounded by floor-to-ceiling windows that offer commanding views of Manhattan's concrete and steel jungle. Heaving a sigh and moving shoulders that now feel like concrete, I dial Cameron's number. Gray, good to hear from you, brother. What's going on? His voice carries that familiar warmth, the easy charm that's gotten him out of trouble since childhood. Listening to it now feels like watching a magician perform tricks when you know exactly how the illusion works. Cameron, I need to see you. Now. Everything all right? You sound tense. The Riverside project just collapsed. Completely. I need your take on how the hell we salvage this mess. The lie rolls off my tongue with practiced ease. Can you be here in 30 minutes? Give me 20. I'll grab us coffee from that place you like. Don't bother with coffee. My fingers drum against the desk's polished surface. Just come. I need your help. 23 minutes later, Cameron breezes through my office door like he owns the building. His $1,000 smile falters when he sees my expression, the careful mask I've perfected over years of boardroom warfare. Dude, you look like someone died. What's wrong with Riverside? I slide the manila folder across my desk with the precision of a dealer laying down a winning hand. Nothing, but plenty's wrong with you. Cameron's eyes drop to the folder, then back to my face. His confusion appears genuine, almost convincing. What's this? Open it! He flips through the pages with increasing tension on his face. Wire transfer records, email logs, security footage timestamps. The evidence of betrayal laid out like an autopsy report. Gray, I can explain. $3 million. My voice carries the temperature of a morgue. That's what they paid you to destroy everything our father built. Cameron's charm crumbles like wet sand. He tosses the folder back onto my desk, scattering papers across the polished surface. You don't understand the pressure I've been under. The expectations. So you sold company secrets to our competitors. Not secrets. Strategic repositioning. His tone shifts, defensive energy crackling through the air. You think you're the only one allowed to make decisions around here? I think you're the only one stupid enough to leave a paper trail. Cameron straightens, his boyish features hardening into something I barely recognize. What are you going to do? Fire me? Disown me? His laugh carries bitter edges. You'd never turn on your own blood, Gray. You're too much like Dad for that. I stand slowly, hands flat against my desk, meeting his gaze with icy calm. Try me. You won't. Cameron's smugness returns, settling over him like armor. Because at the end of the day, I'm all the family you have left. Maddie barely tolerates you. Your wife's dead. And your new little bartender toy? He shrugs. How long before she gets bored playing house with a workaholic control freak? My office door opens with purposeful force. Bree walks in, her presence shifting the entire atmosphere like lightning before thunder. She's wearing that leather jacket I love, her natural curls framing her face with fierce elegance. She won't, but I would. Cameron spins toward her, his confident mask slipping. Bree, this is a private family conversation. About me, apparently. She pulls out her phone, finger hovering over the screen. Want to hear what family loyalty sounds like, Gray? The recording starts with perfect clarity. Cameron's voice fills my office, offering Bree a deed to Manhattan real estate in exchange for walking away from me. His threats, his casual dismissal of our relationship as weakness. Cameron goes white. You picked the wrong sassy girl, Bree repeats her parting line from the recording, then clicks off the phone. Though honestly, I'm impressed you thought you could buy me. Most people lowball. The recording ends, and silence fills my office like water rushing into a sinking ship. Cameron's face cycles through emotions, surprise, anger, calculation, before settling into something I've never seen before. Defeat. His trademark smirk dissolves completely, shoulders sagging as he stares at Bree's phone like it's a loaded weapon pointed at his chest. You actually recorded me. His voice carries the hollow quality of someone watching their world collapse in real time. Jesus Christ, Bree! You really are ruthless. I learned from the best. Bree slides her phone back into her jacket pocket with practiced ease, though apparently not from your family. Cameron turns to me, desperation creeping into his expression. Gray, come on. We can work this out. Family doesn't sell company secrets for 30 pieces of silver. I reach for my desk phone, finger hovering over the speed dial. Mike, send security to my office and patch me through to legal. Gray, wait. Now, Mike. Cameron's hands flutter at his sides like he's searching for cards to play in a game that's already over. You're really going to destroy me over this, after everything we've been through? The phone clicks. Legal department, this is Janet. Janet, it's Gray. I need immediate termination paperwork for Cameron Ashford, effective immediately. Cite corporate espionage and breach of fiduciary duty. My voice carries the mechanical precision of a man reading a grocery list. And contact the district attorney's office. We'll be filing criminal charges. Jesus, Gray. Also, coordinate with building security. Mr. Ashford's access is revoked permanently. 2 security guards appear at my door with the efficiency of professionals who've done this dance before. Cameron looks between them and me, his boyish features crumbling into something approaching panic. This is insane. You can't just... I can? I am? I stand, straightening my tie with deliberate care. Escort Mr. Ashford from the building. If he returns, call the police. The guards flank Cameron, their presence making the situation's gravity unmistakably clear. Cameron's gaze shifts between them and me, searching for any crack in my resolve. Fine, but don't come crying to me when your little bartender freak gets bored playing house with an emotionally unavailable loser. He straightens his jacket with wounded dignity. She'll leave, Gray, just like everyone else. No, Bree steps forward, voice cutting through his bitterness like a blade. I won't. Cameron laughs, harsh and bitter. Give it 6 months. Get him out of here. The security guards move with professional efficiency, flanking Cameron as they guide him toward the door. His last look carries the particular venom reserved for family members who've finally shown their true colors. The door closes with finality that echoes through my office. Suddenly, the space feels enormous and empty, like a cathedral after the last worshiper has gone home. I sink into my chair, hands covering my face as the weight of what just happened crashes over me. My brother, my only family besides Maddie, gone. Gray. Bree's voice carries gentleness I rarely hear, the tone reserved for handling broken things. I look up to find her watching me with concern etched across her features. You believed in me. She moves closer, her presence anchoring me to something solid. When everyone else saw my father's daughter, you saw me. Now I believe in you.
Chapter 29. Bree. 3 hours later, I'm sliding into a booth at some hole-in-the-wall Italian place in Brooklyn that Maddie picked because the breadsticks are criminally good and nobody will recognize Dad here. She's right on both counts. The restaurant looks like it hasn't been updated since the Carter administration, and Gray's sitting across from me in jeans, looking more human and devastatingly handsome than I've ever seen him. So let me get this straight, Maddie says, dunking a breadstick into marinara with the enthusiasm of someone who's discovered fire. Uncle Cameron tried to bribe Bree to dump you, and she recorded the whole thing like some kind of mafia informant? That's a terrifyingly accurate summary. Gray reaches for his wine, and I catch the ghost of a smile playing at his lips. I prefer strategic documentation specialist. I correct, twirling pasta around my fork. Sounds more professional. Maddie grins. You're like a criminal mastermind, but for good instead of evil. It's sick. Don't encourage her, Gray mutters, but there's warmth in his voice that makes my chest feel tight. Too late. I'm already planning my next sting operation. I lean back against the cracked vinyl booth, thinking about taking down the patriarchy next. Small goals. Start with the school board, Maddie suggests. They banned crop tops, but allow Brandon Miller to wear that deeply offensive mustache to chemistry class. Gray actually snorts. A mustache? At 15? That's kinda gross. It's like 3 sad hairs trying to form a union. Maddie gestures dramatically with her breadstick. Tragic, really. Someone should stage an intervention. Maybe we should focus on your own fashion choices first, Gray says, eyeing her ripped band t-shirt. That shirt has more holes than fabric. It's called distressed fashion, Dad. It costs extra. Maddie's eyes sparkle with mischief. Unlike your wardrobe, which just causes distress. I laugh so hard I nearly choke on my wine. She got you there. My suits are perfectly fine. Your suits cost more than anyone here cares to admit, Maddie counters. That's not fine, that's obscene. Says the girl who spent $200 on shoes that look like they've been through a blender. These are vintage Doc Martens. Maddie lifts her foot to display the battered boots. They have character, personality, soul. They have holes. Soul holes. So does your emotional availability, but I don't judge. The comeback hits so perfectly that even Gray breaks, his laughter bubbling up rich and genuine. I watch him tip his head back, shoulders shaking, and something shifts inside my chest. This version of Gray, relaxed, happy, present, feels like seeing the sun after months of winter. Emotional availability, he repeats, still chuckling. Where do you even learn these terms? TikTok. Also therapy, which you should try sometime. Maddie grins wickedly. I hear it's very trendy among people with daddy issues. I don't have... Gray starts, then catches himself. Actually, you might have a point there. Of course I do. I'm wise beyond my years. Maddie steals a piece of garlic bread from his plate. Plus, I have an excellent role model now. She nods toward me, and my throat suddenly feels thick with emotion I wasn't expecting. The server appears with dessert, tiramisu that looks like it could convert atheists, and the conversation shifts to lighter territory. Maddie regales us with stories about her teachers, her upcoming DJ gig at a school dance, and her ongoing campaign to convince Gray to let her get a second ear piercing. It's just one more hole, Dad. You literally own buildings with thousands of holes. Windows are just holes with glass in them. That's not how architecture works. Prove it. Gray looks helplessly at me. She gets this from you. I take full credit, I say, raising my wine glass in a mock toast. As Maddie launches into another story about her friend's disastrous attempt at bleaching her hair, Gray goes quiet. I catch him watching his daughter with something approaching wonder, like he's seeing her clearly for the first time. When the waiter clears our plates, Gray fidgets with his napkin, a nervous habit I've never seen before. His usual commanding presence wavers, replaced by something more vulnerable. "Maddie," he says, and something in his tone makes both of us look up. "I need to ask you something, and I want you to be completely honest." Maddie straightens, her playful energy shifting to alert attention. "Okay." Gray glances at me, then back at his daughter. "How would you feel if Bree and if we were serious? Really serious?" The silence stretches just long enough to make my heart hammer against my ribs. Maddie's eyes dart between us, processing the weight of what Gray just asked. And then her face breaks into the biggest grin I've ever seen. "Dad, I already picked out your wedding song." She reaches for another bite of tiramisu, completely unbothered. It's "At Last" by Etta James, in case you were wondering. Classic, romantic. And Bree's got the voice to pull it off if she wants to sing at her own wedding. Gray blinks. "You picked out a wedding song?" 3 weeks ago. Right after you two had that fight, and you spent 2 days moping around the penthouse like a lovesick teenager. Maddie waves her fork airily. "I also have backup options. Love by Nat King Cole if you want something more upbeat. Or Crazy Little Thing Called Love by Queen if you want to acknowledge how absolutely ridiculous you both are." I'm laughing so hard I can barely breathe. "You terrifying, brilliant child." "I prefer strategically gifted," she says, stealing my earlier line. "Besides, someone had to plan ahead. You two were too busy being dramatic to see what was obvious to literally everyone else." Gray looks between us, a mix of bewilderment and fondness lighting up his face. "When did you become the adult in this family?" "The moment you started asking Bree's opinion on your ties." Maddie scrapes the last of the mascarpone from her plate, which, by the way, was deeply embarrassing for all parties involved. Back at the penthouse, Maddie stretches dramatically and announces, "Well, this has been educational, but I have a chemistry test tomorrow, and a face mask that won't apply itself." She pauses at the living room doorway, grinning wickedly. "You two can go do whatever gross things you do when you're alone. Just try to keep it down. These walls aren't as thick as you think." "Maddie?" Gray's voice climbs an octave. "What? I'm being considerate." Bree says communication is key in healthy relationships. She disappears down the hallway, calling back, "Good night, lovebirds." Gray runs a hand through his hair, looking mortified. I'm going to have a very serious conversation with Bree about appropriate topics of discussion. Don't you dare. I like that we talk. I settle onto the couch, tucking my legs under me. Besides, she's not wrong about the walls. His eyes darken. Is that a complaint or a challenge? Wouldn't you like to know? Gray moves toward me with the focused intensity I've come to recognize as dangerous. The same look he gets right before he dismantles a competitor or backs me against a wall and kisses me senseless. But instead of reaching for me, he stops. Actually, there's something I need to show you first. Something in his voice makes me straighten. Gray, if this is about another contract or PR thing, I swear. It's not. His hand finds mine, warm and steady. Trust me? I let him pull me toward his office, curiosity overriding caution. The space still intimidates me. All dark wood and leather-bound books, floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Manhattan, like he owns the whole damn city, which, knowing Gray, he probably does. He moves to the desk, pulling out a thick white envelope from the locked drawer. When he turns back to me, his expression is carefully neutral. the same mask he wears in boardrooms, except his hands are trembling slightly. Gray, what? Just let me do this. He holds out the envelope. Before I lose my nerve. I take it, feeling the weight of official documents inside. My name is written across the front, in Gray's precise handwriting, Bree Carter. Not Miss Carter or Sabrina. Just Bree. Like this is personal instead of business. Open it. The papers slide out easily. Legal documents dense with property descriptions and zoning information. But at the top, in bold letters, are the words that make my breath catch. Deed of ownership. Gray, what is this? It's a building. In Harlem. His voice is carefully controlled, but I catch the nervous energy underneath. 3 stories corner lot, already zoned for commercial and residential use, perfect for a bar on the ground floor, apartments above for income. My hands shake as I scan the address, the property description, the transfer of ownership. It's all there, legal and binding and completely impossible. I don't understand. This has to be worth. It doesn't matter what it's worth. He steps closer, and I see the vulnerability he's trying so hard to hide. Bree, this isn't a loan or an investment or some elaborate business arrangement. It's yours. No strings, no contracts, no fine print. Just yours. The world tilts sideways. I stare at the deed, the words swimming in front of my eyes like they're written in a foreign language. Property value estimates, legal descriptions, transfer documents, all of it official, legitimate, and completely impossible to process. Gray, I can't. My voice cracks. This is insane. You can't just give someone a building. I can, and I did. He steps closer, close enough that I can smell his cologne, feel the warmth radiating from his skin. Bree, look at me. I force my eyes up from the papers, and the intensity in his gaze nearly knocks me over. This isn't the controlled businessman or the guarded single dad. This is Gray stripped bare, vulnerable, and terrifying in his honesty. I don't want you as my employee or my publicity stunt or some woman I'm sleeping with when it's convenient. His hands frame my face, thumbs brushing across my cheekbones. I want more, a real partnership. Me, you, and Maddie. I want to wake up next to you every morning and argue about coffee brands and watch you turn that building into something incredible, because that's what you do. You make everything better just by existing in it. The tears come without warning, hot and fast down my cheeks. I've spent my whole life building walls, protecting myself from men who want to own me or change me or use me. But Gray isn't asking me to be smaller or quieter or more convenient. He's asking me to be exactly who I am, just with him. Gray, I whisper, and his name tastes like possibility. You said once that you wouldn't fall for me unless I showed up for real. His forehead presses against mine, and I can feel his breath against my lips. I'm showing up, Bree. I'm all in if you are. The careful control I've maintained for weeks, months, crumbles completely. This man just handed me my dream wrapped in legal documents and asked for nothing in return except everything. My heart, my trust, my whole chaotic life tangled up with his. Then let's stop holding back. I manage, nodding through the tears. Something wild and primal flashes across his face. Before I can blink, his arms sweep under my knees and behind my back, lifting me clean off the ground. The deed flutters to the floor, forgotten, as he carries me toward the bedroom with purpose that makes my stomach flip. About damn time, he growls against my ear, and I laugh despite the tears still streaming down my face. Took you long enough to figure it out. I'm a slow learner, he admits, shouldering open the bedroom door. But I'm very thorough once I commit. The promise in his voice sends heat spreading through my entire body as he sets me down beside his massive bed, hands already reaching for the hem of my shirt.
Chapter 30. Grayson, Her shirt hits the floor before I can second-guess the hunger clawing at my ribs. No strategy, no calculated restraint, just Bree's sharp inhale as my mouth crashes against hers. She tastes like wine and tiramisu and something indefinably her, a flavor I've been chasing since the first time she smirked at me across a whiskey glass. My hands map the dip of her waist, the flare of her hips, relearning every curve like I'm starving for it. Because I am. "Say it again," she murmurs against my lips, fingers twisting in my hair. "I love you." The words scrape raw from my throat, too big for my chest. "I've never meant anything more." Her laugh is a dark, breathless thing. "Took you long enough to—" I swallow the rest with another kiss, pouring every unsaid thing into it. The way she dismantled my defenses brick by brick. How Maddie smiles more now. The terror of wanting someone this much. Bree's nails drag down my chest, pausing over the frantic thud of my heart. "Show me." Challenge accepted. I walk her backward until her knees hit the mattress, following her down without breaking contact. My mouth finds the pulse point beneath her jaw, the sensitive spot behind her ear that makes her gasp. Every reaction cataloged, every hitch of her breath a victory. "Gray, I'm here." My teeth graze her collarbone. "All of me." Her hands push at my shirt, impatient. "Less talking, more—" I yank the fabric off, her laughter dissolving into a moan as my palms slide up her thighs. No masks, no games. Just this, her body arching into mine. The way she says my name like it's a prayer and a curse. The dizzying certainty that I'd burn down empires to keep her safe. Bree's fingers trace the scar on my ribs, a relic from a long-ago motorcycle accident. "Tell me," she demands. So I do. Every secret, every scar, every broken piece of me I've spent years hiding. And when I'm done, she kisses me like she's claiming them all. Her hands claw at my belt like she's been waiting to do it for years. Off, now. I grin against her mouth, tugging the zipper down with one hand while she wrestles with the buckle. "Impatient?" "You're the one who's been staring at me all night like I'm dessert." Her lips curl as my pants drop to the floor. "Guess I finally decided to let you taste me." Cheeky. I lift her shirt over her head, leaving her in nothing but a bra that's already halfway undone. I'm on her in a heartbeat, my mouth finding hers again as I kick the rest of my clothes aside. Her skin is smooth and warm, and I can't stop touching her. Her shoulders, her waist, the curve of her thigh. Every inch of her feels like a revelation, like I've been wandering in the dark and finally found the light. Things are getting pretty spicy again, but don't worry, you can get all the details from the unabridged version of this book, where YouTube can't tell us what we can and can't narrate, from VixAvaughnRomance.com. Get a special 40% off with code VIXA40 and enjoy this pleasure at a discount. Thanks for listening. "You're mine," I say, the words a quiet growl against her skin. She smiles, soft and tired, her hand resting over my heart. Always. Minutes pass, and our breath slows. I trace patterns on her shoulder as she tucks herself into me. Suddenly, my stomach growls loud enough to wake the neighbors. Bree shifts against me, hair tickling my chest as she lifts her head. "Was that your stomach or a dying whale?" "Charming." I press a kiss to her temple. "But yeah, I'm starving." "Sex will do that." She grins, already rolling off me and hunting for clothes. "Kitchen raid?" I pull on boxers and a t-shirt while she steals one of my dress shirts, the hem hitting mid-thigh. The sight of her bare legs makes me want to drag her back to bed, but my stomach has other plans. The penthouse kitchen glows under soft under-cabinet lighting as we pad across cold marble. Bree heads straight for the fridge while I dig through cabinets, hunting for something that doesn't require actual cooking. "Fancy cheese and crackers." She holds up a wedge of aged Gruyere. "Perfect. I'll grab the—" The unmistakable clink of a spoon against ceramic stops me cold. We both freeze, turning toward the breakfast nook where a familiar figure hunches over a bowl. Maddie sits cross-legged on the bar stool, hair in a messy topknot, oversized pajama shirt swallowing her frame. She doesn't look up from her Lucky Charms, but her shoulders shake with barely contained laughter. "Oh." Bree's voice cracks slightly. "Hey, Mad. Don't stop on my account." Maddie finally raises her head, grinning like a shark. "They'll maybe invest in a gag next time. These walls aren't that thick." Heat crawls up my neck. "Oh my God. Maddie. Ugh, gag, but also..." She takes another spoonful of cereal, crunching thoughtfully. "Finally." Bree snorts, covering her mouth with her hand. "Finally? Do you know how painful it's been watching you two look at each other for weeks?" Maddie gestures with her spoon. "I thought I was going to have to lock you in a closet together." "Language," I mutter automatically, but there's no heat in it. "Please, you just rocked the foundation of this building." Maddie's grin widens. "I think we're past worrying about my delicate virgin ears." Bree dissolves into laughter, sliding onto the stool beside Maddie. "Your dad's gonna have an aneurysm." "Nah, look at him." Maddie points her spoon at me. "He's doing that thing where his mouth twitches when he's trying not to smile." She's right. The corner of my mouth betrays me completely. "Besides," Maddie continues, stealing a piece of cheese from Bree's plate, "someone had to break him out of his emotional void eventually." Emotional void? I raise an eyebrow. "Don't pretend you weren't floundering for years." Maddie's expression softens slightly. "But seriously, Dad, you're happy. Like, actually happy. It's weird seeing you smile without it looking like it hurts." Something warm and unfamiliar settles in my chest as I watch them. Bree bumping Maddie's shoulder, Maddie stealing more cheese, both of them looking completely at ease in my kitchen at midnight. Whatever this messy, chaotic thing is, it's ours, and I love every minute of it,